Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Anno 1800. Finally today is the launch day of the biggest, the most anticipated mod that I've waited for years now at this point, New Horizons, and I'm super excited to show it to you right on time. The mod has just been released now at 7 o'clock, so the link is in the description for you to download. It's completely free. You can play it with the main game. You can also play it with all the DLCs if you like to, and it even is compatible with other mods. Now this mod adds a whole new region, Horai, where we have new tiers of population that have their own needs, their own custom-made buildings and architectures and people, storylines. And on top of that, and that's really cool, we also get a new tier of population in the old world, and that's the magnates, the next level up from the investors. Not only that, the game also introduces a whole bunch of new mechanics to the game, like seasons, where we have monsoons and the dry seasons that we need to manage with our productions. We also have festivals that we need to celebrate. We have street food stands. We have a whole bunch of new NPCs, like someone like James Goodwill, for example. We got the Perforians, and on top of that, we got a follow-up mod that comes with that, and that's the Invasions mod. So I can't wait to see what that is all about. Now, for this mod to really fully work, it is recommended to start a new game, and that's exactly what I'm doing. We're starting from scratch. Even though the game or the mod is save game compatible, it is recommended to do that as it's just more stable. And trust me, I have experience with unstable mods or mod dependencies. Now, in this case, we're gonna rush to investors in the first 40 to 50 minutes of this video. So that's gonna be one giant marathon. And from then on, we're gonna unlock the New Horizons area. So you can skip that if you like to go for the new content right away, but I urge you to watch the whole thing so you have a, well, kind of like a structure in your mind of how our cities look, how our logistics look before we enter Asia. And with that, let's get cracking into Anno 1800 New Horizons. Don't forget to check out the link to also check out the mod and support these developers because they're amazing for doing this free of charge. Let's go. Okay, before we start with the actual game, we once again need to go through the settings. I would like to go with a bit of more Asian theme, of course. Sunken Treasures is the only DLC that we're going to deactivate for all of this because I'm basically not happy with that expansion. For this one, it doesn't really deactivate any important mechanics. The rest of the game is going to be unlocked though, as I would like to implement all of this into my game. For the settings, we are going with an awesome island that I found that I haven't played yet. We're going to play with a large world size. Island size is large. Difficulty is hard. Fertility, that means the potential difficulty of the islands in my home region, right? So their shape and stuff like that. Fertility is plenty. Actually, no, we're going with medium here and archipelago as my map type. For the characters, I would like to go ahead with the highest difficulties once again to get that spicy challenge, though we're not playing with any combat overhaul mod or whatsoever. Factions, I'm going to keep all of them activated. The pirates are going to be on hard. My income is low, my inactive upkeep is up. Construction cost refund is a fee, so we have to pay even if we delete something. We can relocate though, but it will cost me coin. The trading post restock is rare. City incidents are on hard. Quest frequency is rare. Influence is low. Skyscraper upkeep is high. My starting capital is small. We're starting with a harbor already, and we're also starting with a flagship, so I speed up the early exploration. And with that, we have unlocked the expert settings for this. These are the settings for Anno 1800 New Horizons. The goal is to quickly reach investors and then push into the new region. Let's get cracking. Alrighty, and so it begins. We're having a new map right in front of us, and this is a pretty glorious map that I haven't seen so far, honestly. We got a nice waterfall over there. We got a beautiful river going down into this area. Some oil fields that we could use. Beaches. We have a nice, well, even peninsula, you might call it, over there for probably a palace or something like that. We do have some additional coal deposits, iron, clay, and yeah, lots of buildable space for one massive city that is. Yeah, honestly, I think we can make a beautiful big magnet mega city out of this one. So let's get started right away with our very first blocks. Once again, we have our smaller harbor area down here where, of course, once again, we start with everything. Probably would like to move it a bit further because we're probably going to have a docklands here at some point. So I'm going to make sure that we have that road set up nicely right away. And then we continue to push already somewhere in here. I can already say that this is probably going to be an industry zone, so I would like to make a fake railway going to the oil fields right away so we can use them for this, and the fake railway will then go into this road here as well at some point to provide oil then for the magnets themselves. However, getting the bridge done right now is not going to happen for me, so we will need to start with having a smaller city over here somewhere. The flagship in the meantime continues already with the basic exploration into all sides here. With that, the first people are also moving in now in our very first district over here. At the same time, we've also discovered already Alonso over here, starting his own settlement as well. Oh, he's got a nice big island there. Margaret Hunt snagged herself a very nice island. That is gonna be tough, as she has a beautifully protected harbor area. Last but not least, the Admiral has introduced himself right over here. The pirate, unfortunately, is very close to us. This could be hurtful in the future. Can't hurt to also snag me the very first island already, right over here. Beautiful it is, it's close to us actually, and it has fur and hops, and it also has coal, iron, zinc, and limestone. All of that we need for later. At the same time, we can also start with expanding to workers already. At this point, we should also give our city a name. That is, of course, Sleepy Hollow. That's gonna be one massive city with magnets. Yeah, a tier that we haven't seen so far. And is a nice addition of the New Horizons mod. My very first clay deposit over here is something we can exploit at this point, since we have now the workers and also the resources for this. Let's go ahead and also get me my first brickworks up to start producing basic bricks for my industries. I'm also going to push them right away to 50%, even though they're not particularly happy with that. And already the first war declaration by Alonso is upon us as expected. Well, honestly, it's a bit quick this time around. We have barely reached workers and he already is at war with us, but he's usually very rushing the war declaration. So we gotta be extra careful right now. There's not gonna happening that much because he also will not have a big fleet at this point. We continue with upgrading our houses and also building a few more neighborhoods around that and doing some quests from time to time, especially here the worker quests. For some juicy rewards. The first 1,000 people also live now in Sleepy Hollow, as this town is growing. Can't hurt to have a second neighborhood forming already in the center of the island. Gotta be important though to keep some space available here for some bigger monument, so I'm actually thinking about this area here already. In the meantime, I will need to build up a second city now over here. This is gonna be my, well, production for hops, for fur. We're probably gonna have some industries over here as we have also lots of space. I can already see the biggest culprit for me will be that we have no grain basically, right? This island, no grain. This island that I would like to take now, no grain. It has red pepper dough that we need, and it has the zinc and the copper that we need, but no grain. There is no grain here, there is no grain here, and there is no grain up here in the north. There are no grain islands, unfortunately, anywhere except our own. And our own, of course, is the main city island. So I do have some grain farms setting up over here together with some silos to maximize the efficiency. However, the biggest problem will be grain, so we probably will need to import this one at some point. And at this point I'm also settling on the third island. In this case that is a very important one because it secures my corridor to the south now, to the new wall, and also it secures me red pepper, a bit more space, and especially zinc and copper that we're gonna need then for the brass production. The occasional fire doesn't bother us that much, right? Finally, also everything is ready for our very first shipyard. So we can now start with the production of more ships, especially the schooner and then also the clipper. Doing quests with the NPC makes sure that we're not going to war with all of them just yet, while also providing a nice profit to be able to build another village once again. bit later, I can finally also start now with my first pig farms. Since we have a lot of space on this island here, I'm going to use this right away to start my pig production. Let's have 6 of them actually set up right away. And with that, I can now also start my very first trade route already. That is the pigs getting to Sleepy Hollow, to my industry zone. And I'm saving a bit of pollution there, right? And at the same time, also space. Ship ahoy it is. I can already think about my future industry zone being here. So we're going to have a power plant, of course, that goes down here into a shipyard with the oil. And for this, that also means that we can now start with our very first industrial buildings then here. Let's also make sure that we can use this to the maximum potential with trade unions, as I would like to have them. And we're going to set them up so that we can also get some nice harbor space here. And probably then a bit more up there. But for now, this is important. And let's start with having some slaughterhouses here. Since we're going to boost them, I don't think we're going to need too many of them. But they're also not producing very fast. So in this case here, I might actually just set them up like this. And then we're also going to need the soap as my next production. For this, we need the rendering works. Might be a good idea, by the way, to now move also my forest industry away a bit right over here for now. This is once again just temporary. Barely costs me anything to move just some lumberjack huts, so I can do it. And let's have them over there set up. Perfect. This opens up a bit more space, and we can use this space, of course, for my rendering works and whatnot. All of them will be electrified as well at some point, if I'm not using them with the docklands, that is, of course. I would also like to have the soap here, the slaughterhouses here, and what we still need is then also heavy industry. That is now my steel beams. For this, we can already start with having the first iron deposit being exploited. So I'm gonna have this one over here. Let's make the connection complete and start with that. Hooray! Iron production has started. I don't have the coal mine yet, so we're gonna use a bit of space that we have still available to get the coal out of this. Oh, and also, yeah, it had to happen. We're under attack, not by the pirate. Nothing I can really do about this. It's just gonna be a nuisance for a long time. I might even consider having this one as a charter route, because this would be safer for me. With that out of the way, let's also start the steel production and the steel beams production right over here. And this, in the greater scheme of things, will also lead to weapons. And after a bit of time, well, there you go. We also have artisans already.
A new milestone.
Tier 3 population. And with that, the age of fine craftsmanship. It's at this point that we can also start with the New World Expedition. Flagship is on the move, unlocking us the next session. Doesn't take long with the artisans to also reach the city status for Sleepy Hollow once again. I love the elevation that we have on this island, by the way. Going all the way up here, so I can see that there will be something up here on the highest point. Biggest surprise for me is how aggressive Alonso is this time around. So he's already trying to take over one of my islands. It's my pig island. Losing this one here will prove to be, yeah, annoying, but not the end of the world. Yeah, he's gonna take it over, unfortunately. That's also important for me to push up my weapon production at this point. I'm going to go for the next iron deposit that we have over here. Money-wise, it's gonna strain us, right? But it is possible. Let's also continue selling our ships, as always.
Sir Archibald. Yes.
All right, he was not able to take it over. I'm very surprised at that, honestly. Important at this point to also start with my glass production. For this, well, we need a bit more harbor space again. I'm already using this area over here for my fisheries. So we could use this area here for my first sand mines, and I would like to do this, especially since it doesn't require a lot of space. Those two should be fine for quite some time. With that, we also have then 2 glass makers, right? And that's already enough for 4 window makers. Let's have them in my industry zone, because we can also push them once again. I would like to have another weapon factory then here. And with that, let's just check it out where we do have some space. They can actually be at the edge of it totally, probably towards... looking a bit more towards my population, right? So it's low pollution buildings. Makes sense to me. To have them some over there. close to the square, so we'll need more resources. At this point, the expedition also continues on its way. So we have our next city then under control. Selling clippers is pushing our industry further, because with 7,500 for each clipper, we can now make a lot more money, 3 times more than a normal schooner, and with that we can also build more industrial buildings. And with that, we have also unlocked the New World session. Now, this will be a bit of a tricky one, because we're at war with Alonso, and also most likely the pirate. He's already coming there. We found something on the expedition, the Temple of Nafir Diorama. I would like to use this to get rich right now. 195,000 credits we can get out of that. This will solve my money problems for quite some time. However, well, we need to get down there to Isabel Samento safely. I could also leave the session here right away and enter the old world again, but at the old world I think it's actually more difficult right now. So let's stick around here and just hopefully navigate. We also got this clip here from Isabel Samento with building materials. That's of course the one that we are using for cracking up on Manola now. These islands are unsettled, so we weren't that slow, at least for now. And let's just see how far we get. Of course, we jump back right away to the old world, because in the old world things are actually rather crazy for me. I would like to continue now with pushing a few more items. Right, the first one is the beers production. By the way, here we have also now the lifestyle needs that are rebalanced with the New Horizons mod. So this is already one of the new things that we see now here with the artisans. Of course, we want to push now the artisans as quickly as possible to engineers. That means we need the cotton, we need the canned food, and we need the sewing machines. So sewing machines is easy. The canned food though is the one with the pepper and the fur. Now, both of them are on different islands, unfortunately, right? Also, that's important, we do have 19 tons of weapons in. I would like to also use this now to building up my first harbor defenses, because it's getting a bit spicy out here. This will cost me once again quite a bit, unfortunately, as, yeah, those cannon towers are super expensive. How's it looking with the flamethrowers? That's even crazier. So those things are not possible. The pirate at this point is getting really nasty for us. So I'm hopefully trying to get safely back and forth. That's even more important for the new world. Right now things are looking good. None of these islands have been settled. So my ships are still safely on their way, and my clipper is now coming into the port of Manola here already, of the big island in the New World. I would like to secure this as quickly as possible. Let's push back. It's really nasty. I'm expecting another attack from Alonso anytime soon. So we need more weapons. I'm gonna build me another weapon factory now too, once we have the steel beams. By the way, let's push them to 50 again, because I need to have my production up. At this point also windows are coming in, but it's slow. So I'm not up for the task with my steel beams. While we also constantly need to build more and upgrade more houses, of course. Let's have a few more farmers here at the edge of my city, because we lack the workforce, and also, as always, tax income. Yeah, there is a new settlement in the New World. This is something we'll need to check out right now. It's down here in the south. Very good. Doesn't affect me that. And we've also reached Manola. Let's quickly settle, so that at least we have secured the island, if not that ship. Because I'm pretty sure that ship will be lost soon. Ah, come on, get a bit further over. There you go. And settle. The next island for us. This is very important, this island, because it is providing cotton. And the cotton will need, as you might guessed it already, for my fur coats. So let's start with some, yeah, smaller industrial buildings over here, together with my timber production.
A new milestone.
And also the first city district is alive with Jornaleros. Very good. My flagship has arrived, and we can now sell this relic here for 200,000. I love this. Oh, actually, let's not sell the planks. Super happy to also have now the weapons over here in Oslev, my pig island, to build me my cannon towers. My very first one at the very least. 1 ton we miss. Are you kidding? Another failed attempt at taking one of my islands. At least I hope so. He should retreat now. There you go. Getting a ceasefire from Anharlo with 20,000 credits is
Call that a
perfect for us, so I'm gonna go ahead with that.
Why, it
And we
was
could also...
nothing at
Nah,
all.
we cannot try the same thing with Alonso.
How
He
enlightening.
absolutely
At least-
despises us. But at least that's a nice one. And we should be able to build now also a cannon tower, please. As we really should secure our islands.
Just say the word.
At this point, let's also use the third iron deposit that I have in Sleepy Hollow.
Ship
It's really
construct.
the last one that we can use here. And also build me a corresponding warehouse. I can, hopefully at this point, also build me a coal mine. Yes, I would like to do this because using charcoal burners just really is space intensive. There's also another coal deposit here. We can make it like so. So I don't need this road here up there. Right, to get this one done as well. That opens up another furnace for me down here. And with that, we can also open up another steelworks, even though that's really expensive at this point. In Mousemoor, we can now start with our red pepper and beef production. I would like to do this probably all the way over here. Let's have two simple warehouses here. Let's also have a fire station over here. That's the most important thing, believe me that. And let's just see how we can do this here. We don't need a lot of these based on my experience, so I'm probably just gonna push a few here, right? And we'll just see how long we can last with them. Especially since they also don't need a lot of space. I'm also not using a silo for these. Since I have the money, let's wait on that actually, just a tiny bit. I would first secure me more building materials, so at Archie we can purchase another 100 tons of bricks with the money we have. I should be able to get this safely over. And the other clipper here we can sell.
Sir Archibald.
Meanwhile in Manola, I kick off my 5% tin production. It's a very cheap one and something you should be going ASAP. The other one is the ponchos. Oh god. He actually destroyed my building material ship, Alonso. He's at some point gonna pay for this. By the way, can we already purchase shares? I mean, I do have the money. Let's do this. Let's purchase a share from Alonso. This also gives me a nice income boost. And it probably makes him a bit nervous, which is already worth it. I still have a clipper though. I would like to use this here to also start building up some defenses now. Let's get the steel beams in, let's get the planks in, and especially also my bricks, and get this down here to Mousemoor. And then we can actually start with the canned food production. Well, another production we should be able to start now already, and that's my sewing machines. So I would like to start with those factories here. Bear in mind, all of this here is going to be electrified at some point, so it's not my highest priority to build as many of these as possible, right? So I'm pretty sure that, first of all, there should be room here for the power plant. Pretty sure that those 4 will be enough already, right? So I'm not going to plan for more than that. At least for the foreseeable future. We can always just kick it off a bit more over there. And here, by the way, we have our main road that we should not forget. Coming up from over here with the bridge. And this fire station is a bit in the way for this. There you go. In fact, those sewing machines are in the way. Alright, that mistake made it possible to have 6 of them now in a block. Why not? And I can already start with the first one. And with this one, we should have already, yeah, enough sewing machines than what we need. And that means we have fulfilled the first need already. Now, a very important thing that we need to start in Manola right away also is over here. And that's my cotton production, right? This is the single most important reason, or reason why we settle here, in fact. So I would really like to push this. We're gonna need, well, a decent amount of them. But the thing is, we have a decent amount of space in Manola, so it shouldn't be a big problem spamming a bunch of these here.
After all.
To get the fields of cotton going. There you go. That's already quite a bit. I'm probably just gonna copy the whole thing though to the other side as well. Some over here together with another warehouse. And then we can actually already start with the first 4 of them. I would like to have this. And this leads me to having 2 cotton mills. And let's start with them down here in a future industry zone that I might have in this area here. And with that, we got the cotton production theoretically kicked off now. Don't forget that in Sleepy Hollow, I'm gonna need... yeah, 1 fur coat right now. Theoretically, we would have already 4 tons of fur coat production with that enabled. The problem will be the trade route, right? This is a risky one. I'm going to use my clipper on this trade route. On my very first trade route from the new world to the old world. Let's just see how it goes. This is as straightforward as possible. As long as I'm not... yeah, look at that. There's Alonso hiding. I could also make it here. So we're going through the Admiral into my harbor. As long as I'm not at war with the Admiral, it's fine. We're really in a bad strategic position, by the way, with that, I have to say, unfortunately. And Guillemot it was, right? Guillemot is on its way now, getting that cotton done. That's my very first trade route, and a very important one at that as well. In the meantime, I'm expecting now these demands here coming in. I should still get them a chapel as well to keep them happy. Just gonna have this one here. I'm gonna have all of this as tight as possible, right? Because I really just want to push to the investors, and then we can take a breath, right? Then we can actually start enjoying the game. Let's go ahead and get us also my first obreros in Manola, another major milestone. Ah, Alonso is trying it again. This time though, we have the cannon.
Your island is under attack.
And he's got even less of a chance. Even though he already has ships of the line now. That was quick. Even by his standards.
Raised a settlement.
It's at this point that I can really start with my pepper and beef production, because we now have all the prerequisites for this. So I would like to start with 4 pepper farms, which is extremely expensive, by the way, and 4 beef farms as well down here. That's another 10,000, 10,000 with the money we have. And as you can see, yeah, my relics are going down. Now, this attack should be over soon, and then we can take the loot. I have my clipper here. No idea where it went. It's fleeing the scene somehow. And Harlow should not be attacking us. Jeez. Going again. Oh yeah, but that ship of the line is really powerful. Look at that.
We've taken up Bun.
It might... it almost took over my island here already. Perhaps we can take it down. Perfect. Let's have a look what Alonso dropped for me. Nothing. Nothing. Useless. Now I need to do some crappy production. I hate canned food, honestly. It's the single most crappiest thing in this game to me. These freaking kitchens, and then the cannery, and then also the bad ratio you have on them, where you always need to calculate around. I'm gonna keep it close to my electricity, even though, of course, I'm hoping for Chef Michel again. Let's have a trade union over here, so we can have the whole cannery, canned food production within that trade union. So that's the canneries, 3 of them. I hope that's enough for now. And then we have those kitchens lined up behind that, right? For those 3, we probably will need around 6 of those kitchens. Just gonna make sure that we have all of this. The warehouse in the center, it's a low volume product, so 1 warehouse should be fine for all of this. And last but not least, also the fur dealers. I think 2 will be fine for this, because they're also going to be electrified, so that's already adding a lot. And let's just see where we can squeeze them in. Perfect. However, I still need the fur. And we have this one in Oslev, so all the way up here. There's my piggies. Oh, this island has so much space.
My bowels churn
Escort
afresh,
quest. Are you kidding me? I don't have any military, Archie.
One should keep one's
Look at the
promises.
space on this map. Where does it end? All the way up here. In these forests, I would like to use my fur hunting now. Have one here, one here, one here. And we can push more here. I'm not going to build all of them just yet. Don't forget, we don't need that much, right? So at the moment... we're looking at still only a demand of 1 ton. So that means 2 of them will already meet demand. That's okay, because I really don't want to spend more money. I do have money, but it's running out. We can build a ship of the line now. And you know what? I'm doing this. I'm building a ship of the line. finally my own warships. At some point you just have to start with it. Especially since the AI is getting nasty on
No
me.
space left here.
Now, these things... Yeah, let's drop this. And let's also push a few more farmers here. I mean, we have enough workforce.
Ready for a
I would like to use Guinevere here, though, as my next trade route now. And that's gonna be now here to
Ship
here.
under attack.
And this is all about now the pepper and the beef. There you go. Next trade route intact. I hope we stay at peace with the pirate as long as possible. There's my cotton trader, already dead, right? It's like Alonso waited for me to take care of this ship.
The ship was destroyed.
He's a horrible man. And there's nothing I can do about that except building more clippers. Probably actually getting the ship of the line done here so we can escort my clipper. That would be an option. Let's go back to the new world. There was no cotton on board just yet. Now we have the cotton. I might be using my flagship. He purchased back the share. How dare you? Gonna purchase it back. How can we get over there more safely? That's my biggest question. There is no way, unfortunately. There is no way. We could, theoretically, have a harbor defense here together with a pier. That would work out. In fact, I could be really nasty here, and I think I'm gonna do this. Well, how much does me a pier cost? It's too expensive. A pier is absolutely not worth it right now. He's actually trying it again shortly after, so my trade ship wasn't even fully recovering yet.
Under attack.
And he is pushing again, and he might take it over.
Your people
He didn't
are
take it
right.
over, only the shares out of this island. That's a relief to me. So we have a temporary ceasefire. He didn't take it because he has too many islands himself already for the influence. Right.
Ship constructed.
There's my next clipper coming out. And yeah, I will need more harbor defenses, unfortunately,
Ship under attack.
by the look of it. Now, the pepper and the beef will be coming in.
Your people can't hold out
My first
much
ship of the
longer.
line will also be coming out. This is important because with that we can now then focus
Ship
more on
under
defending our islands, right? And for my main islands, we should actually do something. I'm gonna push more artisans with the resources we have. And I might also consider pushing a few more farmers. To really have a breakthrough in my balance, what you should be doing at this point is producing beer. It is very, very expensive up front, right? It's the most single expensive thing you can do early on because those breweries are darn expensive, especially on the maintenance cost, together with the hops. But once the hops is flowing, once the beer is flowing, you're gonna get a crazy amount of money out of that. So I'm gonna use it to push my balance, to restore my balance, because right now it's not looking particularly good. We can use the space here really freely. And let's also have another warehouse here. Right, and then I can actually just push it already. Let's have... How much beer do we need in Sleepy Hollow? 4 tons, that is a lot though,
This
right?
is turning
So for this we
into
will
a
need already
revolution.
6 hops plantations. There you go.
Looks like
And I'm
the
gonna
party's
push this one into my
started.
beef and pepper trade route because the clipper will be able to take that much.
Has been long overdue.
This also makes us vulnerable though, because that clipper is very important to my island now. And there's a ship of the line here. It's damaged though.
A fire broke out.
Okay, back in my city, we do lack a bit of happiness right now. That's
I
because
hope
not
no
everybody has a church,
tomorrow.
and those artisans would like to have a theater. I'm gonna provide that theater, even though I'm not the biggest fan of that, because it's taking away resources that we could use for building more houses and building the university, by the way, that we also need to queue in. And in that case, I'm gonna have the university right here in the city center. There you go. So with that, we have now room for both of these, right? And that's a major breakthrough here that we'll have then. But let's build this one first. Let's also push a few more people to artisans. The more people we have here for artisans, the better.
Ready for
Also,
order.
the first cotton is coming in.
I place
Another major
great
step
value
forward.
in keeping
Oslav
appearances.
has the fur now, right? And we have the pigs here. So Oslav is gonna be my next trade route. For this, we have starfish still ready. Tricky one, of course, that is, right? Because
Ship under attack.
there's lots of dangers in between. Let's also activate this one. And ladies and gents, we are very close now to engineers. Also, Trumpet Fish, my first ship of the line coming out.
sail.
Ship constructed.
And Sleepy Hollow continues to grow. To prepare the beer, let's build me a couple more grain farms over here. And those guys also will need then the malt houses. Since I need 4 beer at the least, I'm calculating with 3 malt houses. Because I need 4 beer, sorry. So that block here of malt houses will be fine forever. There's a charcoal kiln, let's get rid of that. Let's also get me my warehouse going here. I still have this one. Let's use also this coal deposit up there with more coal. That makes sure that we can also now delete more and more of the charcoal kilns. And I mean, that's a lot of grain we consume. Let's start with 2 malt houses and be done with it. And we can also at the same time now have my breweries. We need 4 of them, but that's it, right? Because once we have electricity, those 4 will be able to produce even more beer. Where should we have them? I'm probably just gonna squeeze them in up here, close to the end of my industry zone, so that we have the low pollution stuff once again going down up here by my city. One more thing, I would like to have this warehouse there as well. Let's start by building the first 2 breweries. That's already the 4 tons now of... Oh, sorry. We need to build all 4 of them if I want to meet demand. It's also depleting my workforce now. Right. Let's have the warehouse here. The hops should be in. Not yet.
Good and ready.
And there it is. Canned food. Fur coats are coming in. And we should also be seeing the same thing about the beer any moment now, as the beer production is in full swing. Major milestone for our city. And will you just look at my balance? 6,000 with the beer now flowing. Beautiful. That's why it's totally worth it. We are pretty low on the money side right now, so I need to wait for this to replenish, for more windows to come in. And I think at this point, we have then everything fulfilled. University, and then we can push for the engineers. At this point, it's also important to continue with the expansion. I would just flat out like to, once again, copy me one of my blocks here to make this easier. Now, one thing, keep in mind that the warehouse, the marketplace and the pub, they're going to disappear again, right, once we have higher tier population here. But for now, I also want to push my workforce. This, I think, is going to be my tourism harbor for Sleepy Hollow. It looks like an ideal location. And the cool thing is we can also use this main road then here and probably go all the way here and connect it with this main road. Or we could even go ahead and make the connection like this. So let's actually have it over here, right? That's the main road. We still have that fire station here. Getting rid of that road, we can make a bit of room. There you go. Right, with that we already have the triple road that goes then all the way here as well. So with that we have this connection, and now my city is a cycle more or less. Yeah, problematic. That's the plague that is now in my city. So for this I will need to unfortunately make up resources for a hospital, because without that we cannot do this, and it's 40 windows that this one's costing me. That's a lot. Now the university will cost me another 40 tons of windows. Have we already pushed? Oh, this one's in ruin. I'm gonna double this one, right? So we have now 2 glass makers, and I might consider a 3rd window maker. I'm doing it, so there it is. And you're missing what? You're missing the glass, but the glass is coming again. My next cannon tower in the meantime is being finished training together with my ship that is waiting, and I'd really like to push this, but we are missing the timber now. So I aborted this one, the second one, right, to build me a cannon tower faster. I think this is more important to me right now. And then we have 2 ships of the line to protect what is ours. Okay, here we also have a bunch of problems. I'm pretty sure this would have made a very good extreme series, honestly, because we are so much under pressure from certain areas, and I just wanted to rush for investors, but at this point, it's getting really hard. We got Alonso here, who is just the most hyper-aggressive AI opponent I've seen in the vanilla version of this game so far. Like, it's not even a joke, right, at this point. I'm not entirely sure the New Horizons mod is not doing anything here, but this seems like crazy. He's totally out of control. And on the other side, we got the parrot to the south. Right now we have the ceasefire, but that's gonna run out soon, and we don't have the money to keep up with that anymore. This is just crazy stuff to me, honestly. And I'm having a hard time keeping up with all of the the things right now.
Ready.
So another ship we can now push. So we have then 2 warships. This should make
Workforce shortage.
sure that we have some securing there again. Some stability at least. Also my canneries. Now, how's it looking there with 1 again? Sorry. Yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna push this one by 50 because I can't afford, nor do I want to afford another cannery. Right, so I'm absolutely not doing this. We're closing in on 10,000 people at this point. And I'm just really waiting now on the windows because then we should have everything ready. Doing the same thing for my cotton, by the way, also pushing this by 50. So I'm gonna make these
This
artisans
is
really
turning
unhappy
into
right
a
now.
revolution.
But that's what it is. Actually, I should prepare for a police station. Just in case. Ah, there's the rides already. So let's build a second police station right away. And right now, I really don't care about beauty building that much. I just want to get things under control. Because I did not expect so much resistance going for my investors. Okay, also, next, I would need a repair crane. Problem is, it's actually not that expensive. Let's have a repair crane right here in the center. Alright, finally, after some time, we have enough to get us the first engineers into Sleepy Hollow. What a momentous occasion! Only 1 more tier missing, and then we can actually push for the new vault. What a long journey. And in this case, we'll check it out if anything has changed here so far. Nope, it has not. So we still have the same demands as of the moment.
Before I draw any
So this is not the second last tier now. It's the third last tier because we have investors and then the magnets after this one. Gonna look forward to this. Now, rum would be a sensible thing to do to boost my economy. I would probably like to really work on another shipyard at this point. 1 is probably not enough anymore. The reason is that we have a trade route going right now, but for rum, I will need another one. Can we purchase a clipper?
We never sink a ship.
15,000? It's not the end of the world. Right. I'm gonna do this.
a new commission.
Gonna get the clipper all the way over here. And while the clipper is on its way...
Ship constructed.
Oh, the Arctic has been unlocked. While the clipper is on its way, I would like to open up my next
My
farm area.
name is Lady Jane Faithful.
Let's just
And
see
it is
where we
my
can go with
husband,
that. We already
John.
have a bunch of things
His
here. This is my
expedition is
farmland
lost in
anyway,
thought.
so let's go ahead and have my plantations then on that side, right?
The
And
Admiralty
for
haven't
the
done
sugar
much about
cane,
his
you
rescue.
really only need, and that's the cool
But
thing, the sugarcane
fortunately,
plantation. A whole bunch of them. Right,
I
and
have
then
gathered
some
men
wood.
and resources to conquer the ice, and to you I offer a handsome reward for
Let's actually go ahead and
bringing him
blueprint it.
home.
It's a dirt cheap production, so it's not hurting me to push as many of them as possible. Let's have another warehouse here. And behind that, we're gonna have another road because there is bauxite. We're gonna need that at some point. Right now, I would like to open up another lumberjack hut though, because we need that for the rum distilleries. Let's have it over here in the back of it. All right, that's 8 tons. How much rum do we need anyway? Now that I think about it, in Sleepy Hollow, right now it's 4 tons. That's not a lot. That's 2 rum distilleries. Might even just make 3 out of that. Let's say 4. Even that is dirt cheap, right? That is just 1 lumberjack hut. Let's make 2. I'd rather keep a surplus at all times. And that also means because they're also producing 2, we can have 2 here as well, right? And with that, all I need is now 4 distilleries. The game really doesn't like me today with the placements. Always switching it around. Probably will need another warehouse. Don't forget there is more stuff coming here then, because this is the industry zone growing in Manola right now. If it's the final one, I have no idea at this point. And let's get the fire station going here too. Now, we do have a trade route going. That's this one. It's of course not going to be enough, right? So this is my cotton. We're going to keep this one and create a new dedicated trade route. That's Manola to Sleepy Hollow. We're going to make this one from here, I think, right now. We also have the ceasefire with N that we could use. But I'd rather go through the Admiral's territory because I think it's not very likely that he declares war on us. If he does, well, then we have another problem. But in that case, let's take the rum. Let's deliver it to Sleepy Hollow and take the penguin, which is my latest clipper. Also, we have finished another clipper for this trade route here, the piggies and the fur. Get back. We have the ship of the line, and then I would like to commission another clipper right away. In the meantime, what we really should be doing is upgrade a bunch more to
You
engineers
reached a new
to
milestone.
unlock us a few more things. Also to further boost my balance. Very nice. Capital city status has also been reached now in Sleepy Hollow. And with that, we have another building material and also electricity now. Building material is the first thing we need to work on. For this, we need to have the limestone quarry
We've
somewhere
not met
else
before,
entirely.
have we?
Let's also have,
I'm
by the way,
the
another
tourist.
cannon tower
A
in
holiday
Mousemore.
maker, if you
At
will,
this point,
and I
every one of
plans
my
to
3
spend
islands
my
has at least 2 cannons
here.
or a flamethrower
You
working
notice?
for us. That's the
Such a
important thing at
quaint
this point.
place you have.
And
It
Trumpet
could be
Fish,
such a
you are
success
going
with
back,
people like me.
securing
But
my main
please
island.
expand your public mooring. It's
Nah,
a
you know what?
tad
Let's build
drab
another
for
shipyard.
tourists.
Do I care about the money? I care about the bricks. We only have 2 clay deposits. And the problem is, I'm not having any other clay on any one of my
I'll
islands.
admit, your people
There's
are
one.
willing to fight.
Should have said that. There is one. Let's build it. Holy moly.
Left your city in ruins.
This is not bad. I'm not gonna have the bricks here. But I'm gonna have the clay pit working here. And whoever is delivering the pigs should not be full on fur. And you are also gonna take the bricks back to Sleepy Hollow. Save for, let's say, a minimum of, 30 tons. So that we have something just in case of an emergency. Okay, let's repair them. No idea what happened here. Let's get a fire station going. There's the war declaration by Jean Le Fortune. Of course, he would go for a ceasefire with 90,000. I'm not going to accept this one, though. It's not necessary because we are only having 1 island. He's not going to attack this island. And we can always leave. But look at that. Look at this freaking Alonso guy. He sent 1 gunboat over to destroy my fishermen. At least my second ship of the line is out. With that, we have 2 of those buggers. And that's going to help me out. Securing, perhaps a bit more the ocean. At the very least, securing my harbor area. Let's build 2 clippers right away. We're gonna need them. As this is growing, we need to work on the new goods that we have. One of them is coffee. The good thing is that Manola offers coffee fertility as well. And even though space is rare, I would still like to go ahead and push this one here. For that, we're gonna have this road now expanding from the main harbor building all the way over here. This is gonna cost me 40 tons of timber. That's not a big issue. And with that, we have a bit more space now over here available at the other side of town, right? I could use the hacienda for all of this, but right now I'm not. Let's have a look at my coffee, because with this, we have actually everything ready already. It's a really cheap and easy production if you are up for it, I should say. And let's just have a look. I'm gonna make it so that we save a bit of space. This is not working out. They need, unfortunately, a lot of space. So I'm gonna push them now over here, just along the main road again, right? We're using a bit of space over here that we could use for the industry zone for coffee, actually. Right, because if I build the road here, it doesn't go beyond that point, right? So having coffee roasters here makes sense. They're not intervening with each other. So this way, I can save some space and make this also a bit efficient looking. As you can see, coffee plantation takes 1 minute and the coffee roaster takes 30 seconds. That means for every 1 coffee roaster we have. Of course, I'm extra careful this time around. Let's get the fire station going. And over here we have then our warehouses, and for that I'm gonna go ahead and just say now 30 seconds this one takes, so I'm gonna go ahead with 4. Look at the cost though, 10,000, right? It's an easy production, but it's super expensive. So this was 40,000 credits here now. And then we have the coffee roasters. I'm gonna have 2 here. That's another 18,000 credits we have to pay for this. Now that leads to the production of 4. That would now be enough, of course, right? So we can still push this one as well, but I think I'm safe with that. Don't forget, we have 1 ton demand right now, but that's because we barely have any engineers at the moment. Look at that, the pirate is also coming in now, saying hello to my ships that will inevitably get attacked here. So, yeah, another problem. I will need to protect my clippers. Get another clipper going, so that's my red tide clipper now. This would be now my coffee trade route.
Ceasefire has ended.
Here we're gonna make the most direct route that you can think about for the coffee. Oh, that's vice versa actually now. Alright, that's the way, and red tide it is. I'm not expecting a gunboat to do much damage, so the only real problem could be if they're working together. So what I'm also gonna do is, I'm gonna put this one full with a few weapons, so that we have the ability to protect ourselves. Yeah, that's 2 cannon towers. The bricks we're producing ourselves, so I'm just gonna go get some steel beams over for that.
Ship under attack.
Let's get this one to Manola. Actually, let's break the trade route and get this one over. Ships under attack. That's the pirate. That's the pirate. And Harlow. Flattering. Ceasefire.
Volatile, vengeful.
11,000. Thank you very much. That is really dirt cheap. Sean, how much do you want? 22,000. All right, I'm going ahead with that. It's costing me a bit, but we have a nice balance, and it's worth it because I cannot afford the pirates and Alonso at the same time working against me. In the meantime, I'm misusing, I'm abusing my ships of the line to get the building materials over to start producing our cement. That would be something. Let's just check it out. Where do we have my cement, please? I have 2, apparently. There's 1. With the mines, I can now push into concrete factory. 2, I think, would be enough since we're very close on getting electrification going. And that means that I can also double their output. Let's have 2 for now over here. And I might even push another one here. Or we're just gonna make it cleaner looking. Don't forget, we're gonna get rid of the kitchens there again at some point. This is not working out for me. Yeah, right in the center. Why not? There it is. The war declaration by Miss Hunt. Out of nowhere, we were at 50 on the happiness. There is no peace from that.
We continue.
There's also no
You
gifting
cannot
her or
appease
anything
me.
like that. I guess she was too angry that I'm working on sheep farms. And she declared war. This is gonna make things even harder for me. And I do have my 2 ships of the line here, so I'm gonna use them to protect at least this trade corridor here. But I don't know how aggressive she's going to be. Let's quickly check it out. Who is she at war with? And okay, she's at war with Alonso too. This is great for us, right? So it means that we're not alone. It's basically now 3 parties at war with each other. That's helping us out. My weapon clipper has arrived, so this is going to be great because now I can start building up a modest defense here. Yeah, I'm probably going to go ahead with 1 right away in my harbor area. I'm thinking also about having this one here secured, right? Because that would make sense, honestly. Let's not do it here.
Your city has grown more beautiful.
Let's have the weapon here. Makes more sense to me. And by the way, I should also start producing clay now here, because Manola has 4 clay deposits and we don't need them right now. So to me, it makes sense to use the massive amount of barrels I have to produce bricks, right? And we can build 4 brick factories here right away with that. This is also beautiful. I will need more people though. So I'm also, once again, gonna copy me a whole district just like that. Don't worry, you don't really see it anymore after some time that this has been copied, right? It's just depending on how you place it that makes the most sense. So I'm gonna have it here, actually as complete blueprint. There's a bit of space here we can use to make a block full, right? And that's about it. Oh, look at that. Alonso lost an island to Miss Hunt. Things are good. Repair my next products, that's the glasses and the light bulbs. I'll need a bit more coal. Lucky us, thanks to the sheep farms, we have upgraded Oslav here with more workers again. Let's just check it out. There we have a coal deposit available. And okay, Sean and Miss Hunt are at peace again. That's okay for me. It's not the end of the world. As long as she's at war with Alonso, I'm extremely happy inside. Let's get this one done. Have one here and this one too. They're dirt cheap for me at this point, and we already have the cement delivery. I'm just gonna add now the coal delivery here on this trade route as well. My trade routes are a bit safer now thanks to having 3 ships protecting this channel here. I'm gonna push those 3 ships up now a bit, as there could be constant attacks coming in any moment. Down here in Mousemoor, I have the building materials now to have 2 completely new mines, because we got the zinc and the copper here, and I would like both of them now for my empire. Zinc and a copper. We have 2 tinks here, so theoretically I could do this as well, but it wouldn't make much sense, right? I'd rather take them. They're already pushing now 2 tons per minute. I could further push this one now by 50. I think I'm just gonna do this to have it available right now. Doesn't make my workers completely unhappy, so that's fine. And then we just need the trade route here once again. It's that one. Not really. We need a new trade route. I can't help it. Every trade route makes me more vulnerable. But I can't help it. We need them. Silesia is on that new trade route. Going here to the south now again. The south is relatively calm right now. There's pirates everywhere. But the cool thing about them is, yeah, ceasefire. By the way, how long? Another hour. So we have plenty of time for this. Okay, another ship of the line. So we have 4 of them now. Those 3 are protecting that side. And this ship of the line is probably pushing to the southern island. What's important here is that my main harbor area has now a flamethrower, right? So that's going to be safe as long as we have wooden ships to deal with. That's fine. Let's check out our goods that we still need. So glasses, we don't even have 1 ton that we need. So this one here is also not producing 1 ton per minute, right? We have them over here, and they need the brass smelters. So I need to calculate with 2 brass smelters early on. I hate that because they're really expensive for what they offer me, but I still need to do this, right? So that's 2 of them. They also cause a lot of pollution. Let's upgrade the warehouse there. By the way, we have ships under attack. That was just a trader here. Getting a bit full as well in my harbor area, from what I can see. The limestone and stuff. With that, we get the brass production up, and I'm going ahead with my first spectacle factory now over there as well. This is a major milestone again. So that means, if all things are equal, only the light bulbs are missing now, and electricity.
What?
Now, Admiral Influence bonus. What I would like to do now is, would like to start with my next major building. There is one problem though now. The next major building we have is the oil harbor. And the oil harbor will be under constant attack if we don't have it in a fortified area. Now, for this, I need to have it all the way down here. It's super far away, unfortunately, from my... from the area where I actually need it. So this will cost me a lot of steel beams for no tangible reasons early on. So let's just get this going, right? I'm gonna use actually this one, right, to get this one all the way over here. Then we're probably gonna make our own road. Here I would like to have the power plant, right? So if we squeeze it in here, that would work out the best. I could also have it here. I think this would be the most efficient way of doing it. Let's actually squeeze it in over there. So for this, I need to move a bunch of my engineers. I'm gonna have my school. Oh, wait a second. We can have this road. We can have this one. And then I can have it behind my school. Shouldn't sacrifice me too much, right? And then I would like to have my... Yeah, we can make it here, because I can get rid of this block, and I can also get rid of this street here. We're gonna make this more even tighter. This one has an incident close by, so that's not possible right now. But here's the road, right? And here goes the main road down then. And we're gonna set the tracks now for this very first power plant, somewhere here along the main road, going over that bridge with an awkward bridge. There you go. The only question is for this one. Yeah. Gonna move in here again, and then we move all the way down and just look at my steel beams. We're probably out of them now. There it is. At least this connection was successful. I want to keep this as tight as possible. We can definitely reallocate all of this at some point. There you go. So this one leads all the way over here. Here we're gonna make the connection again. Here we're gonna make the connection. And here. Right, so definitely...
island is under siege.
Oh, that's always interesting. That's here. Yeah, Alonso's losing another island. Seems like he's stretched too far. Over here we can then have buildings, right? I would like to have then some buildings here. In fact, we can move 2 of them here to close off this power plant there in the center of my downtown area. Again, this goes down, and now the only thing I need is then the tracks coming from my oil. Now we can get rid of the fake road here. That was just really there for reserving it, right? And then we have this whole area here with the oil, which is exactly here, so we can get all in on them, right? Should we? Oh, we can't do it. Let's check this out. The range is just so small.
I can recognize a cruel master.
Nah, I'm not able to get all 4 of them in because there is one more missing over there. So I will just have to work with that for the moment, right? And there's the rail connection leading then out all the way down here until we're out of steel. Very good. Train fulfilled. A little bit later, the spectacles are coming in, and that only leaves me now with the light bulbs. And for this we also need the filament factory I'm gonna place here. 1 should be enough because we can also push it then with electricity soon. And let's just check this out as well. We don't even need 1 ton of light bulbs at the moment. Just a bit of coal, a bit of glass. Glass is looking absolutely fine. So ladies and gents, we are on our road now to investors. Next in line, let's unlock the oil refinery and the oil harbor. And with that, the oil production has officially begun. Last but not least, our light bulb factory and filament factories are working. Leaves me with one more thing, and that is building my oil power plant in the center of Sleepy Hollow. And with that, finally, we have reached investors and can upgrade our very first row.
You reached a new milestone.
With the age of big business. Phew, it's time to take a deep breath because now we have officially finished the vanilla setup for the New Horizons mod, and now we're getting a message here. A decisive victory for our glorious queen. Peace treaty to end the acts of piracy from the Eastern Throne against our national trade routes. Concessionary settlement regions granted as reparations. Governor takes direct control. More on page 3. Well, I have no idea what's on page 3, but the queen once again invites us to something to settle in the Far East. And that opens up now a new quest towards the New Horizons. So that's this here now. And following the signing of the Treaty of Equality, the Queen has started a concessionary settlement program in the borderlands of Horai. Sail to the region to claim your lands. We should have everything for that. I'm gonna probably use one of my ship of the lines for this one. I'm also gonna put some schnapps in it, so we get some rations out of that. Navigation we need, and crafting. Now crafting is just some timber. Our morale is already pretty full, as you can see. And with that, our glorious ship, Fitzgoblin Darcy, is starting its way to the New Horizon, to Horai. Garden of Sin? Holy cow, Alonso lost one of his islands. Look at that. That's a huge shift of power. Alonso is losing. Miss Hunt takes direct control. Okay, the route is gonna be a bit dangerous. Actually, we need to leave to the north. And there is also one ship of the line by Miss Hunt that we're taking care of here.
A ship was destroyed.
And she is going now, or my ship is actually going there, to the west. Alright. Going to the Far East means we have to go to the west in our map. And let's just check it out. There's some coffee and potatoes. Thank you very much for this. Gonna send the ship back, and my ship is leaving now. By the way, I noticed there's another island up here available. It's a pretty crappy island, considering that there's nothing that it brings new to our table. Okay, on the world map, we can see, however, that the new event is over here, towards the New Horizons. There it is, far in the east. Of course, we continue developing our town in the meantime. So I'm lacking a lot of timber constantly. I might also move that production somewhere else. The thing is also, I cannot get my potatoes done. So I think at this point, it might be safe to also start working on my docklands. For this, we have the industrial area over here. And I do have my new port over here that is probably going to be a tourism port, right? For now, I would like to move a bunch of my buildings over. So first of all, what we have is, there we have the fisheries. Makes sense to me to now get them going over here. We don't need that much fish anymore as we're constantly upgrading, of course, away from workers. So yeah, I can get rid of them. And with that, boom, we have more space available again. Next, I would like to relocate my main harbor building over here for now. The reason for that is quite simple. We have our main production island over there, right? So we can drastically speed up trade times with that. And I think even Yeah, even this one here is faster now because it goes in like that. So it makes sense to me to have this over here. However, of course, we need to fortify this. And boy, I'm going to use it with another one of my flamethrowers. This gives me now ample space over here that we can use. So first of all, I'm going to move my cannons over. Like so. Right. And then also, wait a second, my repair crane. Ah, wait a second. I'm going to have this one over here for now. Since there is the most of my traffic now going, and this gives me space that I need to start also my docklands that we have over there. And hooray, we can already build the first block of it. I would like to do this because this gives me now, first of all, another landing pier for my ships on the other side of the island, and on top of that we can now start exporting and importing things. And as always, I would like to start with something that we have in bigger volumes, right? Not something that is particularly valuable, but we need to start unlocking a bunch of resources first. Or, now that I think about it, grain is my primary concern at the moment. I might also just, yeah, you know what? Let's actually use my fish to get grain in, right? And you can say 100 tons each time, and we can just, you know, push the fish production since it's dirt cheap. It's pretty much the cheapest production you can think of in this game. And I can have another row of fishermen than just here. Perhaps I can have even more. Nah, unfortunately that's not possible. Right. And oh, our expedition requires our attention. Come on, let me squeeze that in here. What is this? There you go. There you go. It's not looking pretty. Doesn't have to look pretty right now. Let's have a look what the new mod offers. Teeth of the Mountain. A track leading over these impenetrable mountains should be a blessing. Yet your men are having doubts. Your guide, for a start, absolutely refuses to follow the path. Follow the tracks or avoid them. Let's follow them.
There'll be monsters abroad.
Your explorers find themselves surrounded. Those leading the group have their heads so buried in their maps they fail to notice they've blundered right through a village. And the villagers are oddly tall and pale with blue eyes and blonde hair. Alright, apologize. Your diplomat fails to control her nerves. She breaks down whimpering and one of your men muscles in front of her. Now listen here. Get back, your fiends. Get back or I'll cut you down. Yet pale and uncomprehending, still they come. Your brood wavers and looks as if he's seen a ghost. And we run towards the mountains. Not particularly successful. Though I have no idea if we're in the east already or just on our way towards the east.
Uncertain shores.
The Amazons, the splendid warriors, are all women. Exploring this deserted settlement, which appears to have been the scene of a revolt, seemed a good opportunity for some looting. But the crew aren't the only ones to have had the idea. As they pass the barricades of barrels, tables and chairs, they happen upon a group of warriors, with not a man among them. Indeed, the long-trousered women assume a defensive formation. Peaceful. They too share a love of exploration and discovery, though they know nothing of your language. And there we have it, a new region.
More than ever, there are challenges to be faced in this era. What the people need right now is a confident, steadfast leader. And you can help us convey that message.
Session
You
unlocked.
could make some real money trading in this volatile market. But you'd have to be careful. Don't disappoint us.
You're playing with fire. Take care you don't get burned.
You know not with whom you meddle. Leave if you value your life. Else all shall burn. We are the Firebringers.
The fire left ruins behind.
Alright, that we already have now all three protagonists, antagonists that we have, and a Dynasty in Distress New World, New Horizons
Skip
session
the small
unlocked.
talk. Too much going on today.
Attention for the Admiral.
James Goodwill, one of them. Look at the size of this map. Holy cow, there's a lot. Okay, so we're coming in from the south, so I would probably
Set
like to
sail.
really push for the south as quickly as possible in an island there. And let's also get me a clipper over with building materials. I should be the first one, right? Because the AI usually doesn't is not there before you when it comes to things like that. I'm also gonna give me, yeah, 2 cannon towers there that we can afford with that. And let's get this one to Horai,
Ceasefire has
as
ended.
is our latest region now. He's actually using this area now. Right,
What
so
have
I'm
you done?
gonna push. Oh, and the ceasefire with N is gone again. Let's try that once more. There you go.
Call that a storm. A true
Oh,
pirate.
yeah, well, actually, look at that. We might
Ship under attack.
be able to get a peace treaty out of her. Yes!
Fine.
Peace treaty with
Stay
the
out
pirates.
of
That
our
means no
way.
longer ceasefire, but peace that we have now. That could bring us a bit closer to alliance
Ship under
there
attack.
as well with her. Alright, that's that. Let's head back to Horai,
Ship under
Ship
attack.
of the line
as we are
reporting in.
discovering the first islands. Over here we have one. Our
Ship
very first
under
island.
attack.
Abandoned ruins we have. Interesting. We have a lot of new resources. Rice, ume, hemp,
As always.
mulberry and
I
bee
endure.
abundance. We also have some clay on this one. Stone deposit, that is new. Feldspar deposit, that is new. So, bunch of new things. And this looks like a very tiny island in comparison to the map. So let's just continue a bit further before I settle anywhere. I brought some timber and weapons with me, but I think we're gonna need some
Let
steel
the
beams.
sails fill.
I can throw the fish overboard, probably. Let's do this. And let's just see where there are
On our
other
way.
islands. Now, this mod has different quest lines, right? So starting business is the first one. Oh, we do get a cargo boat if we go to Goodwill. Provides you with a starting ship to get your first settlement up and running. So where is the bugger? He's right in front of
Set
us.
sail.
Oh, I'm excited. As a fiddle.
Ship of the line
And
reporting
over
in.
there, I think there's something. Omega Haven, it's called. James Goodwill. That's the first. That is his harbor. And he's a
So
trader,
what's the
right?
story?
Like Archie, for example. And he's got nothing right now.
More than ready.
Look at the details. A really beautiful island. All right, we are
The
arriving.
competitor's
For the Admiral.
island is under siege.
The Altar of Gore. Let's enter the state of war. I love Alonso's islands. He's always got the best names. Okay,
More
come
than
on,
ready.
give me that ship. He's actually giving me that ship. Yes, nice. And with that, we're now gonna explore a bit more and just
Ship
find us a
under
good,
attack.
suitable space to settle. A new one. There's soy, tea, kaolin deposits. That's new. We do have iridium. All right. Whatever you're doing with that. Oh, that's also a nice looking island. Perhaps a bit too small. We'll just see.
Is under
Alright, doesn't
attack.
take long for Miss Hunt to also enter the region. Wait, what? Miss Sleepy Hollow is under attack. Ah, yeah. It's just one of those ships again, destroying my fisheries.
Your
There's the next one, Mai Jipun.
Be cruel.
And yeah, this is Asian. So there we have the first native inhabitant.
A competitor raised a set.
And without further ado, I'm gonna claim 2 islands right away that I think are suitable. I mean, it's the first time I'm playing this mod, but we'll just see. The first one is this one. It's the central island in the middle of this map, of this very big map. And let's just see that we can settle here. We even get a new skin here. Beautiful. Kangwang. And all the way down here, my clipper has arrived, and I would like to settle on this smaller island right away. I think it's a good point here, right?
Shameless way
On our
you're
way then to
expanding
the
here is
old world
intolerable.
again. So we came from here. So those 2 islands would be my priority right now. The Admiral also settled. He's also present once again, and he's also got the
As
new
always,
skins as
I
well.
endure.
Boy, I'm excited. Let's just settle here quickly before an opponent takes this island here too. And we can then build up a smaller corridor from this in the future, right? So this would be
Awaiting
my
new horizons.
strategic go for. I could even settle on this island down here as well while we're at it, right? This would
Your people
totally
are
secure my
arriving.
corridor. She's still looking somewhere, and I think she is actually going for this island already. So let's try and beat her. and get down there. Perhaps we can manage it on time. I don't know. In the meantime, Kangwang gets
Ship
its
under
harbor
attack.
area, right? So we can now start with our very first houses here. And
No matter
I'll
where
just
one
see.
looks, there you
Admiral
are.
Wu Govai condemns your colonialist expansion. All right.
This is turning into a revolution.
Relax. I'm here on good purposes. One thing is clear.
like the
I can't see anything. There's too many trees. Okay, we got the first new buildings down here now.
Is it really surprising
That would be,
they
I guess,
long
my
for
warehouse, of course, for
change?
starters. That we should have. And this is a big, big map. We also have oil here. Iridium once again. We got kaolin, feldspar, hemp, mulberry, bee, and soy. So there's a whole bunch of things. And I guess it can't hurt to start the chopping. So just somewhere over here, I'm gonna have my first warehouse. Right? That also starts with the first
Ship under attack.
timber production.
The name Harlow lives forever.
I know, there's trouble in the old world.
Ship was destroyed.
One of my clippers by Miss Hunt. She will also suffer at some point. They all do at some point. Let's also have our very first marketplace. I'm assuming it is having the same range, right? So what I would like to do is I'm starting with my first houses now. Let's make ones with courtyards. Let's make one with some with special entrances, like this one. Right. A bit of a mixture. Then we have some higher density ones. And we'll just see where this goes from here. What kind of service buildings we're gonna need. Let's build the marketplace and the first houses.
You reached a new
Let's have this one a bit
milestone.
further over here. I think this makes a bit more sense. Could even have its own entrance. How beautiful that is. Age of Humiliation. Alright. That sounds ominous. Beautiful. And all of this is custom made, right? You really have to give them credit for this. Absolutely fantastic. This is the first tier of population that we have. The Nong Min. They have now needs. The sushi. Onigal hats. Tea. They also want to have some umeshi. A temple. And for lifestyle, we have street food, for example. There's a whole bunch of stuff with street food going on. And I can't wait for that. So with that, we have started our first settlement in this very first episode. The foundation for all the videos to come. For New Horizons, but also for the magnets. Because don't forget, we have a higher tier now. Higher than the investors even. And with that, a whole bunch of new buildings, monuments, storylines, and logistics to handle.
Your vessel shall be subject to an inspection.
Ship under attack.
Okay, so for our
Ship
next
under
need,
attack.
the sushi, we should actually be very close in on that. In that case, I can already see that we're gonna need a lot more planks. So I'm just gonna push this one, goes over here. This warehouse has just 2 rams, so that's that. Alright, we got the Nong Min workforce in now, so that's the farmers, and then we got the Gong Ren workforce, that's the workers that are working for us here. At the same time, we have arrived before Miss Hunt, as far as I can see, to settle in Pyongye, right over here. Alright, I really wonder what all these ruins are for. We can excavate them using farmers. Okay, wait a second. We do have 100 farmers in
Where one
Kangwang.
looks, there you are.
Alright, he also doesn't like me that much. What are you doing, Miss Hunt? She's like completely selling
Just say
somewhere
the
else. We
word.
also get the unifier bonus out of that. I'm not going to do anything with this island yet, though. And I'm just going to go back to that one. Where we're probably... Because I have no idea if there's a commute pier. So I'm just going to build me a second smaller town here too, right? So for this, what we actually need to do is I'm going to have my timber production here. Because we only have 20 tons of timber. And I don't want to waste that on, you know, a warehouse. So
fire
just
broke
gonna go ahead and have... Oh, this is not gonna work out. Okay, this is a very, very crappy beach area here. And we could make it so that there is actually a special road going to this shrine here. Because I'm really digging this one. I love it. Right, so it's gonna have its own path to it, and then you have these buildings left and right, and we could make it like so. So in between we do have then a canal perhaps, or something like that, right? And we can do this here once again. This one costs me 10 tons of timber, and the rest we're gonna use then on some basic workforce here once more. Do we have different skins? At the moment the option is not available. Alright, back in Kwang, in Kangwang, I can build me a few more. And I would also like to check out if we can, yes we can, push productivity. They're not going to be particularly happy about that.
Greetings.
Alright, now he wants sushi, so this is our first need that we have. Also we got the harbor area now unlocked. And we can already see something, and that's the gardens. This is going to be a massive monumental building, I think. So modular building, right? And you can then unlock more things here. Alright, so for the sushi, we got the cookhouse Oshi Sushi. This one needs a rice farm. And this one needs alga culture, so algae, and herring fish. This needs a harbor area. This one also needs a harbor area. Okay, that's 2 harbor buildings here. There are also, by the way, a bunch of new items available in here, like the beehives that we have. 36 stratagems for an economical diet of today.
The epidemic left
A gifted chopsticks. Oh, that sounds lovely. And this is reducing the needs of sushi. Alright, it's not kidding around right away. We already lack 2 fertilities. So in this case, both of them are in Dansheng. So Dansheng would probably be the better island overall. But it's a strategically not so important one. Plus we have space here for farms. So this is gonna be my farmer village. And I'm just gonna go all the way over there, connecting it with the other beach area over there. This is a great beach area, by the way. I might move it then over there, honestly. I think this makes more sense. I continue with a bit more expansion.
Are starting to get
Probably would like to go with both sides here. We could also make it like so. Right, and then we have something in the back where I have no idea yet what we're doing with that. Fire station. How's this looking? Oh, that's beautiful. You can definitely see the similarity with the basic one, right? The vanilla version. But this one is just beautiful. Nice addition, right? Built on the foundation and added its own thing. Yeah, unfortunately the old world is really crazy, so I constantly need to switch around. I'm skipping mostly, but it's hard. It's hard to ignore the old world. There's also a bunch of ruins on this island here on Dansheng, and I'm really curious what this brings. But we'll just see. For now, I'm gonna start with my rice production again. So that would be something then over here, and let's have a look at that real quick. This is now the rice fertility. We need the farmers for that. It's producing 1 per minute, so let's go ahead.
You don't know how things work around here.
Alright, James Goodwill offers me guidance.
We only make money when you
he wants me to build 4 rice farms.
Right?
So it's the same fields again. Wait a second. Let's get this one over. And of course we're gonna make it so that they're kind of like squeezed together. So they get one massive rice field. And then this one. And then probably another one here. He wants me to have 4. And since they're dirt cheap, I'm not gonna bother with that. Thinking about that, I mean, so yeah, we have them already. Road connection, yeah, with that dense forest, it's really hard to see why we don't have that connection. There you go. And with that, we got them. Look at that, beautiful. All custom made. Like, this is not just some reused assets, right? So, it's new buildings, new people. Lovely. Alright, that's that. Next in line, oops. Next in line, we need to get the algae production going. So we could probably do this here, right, with a warehouse. And then we got the alga culture, And we'll just see. I can have it like this, hopefully. Because I'm pretty sure we're gonna need a whole bunch of them, right? So this is 30 seconds each. And then I'm also gonna make it here. It should also work out. Nice. All the way down into this area again. And on the other side, we can do the herring fishery. That's this one. That's, by the way, a really fast production here. So this is 3 per minute, right? So I'm expecting not too many of these. So let's go ahead and have these 4 here, right? And with that, we have the next productions theoretically up and running. So let's get them going here and here. And the fishery. Oh, even the boats are new. Beautiful.
Another player has had their island
Oh no,
seized.
poor Alonso. Pretty sure it's him, right? Yeah. Like, she's completely wrecking Alonso. I mean, can't say I feel bad for him, right? But in that case, we're probably next. You gotta be careful there. Alright, so there we have that. And now comes the sushi. So let's have this one. Probably would like to have my own center for this again. Right, a bit of an industry zone. I mean, these islands are massive. It's just crazy. And then we have these cookhouses. Let's start with the first 4 here. I'm actually doing it now in Danjeng, right? Because it makes more sense here. You got the fertilities here for these things. Also for the umeshu, you need the ume farm and then we need sugarcane. So we need to trade this one over. Also, Kavi has been unlocked. Holy cow. That needs flour. And we got the green tea. Okay, this is at least just something that needs tea herbs. Which we have. Great. Tea herbs for the tea workshop. That I can do. And let's build our very first workshop over here. Producing now, I think it was 2, right? Yes. 2 per minute. Getting this production done now. Beautiful. In the middle of nowhere, basically. The middle of the forest. We continue with a bit of city expansion. I haven't decided yet where I should have my capital, right? Both of these islands look fantastic. I'm just gonna have a massive addition over here again. And by the way, do we have... Yes, we have new garden ornaments as well that I can use. Okay, let's go ahead and do this behind my market. Why not? We could have something. I haven't unlocked a lot yet though, right? Most things are actually still locked for higher tiers. So you can have an eroded rock. Okay, let's have this one in the center. I think this makes the most sense. We could have... Oh, nice. Something like that. We have custom pavings in front of it. And then we can use these lamps in front. Yeah, over here. Might even have, wait a second, those trees. Ginkgo tree. Okay, okay, this is a start. We haven't unlocked that much yet, but that looks nice, I think. Gonna continue with another block then over here. And then we're closing in on one of those ruins here. So this could be a mega city, honestly. Or this one, right? So we'll just see. This one offers more basic fertility. That is something we need. This one has more advanced fertility. I think this makes more sense as a capital and we just deliver the cheap stuff over. That would work out. But yet I don't know how many more mechanics we unlock than here. There's a lot of them. Look at that. There's a temple, the conical hats, even get a police station. Why not? And let's also go with some courtyard buildings again. I love that there are trees with these buildings. Different color trees as well. One more thing. Also the next production. And that's my tea. For this we need the tea herb farm. We have theoretically everything for this. Oh, these fields are huge though. Let's start with those two. And then we do have the tea workshops. that we can squeeze in right behind them. And these guys here, they're gonna process that now into tea. And oh, okay, they're slower. So I think we need one more to make it up for, but we'll just see. By the way, all of these buildings are really expensive. Like this one here is 250 on the maintenance. And with that, we're actually out of money. Out of a positive balance, I should say. So we need to continue also growing in the old world further if we want to supply all of these goods here. The tea is coming in though, so that's a basic need, right? This one. The sushi is coming in, and then we have the hats. And then we can also work on some happiness. And we even have then the street food here in the homeland. That's the one. And this is also interesting, that mechanic. And we could have then the street food and look at that. So it only has a very small radius. So you need to have smaller street food stands, right? Like this one. Just check it out. Let's get rid of this. And then we have one of them over there. Oh, okay. We need a new building material for that. Clay plaster. I don't have that yet.
Left your city
before I can build me one of these. And there's different types of them. Steamer stand, the street grill, the noodle stand, and the dessert stand. So even that you need to do. And then we have the temple on top of that.
A fire broke out.
Beautiful. All of that custom made. I can't believe it. Fantastic so far. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed one so far. Unfortunately, due to time restraints, I can't continue right now. But in the next episode, we continue then with the city here right away. Continue onwards, making a port and stuff like that. I hope you enjoyed this one. Very promising so far. Available now for you to also check out. Free. It's completely free. So check out the link in the description. Support these developers. And we continue onwards with Anno 1800 New Horizons in the next episode. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back once again to Anno 1800 New Horizons, kicking it off with Norai right away again. So we continue onwards with our Asian city. I'm very happy that you guys are showing so much interest in this game, and yeah, also don't forget to support these developers and check out the link in the description to learn more about the mod. Now what we can see right away, yes, we're already under siege. That is a ship over there, once again a gunboat. The thing is, it's attacking my blueprints, right? So yeah, nothing else that really happens here. We do have a warship though in this area. It's right now in the Admiral's Harbor because we just finished a quest, and I'm gonna bring back the rewards now. Now, way more important to me right now is to start connecting those two cities that we have. So it depends on, you know, how big the demands will be, but for now we already have the sushi now in Danjeng. So the sushi also gets over now, and we're gonna use our cargo ship that we got out of that. Look at the ships that I'm losing there right now. I will need to push a few more clippers in Sleepy Hollow now, and let's just have this one over there. I will also need to push, let's actually push 2 clippers and then the ships of the line again. We need more of them, right? In that case, I've got 4 right now. I'm really afraid a bit of Miss Hunt because Alonso is weaker and weaker now, and she's gaining the upper hand. I'm also gonna send one of my warships, this one here, also now to Horai. Gonna need more ships over there. Let's head back though and continue. The cargo ship Akikatsu is gonna do the straight route for me, and we're gonna connect now those two cities here, and I think it's gonna be a pretty big relationship. And we're gonna take the sushi 2 times most likely and get it over. There you go. Very important though, before this kicks in, I want to have a minimum stock of, let's make 5, right? So there's always some sushi available in Danjeng for these people here. Speaking about those people, now I can also move my lumberjack huts a bit further here to the back, because we have used now, we do have now enough lumber. So I'm just gonna have them over here again. Very nice. And I would like to continue now pushing more sushi out, right? We're producing 2 theoretically, so that's my production that we have over here, and this is exactly where
Set sail.
I probably should go. I might also just think about, yeah, getting them over there. By the way, there are ships for sale, like this one here, and these are custom-made ships. That's pretty cool. This only cost me 50,000 coin, and it will also have a flag of peace. So this ship is once again immune to attacks. But this is an item that's only equipped with ships with the special flag, so only with this one. Look at this. Beautiful.
On our way.
And that's one of my traders, most likely. So we're also going to send it back to Kangwang now. Over here. Alright, is there... Yeah, there's some sushi already coming in. I'm actually going to pause it for now. And we could work on the next demand that we have. That's the conical heads now. And for this, we do need now hemp. We also need bamboo. Now, what I can see is hemp needs fertility. Bamboo does not. That's pretty nice for me. So we have our tea production over there.
Left your city in ruin.
And I'm probably... I mean, I really have no idea how much space we're going to need. That island is huge though. I'm gonna have another warehouse here, so we're gonna build up a smaller agricultural district over here. And around that we're gonna have then those hemp plantations. Now, let's start with... How many do we need? 1 ton right now only. This is producing 1 ton per minute, so this should... Yeah, let's make it 4. I mean, maintenance once again is pretty expensive, right? I just hope that these people pay me enough taxes as well. There you go. Got the first 2. And with that, we are also having a linen mill. Now, we also need the next building material. That is the clay plaster. Alright. We don't have clay on this island. This is kind of like a meme at this point. There's clay down here in Pyongya. And that's it. Right? That's it. Holy cow. There's also no clay anywhere on this map. Alright, so I will also need to settle here. Unfortunately. So that's where my warship comes in. We're gonna deliver the timber to my clipper right away. I'm gonna get this one down here. Yeah, all the islands are getting settled right now. Miss Hunt also settled over here. Look at how simple her harbor looks right now. Enjoy it, because it's not gonna last. Here we continue with a bunch more buildings. Yeah, probably around that. As we need workforce and people move to those cities because there are jobs available for them. And oh, what I also can say is, you know, tea has not been unlocked because this is an island-wide unlock condition. So it needs to be fulfilled for every island, it seems. Yeah. Okay, here we got some peace and quiet again. Yeah, this is gonna be a constant battle here though. So there will always be a gunboat trying to take this one down. Also middling pushing now another village. So that's village number 3 in Pyongya that we have. And yeah, Alonso continues to lose islands. He's now at war with the Admiral as well. And probably the last minutes of Alonso at this point. Now here we do have 2 clay deposits. One is over here and one is over here. It's also the monsoon season now. Farming shut down. So I think this means that... Oh yeah, okay. Those farms are not producing anything right now. I wonder if the tractor barn would change something. Missing good weather. 30 minutes! Seriously? Okay, I wonder what you can do to counter this. That's just pretty severe. There's no work now happening at all. I can use the downtime and also the available workforce though to start excavating those ruins here. So conduct an excavation, and this takes 100 farmers, Nongmin, and takes 15 minutes. So let's begin the excavation. And yeah, I can probably just start a second one as well. There you go. And a third. Let's do this and just see what comes out of that. Now, I would also like to start working then on my distillery. With that, though, we need the sugarcane. So I have an idea. We do have sugarcane production in Manola, and holy cow,
Your city has grown more beautiful.
things are happening when I'm not here. And we do have the sugarcane production here. So we can produce a bit more sugarcane, of course. And that is something I would like to do right away. I can also push this one a bit if I like to, just to get a bit of a surplus out. It doesn't really matter that much when it comes to happiness. And we do have the clay deposits here, right? So we're producing that already here. There's another clay pit. I probably should also work on upgrading my...
What have you done?
I've done nothing. Should also probably upgrading my...
Living a joyous life.
population. Ah, the Admiral and Miss Hunter are at war with each other now. And this also brings in some nice twists once again to world politics. But back to my idea. Now we do have a trade route that we can create between Manola and Horai. And we're probably gonna go to Kangwang. This is looking very good here. So the point of how you can enter. How's it looking in the New World? Ah, very good. You can also just leave here. That's great. And in Manola, we're gonna pick up now the sugarcane. Let's say 2 times, right? Oh, and Mousemoor. This one. Like, yes, we do have the financial power for that. And we're also gonna pick up the clay. And we're gonna bring all of this over again with a ship that we have available. I would probably go with the Wild Pigeon because that is a ship that we have available. Of course, we're not gonna linger. I rather would like to continue with building me a few more blocks of houses. And then also these gorgeous marketplaces again. Let's actually have this one connected with the main roads again. What we also should do is building some harbor depots, so we can start with a, yeah, perhaps a proper harbor area. So I'm thinking about having a depot over here and a depot over here. This also pushes our tutorials, and we are also getting the seasons now. So the mod is introducing you to all the mechanics as well. Now, while we wait for the clay, I would like to go back to Sleepy Hollow because, of course, we also want to push towards the magnets, so tier 7 population. And in this case here, we still need to have a bunch of demands fulfilled. And the first thing of action I would like to do here is electrify my industry zone now, finally. We do have enough oil, so 1 power plant is not enough to deplete it. And that means we can now push the next one. And we can easily squeeze this one in right here into the center of this industry zone. Gonna have here another connection, so we can push it all the way back here. And this of course now means that all of this industry zone will produce twice as much. That also means they consume twice as much. So especially for my iron, I will need to find new ways of pushing my production. So over here we have our iron deposit, and let's go ahead and also get this one going. There are 2 in Mousemoor. Workforce is fine, that is number 1. Number 2 is over here. And then we also have a coal deposit here that I would like to use as well. Right, between Mousemoor and Sleepy Hollow. There is no dedicated trade route for this yet. I'm not expecting a high volume just yet, but probably still gonna have its own ship just for this, right? Especially since also now we have more points of docking, so it's faster for ships to dock, right? Because we have the harbor area over here now too. I will still need to push a bunch more clippers. Let's go with 3 more. And yeah, that's my next warship. We definitely... Probably gonna send this one to Horai as well with some weapons. Do we have weapons? We should have lots of weapons at this point. No, we don't. We're using them for my ships. Let's get 20 tons more. And also a full bunch of steel beams to Horai as well. Electricity is already flowing, so these furnaces are now working. that is bringing a lot of things now in this array. Also, to expand the range of the power plant, what I can do, I can upgrade those roads, right? So just dedicated ones, like this one here, so that we push its range really to the maximum, really to the last buildings over there.
I'll admit, your people are...
And here it's actually looking fine, except the kitchens.
You do what you have to protect your own.
There you go. So also affect them here now, so they're producing twice as much. Yeah, we want to accommodate though, so in this case, more pepper, as expensive as it might be, and also more beef. Like, just gonna copy me this one. It's gonna be tricky, but over here we can have 2 more, and I might even be able to squeeze in another one here. Beef farms are really cheap though. It doesn't matter if we have a slight overproduction of these.
Ship under attack.
Oh, that's my ship leaving, right? Yeah. Lucky that it survives. We also finished one of these excavations. Construct foundation.
These are interesting developments.
Okay. Can I move this one? No, I can't move it. Let's have a look what's up next. Okay, that's the first step towards reconstruction of the wonder, is to rebuild its foundation. After that, only our archaeologists and us will know the truth. And this one needs stone blocks that I don't have yet. And harvest is possible again. The dry season is upon us. There is another interesting mechanic with that. So in the monsoon, there is no production at all, right? But in the dry season, we get a bonus. We get a 50% boost in productivity. So in that case, oh, by the way, we also unlocked our first wonder here, the Royal Hall. Holy cow, that's huge. That's something we should be doing then as well. And we're producing more. That still means, though, I should have a bunch more to accommodate for the dry season, because I don't want to run out of it, right? So I'm going to have another massive rice farm here and here. They're dirt cheap anyway, and I do not want to run out of it. That's why we also want to have storages in the harbor area to have enough rice available, right, for the monsoon season then. So I'm also going to build me a smaller harbor area here, so we have a total storage of 275. Should be enough now. Now, how much sushi do we have? 35, that's okay. We can also unlock us now sushi in Kangwang. Let's continue in the meantime with some more upgrades again. We still have lots of workers, especially in the city center. These guys, I think it's the school. So in that case, the 300 farmers, we could push those guys here. And then somewhere here, like these guys, let's get rid of them and get us a school in between. Gonna move them again as well at some point. For now, I really just want to get the upgrades going for this district. We might at this point also consider an expansion into this zone. This will cost me additional wood, but we do have the space for that over here, right? So the wood cutters that we lose. So once again, for the 3rd time, I think it is, yep, we can move them. And I'm gonna move them over here now. Let's just see if we can make this one tight. I think this might be a good way of doing things. One we're gonna lose, but that's okay. Just gonna have this one up here instead. Right, and we're also gonna have another one down here. And this one disappears again, because we already have the charcoal kiln. Now, about the charcoal kiln though, we could check if we have enough coal. Of course we don't, because we have now a powered industry. So this adds up to the problem here. But it should be fine. Could actually in fact have this charcoal kiln over there. And just get me another... I mean, this is reducing efficiency quite a bit for this lumber camp, but that's okay, I'd say. Alright, so let's move this. And with that, we can have another nice new addition to my city over here. Let's move this a bit further away. And, oh, you guys are lacking a road. Let's have a tiny, smaller road here too, right? and have this one connected. I have no idea. Here, we're probably gonna do something. We need to actually keep a bit of space available for all the little things. This is then the main road that goes to my harbor area. So we got a loop going around here, right? Then into my tourism area. And then we can have a bunch more houses here lined up. And of course, also this full row. I might just go like this. Most beautiful thing, if you have lots of timber, you can instantly build a new district like so. We probably will need a fire station. Let's use the space that I have down here for another fire station, as the city incidents so far have been extremely severe. And here I'm going to go ahead with a bunch more workers, and then I'm out of timber again. Look who's coming in. The Admiral, he's seeking refuge with to damage the ships of the ship of the lines, and in this case, welcome. We continue with a bit of city development. So sorry, I'm still waiting on the clay in Asia. So in this case, I'm gonna move a bunch of things around here for now, because I want to, of course, also push towards the magnets at some point. So I'm gonna build me a second church over here now to make these people a bit happier, because that's a worker district, and worker districts usually should have a church, right? Gonna have this one over there. This is all just temporary once again, because of course all of this here will be, hopefully at some point, full of magnets. We will also need to move those engineers that I'm gonna go to make room for another big building that we're gonna need that in here. Now with the stuff that we have,
between have and
oh really, the school is lacking for you. That's a surprise. We could upgrade this district here now. They will definitely get the, so there it is, perfect. With that, I would like to have another row upgraded here.
Withstood an attack.
But indeed, we do need more wood. That's my biggest surprise right now. Okay, the bricks from Manola are coming in. So Manola is really interesting for me right now, because it provides clay and it provides the bricks for Sleepy Hollow and the clay for Asia, right? Another thing is I would like to also advance my docklands. Now it took us quite some time already, but in that case another export office, because we now have a decent chunk of sewing machine surplus as of the upgrade of the industry zone, right? And I would like to start export some more sewing machines. So I can also see we can then also import, for example, the Asian products like the tea herbs and the bamboo. I'm gonna start with importing potatoes at this point. That's 50 tons that we need. So we have a surplus of 5 tons per minute. That leads to 100 tons of surplus per cycle. And in that case, because, you know, the docklands are only coming in every 20 minutes, save a couple of minutes for the trading itself. But since volume is rather low, it's not problematic. Potatoes or schnapps? Wait a second, because I think we can import schnapps directly. Yes, let's go ahead with the schnapps directly. I would like to do this instead. We consume 16 tons. That's 320 tons. So that's a bit harder actually to achieve already. 320 tons. It's pretty close. Let's make it 400 tons of schnapps that we import. We're full on schnapps, and that means that I can get rid of this whole production here. That's amazing. I love it when the docklands kick in, and this is potentially a new district that we can now expand our city to. And poof, once again, another zone ready for action. Unfortunately, we, as always, lack the right amount of timber. And there it is, the wild pigeon, docking at the port of Kangwang, our capital at this point. Bringing the juices of the New World, sugarcane and clay. Now we need to start with some new productions. So over here we have the oil. That's going to be interesting how we get the oil with train. We'll just see. And a bit further over here, we have a bit more denser forest. So let's get me a warehouse going. And then we start with the bamboo forestry. This one's producing bamboo every 30 seconds, so 2 times per minute. The clay plaster has only 1 ton per minute capacity. Let's start with having 2 of these, right? Because definitely want to have a surplus of that. And a quick one, as it's a building material. Beautiful houses, really. Has its own little wall around it. And from here on, we do have the clay, and then we just need the clay plaster factory. It's this one. And for this, we need to really start a proper industry zone now in Kangwang. In my opinion, it should be close to a port, a potential one. So down here, we do have the space for that. There are my log powders, but we can get rid of them quickly. There you go. And with that, I could start now. There's the main road going over here. And from here continues the main road then to the port, right? So this is going to be a triple road again. At some point fully developed, of course. But for now, we start with that. And then I can have my first warehouse somewhere here. Just by the potential port harbor then at some point. And start with our clay plasters. And I think we're going to go ahead with 4 of them right away. They're actually really cheap, and I want that production kicking in quickly. The other one that we can now start with that is then the conical heads over here, because we got also the bamboo forestry now, and we have then the construction material of the clay plaster. We can also start with the flour import, what I can see right now. So we should start with getting this one from Sleepy Hollow to Horai over here. And that's gonna be the flour. I can see that this whole thing is getting really complex at some point. We have the flour surplus. We have crustacea ready. I just would like to check again where in the old world it's leaving. Oh, look at that. All right. All right. Not... this is really crazy, honestly. Look at that. I cannot go up here because there's Alonso. I cannot go here because there's Miss Hunt. The Admiral, but Miss Hunt is on the way. This is one crazy trade route we have to do here. So I need to check quickly this island here. Where is it looking to? Because that's the most important thing. Okay, it's hidden, kind of like. So my ships should not enter the harbor area. Destruction quest, we get a very good item out of that.
Brave. Very brave.
Abuse of privilege. Okay, so it's a patrol once again. It's something that we can definitely think about. Let's get my ships down here. We do have some warships. And by the way, I would like to build me another one.
On our way.
Okay, so the trade route goes then like this. I think this would make the most sense. And there's not a lot of enemy ships. Certainly no harbor area. So I'm gonna make it like so. It's still gonna be one crazy trade route. And I hope that we get a white flag or something. Speaking about the white flag, you know what? It's only flour at the moment. Let's abandon Crustacea and take Yashiro, the ship that we got. Right? Because this one has a white flag. And it's only 2 slots that we're using here. Ideal. Very good.
Just say the word.
Ship under attack.
Let's get the flour back. Someone's gonna miss them. I continue with my next production, and that is the Umesho distillery. So the sugarcane is coming in. We don't have the ume yet, and I don't have ume in Kangwang fertility, so I do need to produce it here too in my farmland over here. Right, so this is all gonna be one massive farmland at some point. Let's get us another warehouse in, and probably also safe to have, yeah, buy stations. I'm gonna have this one a bit further away though from the whole thing, and let's have the next fields ready for cracking. I don't think I'm gonna need this road. And we're producing 1 per minute. This is not a lot, so I'm gonna need a bunch of these fields lining up then here. Let's just see. 144 fields. Oh, beautiful color. Ah, these dense forests. Crazy, I can't see a thing. These are huge fields, by the way. And as always, we need to have a surplus production here, because there is the dry season and the monsoon season. I'm gonna have another 2 then here also piling up. And with that, we have the next industries set up. Or the next farms, actually. And with that, we have this production now. By the way, I should put this one on my sushi trader. So I'm most likely going to use the ume then and process that in the capital. Alright. Over here, I would like to have my next production then set up right away. And that's the hemp production that we're gonna need. Once again, this only needs farmers to fully function. So this would be ideal for Danjeng. And Danjeng, however, does require more people as a result of this. So I'm gonna push more in these rows here. And here we can also go ahead with another road, keep this a bit symmetrical. And then I probably would like to have these rows there again. There are some ornaments that would fit this nicely, I think, so I'm gonna use them. And keep the same setup like this, right? And then we can have another temple on the other side. Temple. I mean, it's a marketplace. And a beautiful one. And once again, I'm gonna build more than what I need right now. Because of the seasonal mechanic, right? So they're producing now... Oh, actually they have a nice production. 40 seconds, a bit of an odd number. But here we go. Have posters on the sides. And the little walls. So these are the next fields, the next agricultural area that we have. And, oh, harbor attack. I don't see this. By the way, Miss Hunt also has this boat with the white flag on it. So it's all fair and square. Once again, we will also need to set up the hemp delivery with our cargo ship. This leads me to 2 more productions we can finish now. Let's have another warehouse up here then. Gonna push this a bit further. And the first one are the distilleries. How much of that do we need right now? Umesho, 3 tons. So that's actually quite a lot. So 2 of them can already be finalized. Oh, they're very thin. I think we can squeeze in some 3 here already. And 2 of them I'm gonna finish. So that's the farmers. Product number 3, I think it is. And then we start with the hats, because also now the hemp will be coming in. And that is also something over here. By the way, there's a kaolin deposit. Let's stay a bit clear of that, because I don't know what stuff. I think we just need to build a mine right on top of it, so I don't need to reserve any space. And we're just gonna go ahead and start with the linen mill that leads then into the hat maker. That's a very quick production here. So I think let's have another warehouse here. And then I could start with...
Ship under attack.
Okay, that's the hat maker. So I'm gonna have my mills, and then I'm gonna have my hat makers. Let's actually have them on the other side here. To keep this expandable. Because I don't know how many industrial buildings we're gonna need. It's only 1 ton that we need right now. So 1, 1, 1. And this production is also finished now. Lovely. So we are waiting for the resources. In the meantime, I can continue with expanding my city now. And we have another road here. And we have the road then here. And there's a temple potential one. So I'm gonna also have then a road here. We could make a road. Okay, this is a huge surprise. Alonso just destroyed one of my ships. Barely alive, so I'm gonna take him on. How can he still have resources, right? He's been at war with Miss Hunt forever now.
Attention for the
We're gonna
Admiral.
push my Fitzgoblin Darcy. I just love these names. And Fitzgoblin Darcy's taking care of this one.
I'm confident it's ready to go.
Come on, we can do this.
Set sail.
Gonna get right in the way. It's really fast, right? For being so damaged.
On our way.
And I would also like to have a look at the loot. The Potentially massive. Yes, this is a good loot. Ironworks and foundries. This would be great for Sleepy Hollow. Or we can also sell it, but the money's nickel eligible. Let's get into the harbor area. And speaking about that, we had a quest, right? I need to check this out quickly as well.
Ship under
That's the ship.
attack.
Those are my 3 ships. So I have no idea how we can get this one, honestly. It's a frigate. It's really fast. And we have ships of the line, the slowest
Fire
versions.
is out of control.
So I'm just gonna push like a pair of them in either direction.
Ship
And hope that we
under
can
attack.
kind of like catch it.
Attention for the Admiral.
And let's finish this district since we have the timber. I'm wasting a lot of timber really. And there it is. Conical hats, the tea, and the sushi are in then. And the umeshi is also coming in at this point. We can also have now our very first temple. So this is a service building that we're gonna need for the happiness bonus. And let's have a look at this. I'm probably gonna have it like so towards this road here. Right, but I'm not entirely sure. Oh yeah, okay. Probably also will need a back entrance, and then we can have some decorations around that. Beautiful.
My basket is flowing over.
Can we actually walk into it? Unfortunately not. Would have been nice, but we can look inside. Let's add some decorations. We have the lots of different new flowers. Silver grass. Something like this. I might even want to have that here. On both sides. And then we're gonna have rhododendrons around that. Here and here, here. And on the other side. And then also these statues there again. Stone lamp or stone pillar. Let's go with the stone pillar this time. On both sides. Even though I can see that we have another lion statue there. So. But it's still fine. And in that case, a beautiful new addition to my city. This provides a happiness boost. And on top of everything else, we are now satisfied. So I can go ahead and upgrade my people to level 2 all the way. Beautiful. And of course I'm gonna do this. It's costing me also some clay plaster. So let's start with the first ones here along the main road.
You reached a new milestone.
And with that, Age of Restoration is upon us, tier 2. Holy moly, beautiful. And this is now developing into a proper town. Look at that.
Filling little task.
Okay, this is pretty cool. There is another ship for sale with
Agreed.
the white flag on it. Flag of peace. And yeah, we could use that ship also to purchase that.
Ship
Look at how
under
many
attack.
wares there are in, like 850. But these are things that I have no use at the moment. Like a jade sculpture. So these are exclusive goods, perhaps for a quest or something like that. By the looks
Ship
of it.
under
Also,
attack.
lots of new items that are coming with this mod. Like the Imperial Book Collection, food and drinks. I haven't seen this one yet. Affects all the hoorays as food and drink productions by 40%, for example. What do we have here? Trade Union for the ceramic workshop. I don't even have the ceramic workshop yet. But in this case, it would provide jewelry on top of everything else. Animal husbandry. There is something for my people directly. So they have reduced roast duck consumption. Now with that ship, I could try to... Oh, look at this. Also there is in Omega Haven new symbols appearing. So it seems like we need to... Oh, okay. We need to deliver resources here. Like, for example, this one here accepts the following goods. Drugs. And if we... I don't know. Do we have drugs? It doesn't state that here, unfortunately, so no idea what that means. I know that there's still a third trader that are missing on the map right now, so we should use my white flagship to continue exploration, right? So we have lots of stuff still to explore because this map is gigantic, to say the least. let's use it to make a waypoint all around the map, like this, to explore more of it. And we'll just see what happens, what we explore still. I think the pirates of Perforance are also still missing, so we'll just see. More people would like to upgrade, so I'm gonna do this. Oh, even though it's really expensive on the brick side. So those 3. And let's make another one here, right? Oh, look at that. They're also adjusting. So this one went into transformed into a corner building now. And oh my gosh, there's so many details with these buildings. Fantastic job overall. You can just look at that. They even have a little courtyard there. Can we at least go into that one? Okay, so I can snuck my way around here. Okay, I can enter.
Ship under attack.
This I cannot enter, unfortunately. Hello, Santa Claus. He's everywhere. And yes, we can enter here. This is nice. Poor kid seems to be trapped. Off he goes again. And I think there's something else. There are those parts again, right? And we should, yes, we're able also once again to use them for transportation. Gorgeous. I really love the architecture here. And this goes into a deep forest. You don't want to go down there because you don't know what's lurking there. But this is a nice sight, honestly. This is beautiful. Right, we cannot just linger in beauty. I would also like to continue with my wonders. And for this we need cement and the stone blocks. Now, the stone blocks is something that I can theoretically go for now. But since this is probably the worst possible island I could have picked for my capital, there is no stone on it either, right? So there's nothing that I need really so far. But I still hope that the advanced materials are going to be useful for us in the future. So stone, once again, we need to get on another island, Danjeng once again. And there we have it now, the quarry, right? This requires then a stone deposit. Yeah, Pyongye will also have 1. I would need though these bricks, so we need to produce way more of them. And by the way, the Gongren is not the last, right? Because there's still the industrial tab now coming up. And on the industrial tab, we have something like a foreign trading company. Okay, connects traders from all over the world. Sounds interesting. And what I can also see is that we are already at our limits again for production. So for example, my tea needs to be raised again. And for that, we have our tea herb farm over there producing 150 tons, 150% right now. So tea herb is actually maximized. Let's build me another 2, I think. And I'm also gonna go ahead and build me another one of these blocks there. Let's make it 2 blocks again. And there's also a new building for that, and that's the crop warehouse. Increases the storage capacity of Horace's crops. So this is a special building that we have just for the crops because, you know, in the monsoon, in the dry season right now, we have a production bonus, and in monsoon, production halts. And we want to have a stockpile, of course. Right now, I'm still using my depots here to get that stockpile going. And even the depots have their own custom assets. Very nice. We can also upgrade our harbor building to tier 2. There you go. We can upgrade it more, but we need more population for that. And with this, we also push more storage now, in this case. Okay. Yeah, constant stuff going on here. What is that? Okay, seriously, what is that? That is a royal convoy. Sink the ship to obtain drugs. Oh, I see. Okay. So this is what we did need to deliver then to the warehouse. That is really interesting. But it's full of royal ships, right? That we would need to destroy for this. Okay, so we need more ships. And by the way, let's also have a look at Sleepy Hollow again because we've neglected it for a while. Having more investors over here. And then also having more people upgraded from artisans.
Your city has grown
and also
beautiful.
Over here. And farmers. Because we have way too many farmers anyway right now. So I should also push more. Getting really complex now. So with Asia and Sleepy Hollow alone, I'm already fully loaded with work. I'm also going to start a clay production now in Pyongyang because it's not enough clay coming over from the New World. And I'm already having a clipper fully working on that. So I'm gonna push more because we also need the clay in the new world for the brick production, right? So I do need to have my dedicated production here too. This is producing only 2 tons as well, so it's not gonna change that much. And do we have... I don't think we have an available ship. The one that I'm using for exploration, of course, that is something. He doesn't sell me more ships right now. There's my clipper, the scallop. So you're gonna do that job and connect now Pyongye with the capital Gangwon. And we're gonna take here now the clay. And then, you know, something else. I have no idea yet. And we probably should also sort this one into groups now, because it's getting a bit complex with all the things happening, right? So we do have, for example, here now a new group that we can create, and that's then Horai, of course. Right, so that we kind of like sort this out. And I would like to also move these ones here that are connected with Horai at some point to get this over. That would be lovely. And this one makes it a bit easier. Yeah, getting quite populated now too. And my ship continues with its exploration. All the way here in the far north now. There's more Alonso. Since clippers do feel a bit outdated at some point, we should work towards a... We should work towards the next line. And for this we need the steam motors going. I'm really low on my balance though, so that might be something. Brass should be fine, honestly. Yes, we have twice as much as what we need. We also got the steel. So there's really nothing that, yeah, prevents us from building this now and start producing the steam motors right away. Except, of course, my balance. But that's how it goes. Yeah, I was not able to do that with Anne Harlow because that ship was just way too fast for my ships. So nothing here possible. Lost another clipper. That's also the reason why I want to push my cargo ships. We need to maximize though the reach. And for this... I will need to move a couple of things around again. So I'm going to make a road here. And I'm going to squeeze in my mold houses loosely wherever they have electricity. Because those two are already fine. Okay, Alonso is taking this area here back. I can't allow that. So he's harassing my ships. Let's go in. By the way, we have a lot of money. I could purchase a share here again. 200,000! Whoa, this exploded too quickly. The Admiral is unusable. Okay, we could purchase this one. It has a nice balance. The problem is Alonso is on a losing path, right? So we could lose the share value here. I'm still going ahead with that though, because it brings me in money that I need. And we're already at war with him anyway, so I don't care about reputation loss. Then we have this area, right? And then I'm moving this one over. I don't need them anyway. And this should be enough. There you go. Yeah. To build me my very first steam motor assembly line. In that case, this is producing then the steam motors that we need for our cargo ships. And we're gonna need a whole bunch of them, because there's gonna be lots of trading between the new region and Sleepy Hollow. So this is what we absolutely will need to focus here. Also gonna upgrade my warehouse to get this done. And how's my oil looking, by the way? We're losing. Of course, we're losing. We're using 2 power plants with only 1 refinery. It's bound to happen. Even if we have upgraded this, I can still use this last one, but I need to build my own, just 1 refinery just for this one, right? It seems like a waste. I mean, it is a waste. And honestly, we cannot even afford it anyway, right? We don't have the money for it now. That is though something that we can reserve for the future. And there is then the train coming out here. Connecting here, right? Just in case. But that's something we're gonna need. Now you're threatening me, now that I cannot afford it, really? And Harlow? That is just extremely weak on your side. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. I don't have any ships available anymore. The only thing I can do, because I really don't want to go to war with her, I'm selling that. That is just a huge loss. No, I'm not selling that share. I don't have any other shares, right? No. So we're gonna decline this one. She will declare war on us again. That means we're at war with the pirate again. And I'm just hoping that ceasefire is cheap. Yes, 12,000.
Call that
Okay,
a
so we have the
storm.
ceasefire, but we lost the peace status and we lost
Ship
all
under
reputation with her.
attack.
That was just extremely bad timing, honestly. Just in that moment where I purchased the share and built the
Ship
motor
under
assembly
attack.
line, I was out of money, right? And now she declares war on us. Yeah, it happens,
Ship under
unfortunately. I will really need to look a bit more at Sleepy Hollow.
Ship
Since we're
under
playing on the
attack.
hardest settings, I forget that sometimes. Things are a bit in disarray, right? Lots of explosions,
under
riots
attack.
and stuff like that. But I also want to focus on the new content. So yeah, we've done quite a bit. I'm waiting for cement now to come in, right? That is the next trade route. Then the stone, and then we can finish a wonder foundation. That is adding us a bit. And of course, yeah, then we could also look at some of the new production chains that we have here for my population. Monsoon season. It's raining now all day, every day. And we continue in the next episode of Anno 1800 New Horizon. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed this one. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back once again to Anno 1800 New Horizons 2 monsoon season. Not really the best of seasons to enjoy the game. It's raining all the time. So for now I would actually like to jump right away to Sleepy Hollow again because it's sunny. It's always sunny in Sleepy Hollow. That's the great thing about this town. This town though has a problem and it
city
is
has grown more
full of
beautiful.
ruins, full of fire, full of riots. Things are not looking that great over here. And I would also like to focus on my next industries anyway, also because we are still on our road here to magnets, right? We're still on our road to the tier 6, the next one or the last one that we want to push. For this, well, we do need some new productions. And for this new production, I'm lucky that in Mouse Moor we have the grape fertility because that's really what I need for my champagne to grow. So let's start with that right away and have us a new wares here. By the way, we do have the pepper and the beef. In that case, of course, once we find Chef Michel, we can get rid of that. Problem though is Chef Michel is darn expensive and I don't have that money at all. It will even be difficult for me to get my champagne production going now that I realize that, because one vineyard is already 8,000 coin. Let's check out how much champagne we need. 1 ton only. That's not bad, right? So one champagne cellar boosted by electricity will already produce 4 tons. That means also I only need 2 vineyards to get the basic consumption going right now, the basic demand for Sleepy Hollow. So I would like to start my 2 here. And by the way, we could push them with the tractor, but I'm pretty confident that we don't need to do that. So I'm just gonna have those fields right over here. 128 is quite a bit. And we're gonna build them right away, and it's more than what the game tells you, right? It's 10,000 actually, because it doesn't count in the fields. That is just really cheeky, right? I don't know. There you go. Now we can push them with the silo then. It's probably something that I'm gonna do rather quickly. And then I can have another vineyard here and another vineyard here, keeping a bit of space for additional silos then overall. We should... And we have a trade rod, but it's full. This one. I will actually need another... Oh, wait a second. This one has the zinc, the copper. This one has the room. Mouse more. I don't want to use more ships right now because we don't have the piers. And every ship adds more to the risk of losing them, thus disrupting my supply. Let's build another ship of the line. I have 1 more clipper. Let's build 2 ships of the line again. We do have a lot of them at this point. My warships are costing me 2,000. Which is still something I can afford. The thing that I really cannot afford though right now is my next harbor building, and that is the steamship yard. 90,000 credits this one costs me, and rolling this one will be a major achievement, right? Once we have this going. I can have then this road here going all the way over here, so this is my harbor road more or less that we have here, as this harbor is expanding. And looking at that harbor, my sewing machines are not fully utilized with the schnapps, right? So we're importing way too much of that. Let's go ahead and build me another export office. I can have 1 more, and that's it. Just with the rest of my coin, in fact. And let's use sewing machines for another import because I want to push this one. We could go for pigs at this point. I do have the schnapps. I don't have a proper amount of grain coming in right now. So this would be my next line. And I'm going to say 100, right? So in total, we are getting 160 tons out. That is just basically my production surplus right now. And with that, we have 458 grain flooding us. And we do have a total demand of 10. So 200. That's not a lot, right? And we are already meeting demand for sausages, for bread, and for soap by quite a bit. So this one here I could get rid of. That is another nice milestone. I don't need these mold houses here. Boosting them with electricity is all the things you need to do, really. 133 timber. It's just looking really bad over here. Let's have me another fire station. And I also absolutely want to upgrade more farmers. These guys here especially. And probably also here along the river. And then we're out of timber again.
Is under siege.
1,600. That's about it. Oh, nice. I like that. Admiral and Miss Hunt fighting over dominance. Leaving us with the monsoon season. Leaving us at peace in my... Now, Kangwang, we still have the production rolling, right? Yes, we still have that rolling. Umeshu is a bit of a problem here. So that's the sugar cane. We actually need quite a bit of that, honestly. Let's build the next distillery. 15,000, really. These are basic productions. They're very expensive. Yeah, let's continue with the expansion of my city here. So I'm probably just gonna have a bunch of more blocks over here. It doesn't cost you to build anything, these houses, luckily, because that is entirely possible. Let's have the main road here going to the temple. So I definitely want to make this a bit nice looking. Right, so we're gonna have also a bit of space here, a bit of space here. There's a lot of more ornaments in this game that just look fantastic. Yeah, let's also copy this whole block here with the marketplace again, because we're pushing for another district now, right? It's this one up here. And it makes the most sense. This one, unfortunately, is not possible because there's another ruin again. The ruin is ruining everything. Let's have it over here. This is not looking in line, though. So that's a tricky one. Let's have a main road here and just make a custom block. As you can see, I'm not able to fully finish one row of houses here. So I might as well just go with these rows. Right, so these are less density houses. And they have their own entrances on either side. So we can also add then these cute little stone pillars to them. We're gonna have them on both sides. So we're just gonna take this one and copy to the other side because I'm way too lazy to do this again. And there you go. This is the double road leading in, right? So we want to structure this one into a true mega city because I think we're going for it at this point with that one. It's just a lot of stuff that you can build here. And yeah, with that we have another row of buildings possible here. And then I could also just push another one of these now. The main problem I see right now is finances. These islands here in Asia, they're not paying me any taxes, right? So for the city that we have already, it's 1,100 on the taxes, right? That is ridiculously small. Right now, my expenses are way higher. So the production buildings is like twice as much. The production buildings for this town. That's crazy, right? It's continuing with the other ones as well. So especially here Danjeng, 2,600. Once again, we're paying more. So I'm not expecting to make profit out of my New Horizon buildings or New Horizon cities. So yeah, Sleepy Hollow has to pay for everything. And that's also explaining why we're continuously going down on my balance here. So it's more important than ever to continue with the upgrades. And oh yeah, also repair, of course. And another thing, we haven't unlocked the bank yet. I will need that soon. I could also start pushing some roads, even though of course that is purely for cosmetics mostly, except for my power plant. So it really is important for the power plant though. And I'm probably just gonna have another upgrade here for these guys. It's also nice to see that there is airships chasing each other over my city. What in the name? Let's continue with Kangwang, another temple over here. I would like, actually, let's make the connection this time with the road on its back. And then there's the gardens anyway, right? So I think this makes sense. Let's get rid of this road here. So we do have a nice garden that comes in here. And over here is the entrance then once again to this temple. Actually, let's keep the road here because I want to have the reach maximized, of course. Get this one done.
Left buildings abandoned.
Now, remember that ship that I sent out to explore? Well, it's found the Perforians. There is this new base now over here. And that looks quite well armed, to say the least. And yeah, these guys right now are passive. They're gonna activate though at some point because there's also invasions happening, and we'll just see how that works. I cannot interact with the building sims. I can only say that these buildings look fantastic. Once again, custom made. Haven't seen them yet. Nothing is happening though when I click on them. So I guess there is something happening at some point. Raksa Garba, it's called. And yeah, we'll just see. Heavily armed, so that's gonna be quite the challenge to take this out. Also these really cool fireball mortars. Look at that. Fantastic. And these probably do a lot of damage, I think. Alright, that next step will be quite expensive, and that's the quarry finally. 30,000 this one costs, and it produces those 6 stone blocks per minute. Where is my deposit? It is, oh, it's a mine. It's a mountainside. It's here, and it requires farms. So that's great for us, because, yeah, we are not missing those right now. Let's build it.
Fire left ruins behind.
Oh, sorry, it's workers actually. Oh yeah, it's 100 workers. Gongren. We had 100 as a baseline available. So in this case, there you go. Producing now stone blocks. And a lot of them. And once again, this is something that my trade route can absolutely take care of. This one here. We have still plenty of slots available as far as I can see. Now where is it though? There it is. Construction material. Now with the right amount of building materials, we can go ahead and continue with our upgrades, especially here in the city center of Sleepy Hollow. And at this point, it doesn't really look like a city center, right? It's just, I mean, metropolis status, that's all nice. But there's so many gaps here, especially with that waterfall. And I would like to also use this a bit more efficiently. So we continue with the expansion. There's a bit of an overlap here, but as I said, it's fine because we're gonna get rid of the marketplace and the pub again at some point, and for now it's just gonna be that, right? So we have the church here. Let's actually keep a bit of a space behind the church to have a smaller park, and then we can just have another block of houses right next to it, like so. Now we want to make sure that we really maximize the reach of everything that investors get. Oh, look at that. Caviar crackers. There's a new need.
The epidemic.
All right. So there is a new addition here that I haven't seen yet. So we want to maximize the reach of service buildings, right? And we still haven't unlocked the bank. That's just crazy to me. So we need to upgrade more people to engineers especially. The main problem is that I was rushing to investors and kind of like skipped a lot of engineer milestones. And that leads to me not having a lot of engineers. So I continue with, yeah, as many of them as possible here.
Your people are
at least until I'm out of timber. So that's that. These we can get rid of soon, right? So once I have upgraded all of them over here. And since we have a lot of bricks, I would like to continue also with upgrading my road systems, because that just in general increases the range of all service buildings. And with that, we can also really reach everybody. Now, this is a really nice location here, and I would like to keep this available here. Also, that area here, right? So that's gonna be some monuments. There could be something here. We'll just see what we squeeze in. Finally, also we have enough money again. Let's continue with getting a steam shipyard finally going, and there is something, a bulk freighter. This is new and was created for long distance transports of enormous quantities of goods. And look at that, it doesn't cost me that much more. And it has... Okay, it has only 3 cargo slots. A cargo ship has 8 cargo slots. But each cargo ship can... No, I can't see that here. What is this? That's a strange ship. It costs me more too. And it has less capacity. Alright, I'm gonna build me a normal one. Another thing is my working conditions. We can really tone it down now, especially those that cause me a lot of unhappiness. The beer is a -2. The coal we have, steel beams I don't need to have anymore, so this is a huge plus we get again, and I can also get rid of the bricks. The thing is, we are already doubling our production now with the electricity. Let's just get my brick factories also in my industry zone, right? It's already a bit tight here, I realize, but it's gonna be worth it. I do have a lot of soap production buildings over there that I potentially will never need, because I'm not expecting to do anything with them. There's the other one. So they're already getting boosted now anyway, right? This whole thing looks super nasty right now, so I will need to tackle this one. But at least they're getting electricity. The next oil refinery, so with that we have now 2, and we are using all the 4 oil fields. It's still not going to be enough, but it's a start. Also in Kangwang, finally back to Asia, we have stone blocks now coming in. It's quite a lot of them, so 37 tons are coming in with 1 haul. And in that case, that we get from... Wait a second, there's my ship with the weapons. We should also unload this. There you go. Because I definitely do want to have my protection going. Oh, look at that. This also costs me stone now and the clear plaster. I like it. I like that they're using the building materials of Asia, just like in the New World, for example. Now, with that out of the way, we should have now the stone coming in. And the cement is not there yet. I would also like to continue with my next production chain, that is kimonos, kimono tailoring. And in this case, it's quite complex. It has a lot of products that we need to fulfill, and it also has 2 farms in it, the mulberry farm and the hemp cultivation, the hemp farm. Now, hemp we're already producing, mulberry we're not, and we have mulberry fertility in Pyongyang, and I would like to use this to produce it here. Now, of course, it's not going to be easy. As always, we're under attack, but that's just once again one of those tiny ships that I have nothing to do with yet. Or I can't do anything with it. Let's just say it how it is. Now, in Pyongyang, we do have the workforce. And I would like, on this massive island, like all islands are massive in New Horizon. I love this. And somewhere over here, I would really like to do it on the edge, though. Yeah, there's a beach. So beaches are always a bit tricky. Especially since the production is rather slow on this one. I think we're gonna need a few, right? So let's just start here, somewhere in the middle of nowhere. And we do need 116 fields. A fertilizer silo could be used for this. And with that, let's just check this one out. I mean, I can also go for another layout, right? I'm always using the same layouts. There are some better ones available. Let's just get us a depot. Let's get us 2 depots in here, together with a fire station. It's really a bit hard to see, right, with all the trees. Let's just have a block here. A block that has a connection with a road. And then we do have these plantations right and left. And we can then place those fields, right? So I think we can actually squeeze in a bunch of them here. Since, yeah, the requirement is not too steep, field-wise. Mulberry fields. And also here. And then let's just make this one completed. There you go. Right, so with that we already have a bunch of them. I could have, yeah, I can have a trade unit here too and still affect all of them. That would be lovely too, of course. Let's just check it out how many kimonos we do need in Kangwang actually. 0. So it's below 1 ton right now. That is fine. That is absolutely fine. And these mulberries we're producing now with 4 tons already. So this is way more than what we need. Their production upkeep is fine. Let's just have a look at them. Gorgeous. I don't think I have to say this every time, right? Because this game is just gorgeous and the mod just enhances that further. Lovely. And what we do now is, of course, we're just gonna attach it to my existing trade rod with the clay. And Pyongyang also has its mulberries now. Somewhere all the way down here it should be. I'm not... Oh, wait a second. How much is the processing worth? Because that might still be worth it to make it here. Nah, alright. That's the silk fabric weavery. So this already needs the tier 2 population. And it also needs a lot of construction material. So I'm gonna wait on that a bit further. There's the safflower farm. That does not require fertility, right? No, it does not. I guess we do need to have another farming block. Probably a bit further down here. So I'm just gonna copy this one. Right, and we're just gonna have this one here. Then that's 45 seconds, so you don't need a lot of them. And yes, this is just a farm with fields. Right, without fertility requirement.
4 bushels? I wouldn't like to...
Safflower farms. There you go. Yeah, we do need a bit more wood, so I'm gonna wait on that. And once we finish that, so I'm also gonna attach this one, of course, to my trade routes here. So there's the silkworm, and then we have the pigments that are being produced with that. Still the clipper that we have, so at some point we're just gonna replace it with a cargo ship. But that's out of the way in my industry zone in Kangwang. Let's continue with my kimono production now, and that is we need the silk fabric. We already have the linen mills over there, so we're gonna need way more of these here, right? For starters, one more should be fine, but I'm gonna need another full row here then as well. For all of this to fully function. That's 30 seconds we have, and then I just need the silk fabric weaver. Oh, this is a big one. All right, produces 2 per minute. And also costs me quite a bit. Also 300 on the upkeep. Once again, this continues to be super expensive for me. And let's just have this one. Probably would like to have this a bit more central. And yeah, probably somewhere over here or here. Or here. This looks better. It's in my Weaver district already. Beautiful. Look at that. It looks like a temple actually. But when you look closely, you can see the production. Might keep a bit of a distance there, so it doesn't look so cramped. And then we have the kimono tailor, and this one needs a bit more of my gongrens. And there it is, right? Let's build it actually already, because we have done everything in store for it. And we should, though, yes, be able to upgrade more. So I would like to continue with that right here in the center, pushing my tier 2 population now.
You reached a new milestone.
And also we've reached colony status. Also have some here along the main roads all the way down here, and then we're out of clay plaster again. Oh, do get a quest. Administrator, my family has practiced medicine for generations, and yet I've been wondering, could Western and Eastern medicine be combined? First, I'd like to see what a Western hospital is really like. And a delivery quest. We do get a sun-drying rack out of this. Tea herb farm production increase.
So be it.
Okay, a photo of a hospital. We do have one.
Ceasefire has ended.
And there it is. Where is it again? Dropped me off in the middle of nowhere. Okay, now we need to deliver 25 tons of medicine. What? Within 30 minutes?
One of our sayings is,
where do I get medicine from?
For a willing
I don't know this. Load a ship with the requested amount of goods. He doesn't say where this is. I have a feeling that we're gonna get medicine from these convoys. The problem is it's way too many ships here. So I don't have the firepower for this.
I want to be a spearhead, not a...
There are drugs or other valuables on board. Alright, I need to continue though with my city, and for this I would like to reorganize this one here. So we're now in the middle of the artisan, engineer and investor district, right? And in this case we can remodel this one here, as we don't need the marketplace and the pub anymore, so I can safely delete both of them. By the way, I have also looked up the magnets now. The magnet tab is available, but there's also no medicine production here. So yeah, perhaps we find it at some point. Perhaps the scholars can provide it. But so far, no luck. The school is over here. We also don't need that anymore. I mean, down here, theoretically, we still have a bunch of them. So let's actually move the school over for now. just so we have it a bit closer. And then we have the variety theater. This is actually something that you still need to have somewhere in the area, somewhere over here, right? So I'm most likely going to push it over here. I'm just going to get rid of these farmers there, so I can move my artisans a bit further away. And then we have this theater now here at the main road directly. And with that, we hope even more space that I can use. For the bank, I've also used my modded building again, the Cathedral of Commerce. I just love this one. Let's place it right here. This improves the happiness now of engineers and investors alike, and it also pushes my balance dramatically. Also, the reach is big enough to affect the whole downtown area, right? And with that, we can also now continue with another road here and move with these guys again a bit further over. So we can have a little row here of decoration then as well. Behind that, it looks a bit nasty, so I think I could still squeeze in a building like this one here. Alright, down here, I would like to go ahead and have my members club then. And this one, we can place somewhere here in the center, I'd say. Just see. I'm gonna push these a bit further away. Let's have them over here. There you go. And with that, we still have plenty of space available over here for something else then. And also, this is something we can move a bit further away now, since investors don't go to ride that often, or they're less likely to ride against me. They're already pretty rich, so they're happy about that. They're way too fat to go to the streets. With the remaining of my materials, I'm just gonna have a few more upgrades. We have way too many artisans right now. This leads to a consumption overdose for products that I don't want to produce that often anymore. Now, the city continues. Look at that. I love it. I love how the elevation here helps this building to make it even taller. With this landmark of commerce that we have. And of course, also the centerpiece for the magnets then around it. In Kangwang, we continue with the expansion of another district over here. And also, yeah, we can have more upgrades, right? And as you can see, it's monsoon season once more. Finally, also, we can finish the Wonder Foundation. The first step towards this reconstruction. We have the cement, we have the stone blocks, we have plenty of gong ren. We need 200 for 15 minutes. Do we have a warehouse close by? I think we're gonna need a warehouse for this excavation. There it is. And we have another one over here.
These are interesting
And we should have had... No, let's finish this one there too, right? We can have two at the same time. It of course depletes a lot of my workforce, but only for 15 minutes, right? Let's have it here together with another depot, so that we have then those two, one here and one here. I think this would look lovely, whatever they're gonna be. All right, next in line, I have purchased a few more of these fuzos because I would like to try something.
Just say the
Can
word.
we not? So wait a second. Get that flag over. Equipped in ships with special flag. Doesn't really state what it is.
Awaiting new horizons.
Okay, we cannot equip it unfortunately in my clipper. Right? This is an item slot, but I think it's a special item slot for these ships alone,
New
right? So we
orders.
cannot purchase them for cheap flag of pieces. That would be, yeah, flags of peace, so in this case that's not gonna work out.
So,
There's a bit of a
what
queue
do you
already
want?
forming in Kangwang, so we will need to
Attention
expand
for
that
the
harbor
Admiral.
area at some point. Just a slight teaser, there's more and more wonders unlocking. So we have the Royal Hall now, and then we have the Pleasure Pavilion. That looks pretty epic. Look at that. That's a huge monument that we can build at some point. Not at the moment though. While we're at it, let's have a look. The Admiral would probably like to go to trade with us. He's really strong.
Despite my privilege, I'm not so
I think he's gonna demand quite a lot of money, right? 130,000? Nah, let's not do this. That's not worth it. Kimonos are coming in, and with that, we also get some additional coin from my tier 2 population, the Gong Ren. So perhaps they pay a bit more now. 1,700 it is in total. That's still not enough. There's a bunch of other service buildings that we can add now. The first one is the hospital. We should probably do this before anything happens. There's the fire station, and just behind that I have a bit of space available, so I could have a smaller hospital right here. And once again, lovely having their own custom assets. We can, by the way, also pave the roads now, and even they have their own asset. It does cost me stone, and since we have a lot of stone, it might be worth it to also now upgrade the main road at least. Yeah, doesn't cost me that much. All the way up here, and then also here. Towards that temple, perhaps. Ah, this looks proper.
A competitor raised a settlement.
There are also walls like these that we can use to separate districts, for example. In this case here, for example, to also separate my industry zone from my city, right? So we have this major road here that kind of like goes then into this area. So there's then also my kaolin deposit. Where is it? Okay, that's just in the old world. Should I actually have something close by? Gonna build me 2 more ships.
Such petty structures.
And we continue though, because I don't care about these fishermen that we just lose right now. I'm gonna delete this one.
Ship under attack.
Right, and then you can have these walls, and they look lovely.
A fire broke out. Is under attack.
Like that one. Wait a second. We do need to have a gate. Can you have... That's the inner gate. That's the outer gate. There it is. Looks pretty cool.
The fire left ruins behind.
And this also goes then all the way here to the main road. And then all the way here along this road. So that we kind of like separate our industry zone from the city. Right, and then of course, to make this look even better, we should probably upgrade the road here. Going into the industry zone. It's just stone, really. I like that it's stone and not clay plaster, because clay plaster is way harder to produce. Stone is just easy, right? Stone is no big deal. I could have this one as a normal road there, in fact, right? That just has then these special entrances. That would make a bit more sense to me. And then we could use here, once again, some of these beautiful new ornaments that we have. Maple trees.
Soon they'll have nothing left.
Very colorful.
Good.
And probably we continue then here. Wait a second, with something more proper. These.
Your harbor is
so that we have this one road there, and on the other side we could have the new flower beds that the mod also provides. There's lots of ornaments, really. Silver grass. How does it look? Haven't used it yet.
Your harbor is under attack. A fire broke out.
So yeah, we can use them everywhere to beautify our village. The game even, I mean, it's great, right? Let's delete this building there, because the game just offers you so many... Petroseka should not be my one. So the mod offers you so many things that you can add in here as smaller courtyards, for example. We have these really cool looking shrines or stone lamps, stone pillar over here. Upgrade this road as well that leads to it. And around that we do have then different type of bushes, like this one. At this point we can also finish our very first monument. So let's just check this one out. Finish the face. And with that we have a wonder foundation. So there's nothing coming out of this per se, but we have now, I think, the foundation where we can place a wonder den, right? And we can do it like that. So we have this massive thing, for example, cost me 250,000 credits. Holy moly. It will give me a huge production bonus on the whole island of 50% for everything that is related to minerals, mining, and it gives me a unique buff to my trading post and piers. The Will of Steel, it's called. So there's a takeover lockdown. I think it makes it unable for the AI to take over this island then. And it consumes weapons though. So that's something. We also have over here the Pleasure Pavilion. This one consumes Kodos that I don't have yet as well. And it affects a whole bunch of other things. Yeah, there it is. It's really expensive though, so I'm gonna wait on that. Just a tiny bit. Alright, pirates. That's just nasty. We need to do this as quickly as possible because otherwise a lot of ships are getting under attack. And... oh no, she doesn't like that. She doesn't like that. Peace treaty.
How wonderful. Fine. We'll top.
8,000.
I don't need telling enough, sir.
Okay, while we're at it, I would also like to look at this new production. We have the caviar crackers. So in this case here, that can only be produced in the old world. So it's a production building that we need to have here. However, part of the products are made, of course, in Asia. And it's getting a bit interesting here because I think this one, this one can only, the pepper can only be produced in Asia. So let's just go for this. There it is. And the pepper, though, we can only construct in the old world, right? Whereas with the flour is only old world, the production building is only old world, and the caviar is new, is Horai, right? So it's really mixed. It's not like these two here work for the caviar cracker, and this one is in the old world. No, it's like this is here, this is there, this is here, this is there. Strange thing. Now, in this case here, it's the pepper. We don't have pepper in Kangwang. I think we need to go for my...
constructed.
Okay, really? Please don't tell me this is true. None of my islands has it, right? Nope, we don't have the pepper. It's here. It's on this unsettled island. So I need to settle a new island, in fact. Let's take one of my locals. I think we don't have any... no, we don't have any additional ships available. How's it looking, by the way, with my cargo ships? Ah, okay, very close. 1 minute, the last minute for my first cargo ship construction. Neptune's gift we could also send over. We do have enough money at this point to look for some items like white flags and stuff like that. I will have to tackle this one soon. Let's take 50, let's take 100 tons of weapons with us with some steel beams, just so that we get some things over there like defenses and stuff like that. Yeah, let's go with 150 tons and get this to Horai. Tricky one though it is, right? Because
Awaiting new horizons.
they're going this way, so I need to go through enemy territory for this. Like Miss Hunt is totally blocking Horai for me.
Stations.
Yeah, I will need to make a convoy here. That means that I'm gonna take this ship. It's being protected by 2 of my mega ships, my big ships, and we probably will just go through right here. Looks like the best bet that I have, because there is no harbor defenses here, which is really strange, right? But this island of Miss Hunt is actually completely undefended, save for the harbor area, so there's nothing here. She stretched herself with new islands. I'm gonna move all the way here. We can also finally finish the next monument foundation. With that we have 2, right? And we have 2 buildable monuments right now, so I'm gonna leave it with those 2. Let's get rid of the depot there again, and I'm just gonna make it so that we have a proper entrance for this one. So here it is, and then there might be also something here just around that market that we have with special entrance over there, right? And while we're at it, let's also upgrade all these roads here, because stone blocks are really cheap to make and we have plenty of them available. Plus it looks so much nicer. Upgrade wise, no upgrades available right now. We still need more hats. The thing is, I'm producing a surplus of that, but it's not there. We do have enough. Oh, we don't have enough bamboo. That's right. Bamboo is still very cheap to produce, so we need to get this cracking. 2 we have, 3 we have actually already. Let's make a 4th one. And another one here, just so we have this one. And also, by the way, here it might be worth it now to build me these new crop warehouses, right? This one, I would like to do this just here by the farms. So these are special warehouses now. They have their own interface, right? And they just house now all the different crops that we have. 150 tons in addition. That's really neat, especially since we have a huge surplus production, like here, for example, with my hemp cultivation now, but also with my tea cultivation on the other side over here. And I'm probably going to push this a bit further because you really, really want to have a surplus the bigger your city gets, right? This is a nice, interesting mechanic, I think. So you need to think a bit in advance here for the seasons to get the right amount of surplus. And honey, there it is. Okay, soy and rice is the last one. And there's the pepper. Speaking about pepper, we should have arrived. There it is. And we can now settle on the next island. Shengjing, it's called. I'm a bit, you know, confused about what setting we are playing in. Some of you have been pointing out this is definitely Japan. And I would like to go, yeah, and say yes. But the names are Chinese sometimes, I think. So, so I'm not an expert, of course. So you guys certainly know more than I do. For this, we do need to have another small village again. Let's actually have some smaller, a nicer tree here, right? A nice alley of trees in the center of it. So we got this alley there, and then here we're probably gonna have a crossing or so. It's not gonna be a particularly large village that we are doing here. So I just would like to have some basic things. And then another marketplace somewhere here. Can look cute though, with its entrance, right? And then we probably just have one road around that, so that we have everything set up. And then I'm gonna have here. This might not be the best location for it. We need some basic workforce. I don't know at the moment if there's a commute pier, so we'll just see. Gets its own timber production, and with that, the foundation of a new settlement has started, a farmer village. There's not a lot of space on this island. That's a change. And yeah, we're gonna have our pepper here. That's the rare thing, really. It's the only pepper island that I've found, except this one here, which is also super tiny. So this one is bigger, for sure. And yeah, this one doesn't have it. This one doesn't have it. Nope, 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 nope. So it seems to be a strange fertility. And we'll just see how much of the pepper we are going to need. So far, so good. I hope you enjoyed this one still. I love it. Complexity goes up now. We are gonna push now the crackers for the magnets in the next episode, and probably also build our very first trading company.
Bullseye.
That's also a new mechanic. Looking forward to this. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back once again to Anno 1800. How very good of you join and stick around to hooray to our Kwangwang, our capital that we're building right now. In that case, we have a new building that I would like to add now, and I probably would like to have it a bit central, right? It doesn't need to be on the main road, just close to it. And since it's really a massive building, I'm going to move a whole block of population away to build me a bathhouse, a public service that is required by my Gongren. This will push my population further, unfortunately not my tax income. It's a lovely big building once again, and oh no, what again? I can't place this one central. The meme continues. What I can do is though, I can see that we have a huge wall on the back of it, right? So here's the back. So it's safe for me to place it somewhere like so. There you go. Beautiful. Because in that case, this is just a wall, right? So we could have some smaller ornaments here to hide the fact that it's not central in here. By the way, let's add some more decorations over there. And I would like to use the new... Wow, there's so many things. Something smaller, some bushes. We could also... Nah, another wall doesn't really fit in. There's the entrance, so let's have a nice entrance area here. Right, and then we can have some decorations like a dragon, a Neko statue. Oh, that's Buddha statue. These are all new now. A dragon statue. Alright, I think this fits more to a bathhouse. Let's go ahead and get this one in. And also some trees, like here and here. Oh, these are beautiful. That's a nice entrance here. And also something smaller than perhaps here. Or should we have two of them? Let's have two of them. And then we have some flowers here. There you go. This is a nice addition. What a beautiful building, really. Holy cow. Details once again. And with that, yeah, our Kangwang has a new nice signature building. It's actually the tallest one so far. Looks pretty interesting. What's also interesting is that these markets have different skins, right? So since we have now tier 2 population, I can push this one into a city market. There you go. It's taller now than before. That's also neat, I think. And let's also have the road here upgraded. Next in line, we have Shenzhen again over here, or Shenzhen. And in this case, this is my island for my crackers, right? That we want to produce for the magnets. There it is, the caviar crackers. And what I can see is that we can actually make the full Horai production on this island, right? So I don't need to fiddle around with other islands. So let's just check it out how much caviar we do need. I'm expecting below 1 ton at this point. It's 1 ton, all right. That's more than I thought. And the production is 30 seconds, right? So this one's also 30 seconds and this one's actually 20 seconds. So one of them can supply 2 of the caviar. A bit more, a bit less than that. Let's just go ahead and build me, let's build me 1 for now. 10,000 though, holy cow. All right, let's build a second one. Expensive, right? To get the fish going. And then I need the pepper farm, and we're probably gonna do this. Ooh, there's lots of minerals here. What do we have? Kaolin, iridium 2 times. Let's actually make it so that we can secure this for us, right? So I'm just gonna make a nice one here, and then like going over here. And then we also have this kaolin deposit. I do have a lot of kaolin though, so we'll just see if we really need that. And then we can actually have another... I would like to have a warehouse then here somewhere. And around that we have the pepper. Yeah, it's a tiny island. There's not much space. And I think it's the primary production building anyway, right? So let's just jump us in a few of these pepper farms. They're producing 2 per minute, so that's a lot. That's more than I expected. And there's a stone deposit over there. This is rare though, right? So this stone deposit I definitely want to reserve for myself. So let's just get this one over and use the pepper here along the way, right? So, because I really want to use all the stone. Pretty sure we're gonna need a lot of it. And I haven't found that many stone deposits yet. What is that? Iridium. I can safely ignore that. Okay, so this is once again. Don't forget though, we need to adjust the season. So I would like to have a surplus for it. Because there's gonna be a whole full half hour where we're not producing anything. So these should be fine. Construction cost once again is pretty high, 5,000 each. Let's get them going to get me the pepper.
Better doing this by hand.
Alright, that's a pretty high production. The only other thing we now need is the cookhouse caviar. So I could have this a bit closer perhaps to my hub area.
Returned from its voyage.
So probably somewhere here. No, wait a second. Here we already have our farm. So let's do it a bit further over here. I think my village could extend all the way up to this point here. So I would like to start with some basic production then over here together with a fire station. Right, and then we can have our first caviar, and oh yeah, you can have a lot of them. They're not big or anything. So those 3 right? We have those 2 herring fish already. So let's also build all 3 of them. 40,000. But we're close to 1 million at this point, so it's okay. Workforce is fine. And get us this next production chain going. Recipe book, what is that? Oh, okay. Caviar, soy sauce, and oshi sushi. Can have a bunch of these in those cookhouses. Now, with that out of the way, we only now need a trade route. And yeah, this is a tricky one, right? Because we have Miss Hunt on the way. So I'm considering using my warships here to secure me this corridor. This could be very, very tedious for us, but it's something I need to do right now. Also here, there was quite the destruction.
Set sail.
Some weapons. Yeah, nothing important. We probably just destroyed a clipper here. Let's get those ships over. We do have a cargo ship available for this trade route. And it's a trade route where I need to think about scaling, right? Because it's for my investors and my magnets. So I'm pretty sure we're going to need a lot of these products at some point. That we need to calculate and or count in. And let's make it here. Because this is the safest trade route because there's no harbor defense here, right? Makes the most sense for me. Strategically, this one has a harbor area, and Alonso, of course. So that's not something I would like to do. Deception, you can do it. And we're gonna take the pepper. Yeah, let's say 3 times. And then also my caviar. 3 times. We have 8 slots on them.
Constructed.
That's new. There were 6 before. And with that, we have the trade route rolling. And yeah, my ships protected. By the way, lots of cargo ships coming out now. And also our oil tanker, which I prepare already for the future. And let's make it so that these guys here patrol, right? They're also going to be on passive defense. So they're really just attacking whatever they see. And they're starting here and going then over here. Making sure that this corridor is ours. Propaganda-wise, some of you have been asking what I'm using there. I'm using, of course, my consumption reduction. I'm using my income, though we don't need that anymore, really. I still like to go ahead with this, right? And I'm gonna go with some passive defense there, happiness that comes out of it usually by itself. So I'm not relying on the happiness, though. We have not the happiest population, but it's investors primarily. And the reason for this is that's probably, yeah, we're lacking some goods here. So penny file things, a bit of chocolate,
raised a settlement.
and then lifestyle needs. Yeah, this is my next thing that we need to do right away as well, and that is starting my aluminium production. The reason for this is, of course, we do need to start with a postal service as well to make my investors happier, and I think then also the magnets. And let's just have a look at that. I think we should be able to do everything here already. Yeah, the bricks were just now taken out. Yeah, just took out my bricks. No problem. Let's build another one and take me one of my bauxite deposits. Yeah, this one. And this one's producing then, yeah, 6 tons of that per minute. That's probably my convoy, right? It's not.
Just say the word.
You're getting attacked by who, where, what? By this one. Oh, that one can fire. It's a chunk. She built it. Let's have a look. Can I purchase them too? Oh, I can build. I can take one. That's a frigate. That's its own special ship. Oh, I see. And there's another mechanic kicking in now. That's 120,000. That's expensive though.
Agreed.
And it has a pirate flag. That means I can attack any kind of ship I want with it without penalty and without having to be at war with him. That's pretty important. I think this is the mechanic we need to take care of the convoys. Because I cannot attack the convoys right now with my ships. We need those ships. Those flags especially. He's not selling anything else. I do have my trade ship here because I wanted to have a look at the items that we get out of this. And there's these are all new, right? Most of them are new. Loving that with their own bonuses. This is pretty cool. Affects the raise food and drink production. It's super expensive. Residency. Ooh, Umeshu consumption reduction. I would like to go ahead with this because this is really hard to keep up and the consumption is super high. A bit more workforce. Alright. Gonna take those 2 for starters. Haven't found that many better items yet. And yeah, we could also work on our first town hall building then. Of course, it's also its own skin. And let's just check it out where I would like to have it. Probably then also, we could have it here on the main road really. Affecting, yeah, it would not be super efficient. I could have it over here somewhere. That would work. So let's get rid of those 2. It's just farmers.
Ceasefire has ended.
And have us a little town hall in it. Like that one. Looking once again towards the main road then. Right. And you could have then a side road here. And here. Just so that it gets around it. Costs me 0 influence for the first one. Oh yeah. Digging those buildings. Holy cow, what a nice job.
A competitor's island is under siege.
I love it that every time I'm in first person mode, he tells me that a ship is under attack or an island is under siege. It's like, it's a meme at this point, right? It happens every single time.
Simple logistics.
Beautiful. Alright. With that out of the way, we can now use items as well. My ship should have arrived already with it. And I can now go ahead and use them. Umesho jar. And also my importance of hard labor, treaties, Horace, residence, workforce increase. For both of them. Right, by 10%. Yeah, the next one cost me also still 0 influence. Let's upgrade a bunch more buildings here, especially in the town center. Back in the new world, we can now build our bauxite mine. Very important step. And let's make sure that no one takes out any bricks right now. Clay is fine. The bricks are not fine. And once again, like every time really, I'm gonna have my heavy industry for Manola here. It just makes the most sense to me. We have the oil refineries here. They're already causing a lot of pollution. So there's no other logical choice really for it. And right here somewhere, I'm gonna start then with my aluminum production. We still need the charcoal kiln and the aluminum smelter. We can have a whole bunch of them. So I'm just gonna have me, I think, a full block here. Yeah, let's start with the first 2 and the fire station. And the only other thing I still need is, of course, some coal.
A competitor's island withstood an attack.
And that would be this one with the 30 seconds production. Gonna have one here and one here. There you go. And with that, we got the aluminum finally in production. I'm excited to say that we can also produce ships in Hooray. So let's go ahead.
Has had their island seized.
And also have us a shipyard, probably a bit further at the edge of my harbor.
Another player has had their island seized.
Oh, the Admiral has taken over an island from Miss Hunt. That makes me extremely happy. And there we have them now. The 3 ships that we have available, right? The Lorca, the Chunk, and the Pinas. And we're gonna need them in numbers. I think this one is the... Oh, those are both military ships. So the weapons we need here. And then also a sales production. I don't think we have a sales production on this island, on this map. So this is something I will need to import. Yeah. No problem. We have enough cargo ships to create yet another route. And this one is Sleepy Hollow once again to Hooray. And we're gonna say take sales. And should we do 2 times? No, that's too much, right? Let's just go ahead with this. Let's also take weapons, yes. As we do need a constant supply of that. Take one of my numerous cargo ships and start the trade route. In that case, this is a trade route that we can easily once again then also expand, right? Whatever we're going to need then in the future. Weapons and the sales are coming over though, and the weapons, since we have a trade route with export now for the weapons, I definitely would like to limit them to a certain amount. And let's actually make it a pretty high number. Let's say 150 tons that we have available, right? Because don't want to drop below that in case I need to build more ships of my own. Now, that was just extremely quick. The caviar and the fish or the pepper is already in by deception. That was really fast, faster than I expected. So we can actually go ahead with the caviar cracker kitchen now. What a nice name. And I want to boost this, of course, because then we can produce 4 tons of that. My total demand right now is 1 ton, so one of them is already enough to meet demand. And of course, I'm going to place it where we can have a second one potentially. Is that here? That is here. That would be ideal. The electricity flows. So in that case, let's build us the first caviar kitchen.
Watch your fingers, lads.
To fulfill us the demand that my investors have in addition now, right? This one. The others we can easily manage ourselves. One of them we already have in, the grapes. Let's check it out. For the champagne, we also need just 1 champagne, so we can already finish this one now too. That's over here, and with that we can also produce potentially 4, not potentially, but right away 4 tons of champagne. And you know what, let's have this a bit closer to the city itself, because it is non-pollution, and it would be fine over here. I don't like the look of this block, so we'll need to tackle this one as well at some point. Let's have the first champagne cellar though.
Epidemic left buildings abandoned.
Here. Definitely have another road then over there. And probably a wall or something like that then here. But champagne is flowing. The crackers are flowing, so that's 2 more products that we can fulfill now, leaving me with only the cigars and the steam carriages. Alright, let's also have a look at the upgrades again. So of course we want to grow. Let's have more. Still 1,000 farmers I have. That's a lot. Push the upgrades especially here. Over here. Then probably also a bunch more here. Here. And this district, that was actually the first district, is the most underdeveloped one so far. But I don't want to see any farmers anymore close by. And then I just push more engineers primarily. Here and here. Yeah, and then we're out of it anyway.
I will feast upon this.
He really wants to take over this island here. He can't do it by force, Alonso, because he's at war with everyone at this point. So he's trying it the financial way. And of course he's gonna lose. Let's also... Oh, wait a second. Here I wanted to have a silo, right? Get us a few more grapes going. Isn't this beautiful? There's the Lantern Festival going on right now. And not only does it look amazing visually, but also it gives me a bonus of a 50% productivity to food and drink production and increases the island's attractiveness. Now, about the oil fields here, I would like to go ahead now and finally also start with that, because we need way more electricity in our capital. The good thing about these oil fields is, well, actually it's not really cool, because I cannot once again for the life of me get all of them in, right? It's like the game makes it on purpose like this. So let's have the first one here, and then I can have the second one like here, right? So with this we cover the whole fields here, and I would like to start with this one. That's a maximum amount of it. I might even consider using this one for that oil refinery, otherwise the trains might get overloaded. And then, well, basically you have this one coming out of here and this one coming out of here, right? And then we just push this one over. Let's hope that this works. It does work. We will need to have one crossing at least somewhere here, and I'm probably let's have it beside the road, just here, and then I'm just pushing it beside the road all the way. Look how many steel beams we need to pay for this monstrosity, for this one giant straight line all the way into this area, where there's going to be, of course, an oil harbor in the protected area too. That's important, because oil harbors are very big targets for the AI usually to push. number 1. And with that, we also have now the oil fields. I still need a few more bricks. Do we have bricks?
Cargo boat
I don't have any more bricks available. So we need to wait for my brick factories to push them out more. I could push them by 50%. I'm not doing it though, because I think that's already too much oil anyway. And with that, we can also create our oil trade route now that goes Sleepy Hollow to Manola. Very happy that we did this. It's always a bit of a hassle in the beginning. Flying Dodo is gonna do the job. And he's now transporting more oil to Sleepy Hollow so we can power the industry zone further. And even have, I think, 2 to 3 additional power lines or power factories and oil power plants working for us. Now in Kangwang, we have fulfilled quite a bit. Oh, come on. Every time. Oh, look at that. She's really pushing up on her chunks. Alright. I do have my ships here.
for the Admiral.
Let's push them over. They don't look like very strong ships overall, right? But I still would not like to send this one in alone here. That wouldn't be good. And by the way, we should have our... Yeah, there it is. Weapons and sails are in, so I can also now start with my own ships. Exceptionally fast gunboat. An old and traditional style of ship found in Horai was sturdy. It's hardly up to modern standards, the chunk. So let's go with the Pinas. Let's start with 2 here. Start having our own dedicated warships then in the region to protect it. I like that the AI uses the ships as well, the new ones. Now, it's a pretty complex production chain, but all of this we can do in Kangwon, and also Flour is already coming in with a trade route, right? So it makes the most sense for me to have it here. And for this we need a bunch of things. So first of all is the soy farm. I would like to have this, once again, my farming area. We have this already over here, so I'm just gonna make a little cut, right? So we can still add some more farms. I can still also upgrade those farms with the silo, so that is always available to us. Though I haven't figured out yet where we have fertilizers in Kangwang, so that's something I will still need to check out. And with that we have the soy farm. Let's have it on that side here too. They're producing, oh, 2 tons per minute. That's lovely, because I'm not expecting that we... Oh, actually, we do need a lot of it. 2 tons already. So I can safely say that it will probably push to 6 tons at some point. So that means I definitely will need at least 3 soy farms. So let's have them over here. You know what? Let's make 4 soy farms so we have a nice surplus, because workforce is really not an issue. 168 fields. Come on. They don't need to be that big every time, right? That's a lot of fields. Yeah. Okay, so that's those. Let's build all of them. They're actually cheap by comparison standards. Only 10,000 each. Right, with the monsoon right now, they're not working anyway. Then we have the dock farm. Yeah, this is as expected, something like a lumber camp. Let's have this one at the outer edges of my capital. Somewhere here. And let's just see how we can make this work. Okay, 4 of them, massive size. That's not gonna be so easy. Massive size. I mean, come on. Okay, that's those 4. They're producing... Okay, at least they're producing 2 per minute. So I don't need to waste that much space on them. Yeah. That's a size I haven't seen yet. I mean, that's a huge field. Okay, let's also put this one adjacent to this one. And then another one here. Lovely, so I can squeeze in one more here. Here, here, and... Oh god. Last one does not work. Okay, it works like this. By the way, can we boost them? Yes, there is a silo attached to this. Very good. So let's keep a bit of a space in between, like this one. And then here, I will probably... Yeah, build it here. I mean, this doesn't look very clean, so let's try to make it up here. This is better, because then we can add another silo here too. Once we get the fertilizers cracking. Let's actually build, yeah, 3 of them. Dry season is upon us once again. So we got 3 here, 3 here. Then I need the beekeepers. It's also 2 per minute. That's great stuff. Yeah,
Ceasefire
over there
has
we have the fields for bees, I guess.
Ship under
All the way
attack.
up here. I mean, this island is crazy, right? They're, I think, yeah, they're custom-made islands because they look so different. They have distinctive features like this whole area here. I haven't seen that yet. And then we have the beekeepers, and I need 3 of them again. Do they have fields? They have fields. Oh no. Okay. And it's also 5 fields, which is a lot. So they're looking like that, right? And then we have another one here and here. Could even have another one here and another one here. Why not? Just in case we need more honey. This is gonna push 1. That's another 10, yeah, 7,000 for each. There you go. Now let's head back to the industry zone over here. The industry zone, by the way, is growing and growing. So I'm going to push now my lumber camps a bit further away. Also, it's not required to have that many lumber camps anymore, I think, since, yeah, construction shifts towards the clay plaster more.
As always, I endure.
Get the sawmills over, and with that we have more space here now that I would like to use now. And we have the cookhouse soy sauce. That is, yeah, 3 of them. I mean, let's have 2. Right, and then we have the kitchen for the roast duck. That's really expensive. And this is also, once again, calculated with 3 as a maximum. Oh, what? Okay, so that's 6 tons now. Unboosted, by the way. Let's also build 2. And let's upgrade this warehouse here as well. Okay, that was a really big production. But it should be working now with everything attached to it. I think we are gonna need more flowers though, right? So more flour in general. So we have our transport. It's, yeah, it's just still a Lorca, right? Let's add Devil May Care to this one now. And he's gonna just push more flour than overall. We should have lots of flour. We have none. Interesting. So we're exporting already flour. Let's get my windmills. We have them over here. And let's push more. Might even electrify them at some point. And yeah, we don't need the grain farms here anymore, theoretically. Still gonna keep them around. At least for the moment. Bread is full. By the way, I see we should probably also have a bit more storage. I could use my docklands for this to add me, because that's 100 tons every time we do something here. Nasty building. Nasty location. This one's totally in the way. But it's electrified. I would like to use this electrified still. No export office possible, but I can blueprint. I cannot even blueprint the export office, unfortunately. I can squeeze in a loading wharf. I can...
Under attack.
Yeah. I would like to do it like so we can still squeeze in an export office here, right? Makes the most sense to me. And this way we can also have a block of depots here. Let's do it like that. That's 100 tons, 200 tons of additional storage for this island. And we should be able to, yeah, upgrade this one with another 250 tons of storage, though it's darn expensive. But it gets a nice red roof. That's the best part about it. For my investors, we're still waiting on the crackers. Not coming? Flour. Yeah, flour is waiting. Pepper mill produces. It's all in except the flour, but I'm working on that already. Also, we're getting flour in with the docklands.
Nice day for it.
Let's have another 2 here. Bit of aluminum is in already, so we can build our very first post office. And
Ship
once
under
again, that is something where we want to, yeah, maximize the reach a bit. This looks like a good, okay location. So I'm gonna move those guys away. And with that, we can squeeze in our very first post office just here by the crossing. And this one starts producing now the local mail. And that's important because the local mail we can use then in at the investors. Since Horai is really expensive, I want to push this one here right away because this gives me lots of coin per investor building. And there it's already fulfilling, right? That's a really easy, quick way of making some money. And I could probably also push it for the engineers. Well, actually demand is pretty high with that, 8 tons, but we're producing 11 tons. So that should be fine. An easy way to get 4 to 5k on the balance back. Since we have a lot of engineers and we don't need to unlock anything anymore with them, let's continue with pushing more investors, more balance, more influence especially. And of course, every investor can then be upgraded to magnets at some point, as Sleepy Hollow continues to grow. And we continue onwards in the next episode. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back once again to, our very first Asian fleet that we have, those new ship models that are coming with New Horizons, and boy, I love them. Of course I do, like everything in this mod I do love. And also once again, they're coming with the pirate flag, so now things are getting really interesting, right? Because now we're having the ability to attack neutral ships, convoys for example. That would be the biggest advantage of them. In fact, I would like to push out way more of them. So the trade route that delivers the weapons and the sails is already running. And I'm thinking, yes, this is not enough, right? So we want to push more. Looks a bit strange right now, but since the ship is already loaded, I'm not going to change things around here. Let's just go ahead and get more weapons and more sails over. Want to have them. That's the big advantage. At first I thought, why should I build those ships, right? Because they don't really offer you anything. They're weaker than a frigate. On the other hand, however, they come with the special white flag, flag of war, and that's the one that you want to have. Now I can attack anyone I want anytime. That's a big advantage for me. Now in that case, we want to push more before we start attacking convoys, of course. And we continue, well, with our beautiful city, Kangwang, over here. And yeah, I think we should start with upgrading a bunch of buildings again. Have a bunch of them over here by the marketplace, right? So this whole inner area is growing, and perhaps also these rows here. There you go. Consuming some of my clay plaster again. We have lots of workforce, by the way. And we could work on my next productions here. So needs and happiness. I think, yeah, we should work on happiness first, as that looks a bit problematic to say the least. So the umesho is not really coming in the quantities that I would like it to have. The problem here is the sugar cane. Now I'm already having a sugar cane delivery with 2 ships in fact, and it's 50 tons each, and they're both fully loaded, but it's just not enough. So I need another ship, Neptune's Gift. 3 clippers now doing the job here, getting the clay and the sugar cane over. Pretty sure the clay is too much, right? Oh yes, we're consuming how much clay exactly? 4 tons. All right, 40, 80 tons. I might even, nah, let's keep it as is. I think this will be fine. So this is 100 tons more sugar cane coming in. That's really important here. Otherwise the production should be fine. Oh, it's not. So even then, all right, let's play it safe. You know, it's cheap, right? I don't need to worry about. The problem is I don't have any more ships. All right. First of all, let's add more production, and then we need to work on more raw materials. So that's my ships, and yeah, let's push more cargo ships. We can build so many of them at this point. Getting the broker influence bonus, that's because of our fleet capacity. That's lovely. Movement speed increase. Plus 7% for all my ships, by the way. That is massive, right? They're all faster now.
An influence bonus.
Doesn't count that much for one ship, but if it's affecting 50 ships, then it really makes a difference. Let's get rid of the bricks again. Because we have the bricks, I want to now finish my refineries.
Of course.
Let's just finish all of them. In fact, that requires so many obreros that we're out of them, but it's okay. And with that, finally, also the oil in Manola is flowing, and the oil trade route will pick it up and get the oil over to Sleepy Hollow. Now, next I would like to open up some space here again. And the reason for that is that we have a new decoration, right? So garden it is. Garden sounds a bit, yeah, shadeful. And it's of course these garden gateways, and that's only the beginning of something that we can add here. So these have now the garden ornaments. So this one here says it grows its influence with adding more garden ornaments. Now right now I only have those 3. Okay, so if I add this one now. Okay, so it goes over here. Let's just try this out. Doesn't grow really. Then we have this one, but that's also just nothing. If I add more. Okay, it actually increased the range now by 2 tiles, adding this one, right? But it looks strange. There is no...
left ruins behind.
Is that really the only ornaments I have? Alright, these also count as garden ornaments. So if I add them, let's check this out. Because I want to know if that actually makes a difference. That would be lovely. Nice. Alright, so in the decoration, beautification menu, the garden ornaments tab here provides also ornaments that count for this. Okay, with that we can add now smaller gardens and puzzles. So that you get a nice little enclosed area like this one here. And of course this is a lot of pavement now, so we can also make this one with not the sand pavement, but probably also just the grass garden ornament. Yes, this also counts as this. So actually it's, I think, all of them at this point, garden ornaments, yep. So if I've fully developed the garden here, we can really increase the range here all the way over there now, right? So it started from here and now went all the way here, and that's in all directions. And with that, we actually also have a happy population all of a sudden, thanks to having the garden fulfilled. Also, the Umesho is coming in, so this is helping. These guys here also need a smaller garden. By the way, we could now use these courtyards here to add then those garden ornaments, right? I think so. No, wait a second. You need to have at least the garden public service building, right? Without that, it's not creating a garden area. Finally, Isabel also has a white flag for us. 260,000 is quite a bit, but it's gonna be worth it because now we have a neutral trade ship. And I would like to explore this side of the new world to also claim us another island, or at the very least this island here. I think this would be fine already. So that would be my next goal now. Okay, next I would like to, or while we wait on my ship in a new world to find a suitable place to settle, I would like to start out with my first wonder or monument, the Royal Hall. This one here consumes weapons. Now we have a weapon trade route already to Kangwang, and this one affects then also quite a lot of mines and stuff like that on the island, and also it prevents the enemy from takeover as far as I can see. Let's get this one going with the 250,000 that it costs me. Now we can see what else we need. Alright, timber, clay plaster, we have that. We have the workers. Gold is something we don't have. So there is a new production we need to get going. This is, as far as I know, not possible on this map, right? No, it's not. So for this I will need to go back once again to my new world, where we can then start producing, or the Arctic, either way, but of course we're already in the new world. What we still need to have here is also then a warehouse once again, where my people can take it. And boy, I'm excited for this. It looks already amazing. Starting this grand temple over here. In that case, I think we're... look at that. It's a beautiful big town at this point. Performance unfortunately tanks a bit. Alright, so that's not on my end, I think at least. Now, the next warships are out. Let's just take them. So we have 4 of them now. Probably would like to... yeah, a 5th one is also coming. And then we have quite a sizable force. Now, while we wait for gold and the new island in the new world, I would also like to have a quick look at my next 2 production chains. The first one is the... not the porcelain, sorry, the sake. And sake requires rice, glass, and koji. Koji is a trader good. You cannot produce this. We need to buy it at a trader. And this is the trader, Admiral Wu, and he's got koji in stock, right? It's actually, I think, quite expensive. But we'll just see, right? Might deplete me. So, yeah, I have to be very careful how many I buy. Is this really the real price? This is a ridiculously high sum, by the way. But okay. Just one trade could totally bankrupt me. I'm gonna purchase a few of them for now, right? So this will be a very limited good. How much sake do we consume? That's 1 ton. It's okay. It's It's okay. It's not gonna make me rich though, right? Because I'm pretty sure the sake will not bring me in that much money. So for that we need the rice, we need the glass. I need to update one of my trade routes. So we have this one here that has the flour from Sleepy Hollow. And in addition, we're gonna say now, take also please glass. Even though we don't have that much glass in Sleepy Hollow. So I will need to readjust this trade route as well. Now, rice, we have a surplus production of 4 tons. This is certainly not enough. So let's just move my fire station. And also get me another... Oh, wait a second. We have a warehouse here. Yeah, this looks okay. Let's get one road over there just to secure some of those mines. This is really so annoying. What is going on? Where are the attacks coming in? Did we lose? I think we lost the... No, we're still at peace with the pirate. So why do we get now thousands of those messages? There are no attacks, right? When I go there.
Island is under siege.
Bring her around.
And this is also not my island, so I don't care. Really strange. But there was a ship here because we have flotsam. Okay. Oh, a little damage boost to my ship here. That's okay. By the way, let's push a few more cargo ships. Now, I wanted to boost my rice production further. Also one of those that require endless amounts of fields.
I can recognize a cruel master.
There you go. 2 more, and then probably also another 2 here. To really push the crops. Also, we're gonna say on this island here, take once again minimum stock of rice by 30.
The fire left ruins behind.
Because I want to make sure that we always have some rice in storage, right, for my production here. And then I'm gonna make a new route. Because we're not transporting rice so far. Yep. One of my crappy smaller ships can be used for this. Perfect. So this brings in the rice. The glass is also now coming for the sake. So yeah, it's only the koji, right? And let's try and purchase some of that now.
Schooner reporting.
50, 100, 36,000. I'm not gonna make a trade route out of this just yet because I don't think we can actually make a minimum. Can we make a minimum stock if I say now take the koji? Right? So I cannot say... Yeah, no. It's too risky for me to purchase something like that at the moment. Would he purchase something from me?
Ship under attack.
Anything, but no special prices. So that's not something I can do. At the very least, sake is now ready to roll. Let's have...
Ship under attack.
Yeah, those 2 here. That's already enough. Let's build 1. But yeah, we could wait, because it's still gonna take some time before this rolls, right? Before the glass comes in. And then we can produce the sake. Now the other one is the kotos. Kotos is something that we're gonna need for this monument over here. And it's this one here, the Pleasure Pavilion. This consumes kotos. And in that case, we do need to have strings, bamboo, and wood. That's actually pretty simple, right? Because this is something we already have on the island. This is something that has those 2 things. So copper and steel we have. Silk we don't have in the old world. So we need to get silk to the old world. And then we can push it to back here again, right? So let's just see where my silker is. There is my silker. And let's get me a second one going then. By the way, you could also add some more buildings in here. I don't know. And this is then the mulberries once again, the silkworm cocoons that we have. So I will also need to make a trade route. And for this, I'm also gonna say... It's never really simple. They're not fighting back. Even though active defense was activated. And you see them in action, they're not very strong. Right, of course they can take it down, but look how quickly they take damage. That's that. think you need to use special items for these here.
She's small, but she's keen.
Oh, and yeah, that's the flag of war that we lost. So I would like to build me a few more of them, please. There you go. We still need them. So that's the... We do have a trade route, right? The flour and the glass. And he's also going to pick up now in Kangwang. He's going to pick up the silk and gets it back to Sleepy Hollow, right? So that's going to be quite a busy trade route. With that finished, it's going to take some time before the weavery comes in, right? In the old world, in the meantime, we can make the strings work. So we have this over here then. There it is in the magnets tab. And this one produces strings. It requires electricity, unfortunately, so we cannot boost this that much further. Let's just see. All the way over here, electricity flows. So I might want to push this one a bit further. I don't need another steam water production at the moment, so I might just add them here now. Oh, wait a second. Let's keep a bit of a space in between. Yeah, very good. We can still have more here. So that would be 4 strings already for a minute then. So once this is over, you can also pack strings in Sleepy Hollow and bring them back to Kangwang again, right? So the cargo ship has enough slots for all of this. I'm gonna add a second one to speed the whole thing up. And this one here can actually go away. It's too small at this point for the trade route. Back to our original mission. And that is, of course,
Ready for a challenge.
settling on a new island in the New World. And here we have now the tobacco fertility. That's what we need. Also, 3 more gold. That's also something I'm not complaining about.
The family wealth is considerable.
Holy cow! He wants to take over my capital. Okay, before we can actually continue with the construction itself of our tobacco and also of the other thing that we need, rubber, we do need to have a commute pier because I don't want to make things even more complicated than what they are right now. So having a commute pier, for example, right over here, makes the most sense to me. The first ones that we can build do not cost me influence, right? So this is only 25,000. And with that, we have already shared it. And now I can build me another one on this island here. Pato Quieto, it's called. And this one also does not cost me influence just yet, right? It does cost me though a bit on the upkeep. So these are really expensive upkeep-wise, but we can easily afford that. Every consecutive one now costs me 15 influence. Just for refreshing, does this also count for my old world? That would be my question. I think we cannot even build it yet. There it is. Yes, okay. It counts for both worlds now. So 15 influence for now. I can delete it again and build another one for free, by the way. So this is no problem whatsoever. Now, the commute pier is there. We have the shared workforce. That's pretty important. So now I can go ahead and upgrade more people in Manolar. That's pretty important to get us the workforce going that we need for the tobacco. I'm gonna get some more bricks over, and in the meantime we can already start with the tobacco plantations. As we can see, we get lots of space on this island. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. We do need around, I think it's not much, right? It's 2 tons that we need right now. So we could calculate with 4, let's say up to 6 tons. So I'm going to build this one in mind with 6 tons production. And you'll see that this actually means that we need to build quite a few of them already. Because that would be 12 tons of tobacco, 12 tobacco plantations in total, right? Because they're only producing every 2 minutes, which is a shame. It's very, very slow. Yet I'm not going to boost them because it's really not necessary for the space that we have. 192 fields is also, I think, the max size. So I don't think there are any fields that require more space than the tobacco fields with 192. And we're just gonna place the 12 that I need somewhere here, right? So this is already now 6 that we have. That's half. There it is, 12 fields, and we would even have room for more, right? Easily, no problem here. The other thing that we still need is more wood for our marketry workshop, and I'm just gonna place me some additional ones here. That's really all you need. That's already way too much anyway. And last but not least, we need a bit of an industry zone, and I would like to have this close to my village here. By the way, we didn't need to really build that village here, but I still wanted to have some village so that it doesn't look so naked. And here we can now go ahead and have then these productions here. Now, if I want to have 6 tons, right, the cigar factory luckily produces 2 per minute, right? So 3 of them are already fine in total. We could make it a block of 4, right? So this will already be enough for a long time. And they will be supported by the marketing workshops, and you need a bunch more of them, right? So for those 4 that we have, we need around 8 of them. So let's just have them here to get things going. And this is already a really a nice surplus production that we have of this. I just need the bricks now rolling. And while we wait on more bricks, I would also like to start something else. That is for my rubber. The problem is we need rubber for the bicycles and for the steam carriages in the old world, right? That's super important if I want to go for magnets. And in that case, we don't have rubber anywhere. Now we have the option to settle on another island entirely. Now, I don't think there's any more island available that we could settle on, right? This also doesn't have rubber, and there is another one down here, most likely settled at this point. So what I could do, also this one doesn't have it. This one has rubber. How well protected is it? Not at all. This island is not protected at all. We could conquer it. Yeah. Would be some nice revenge play there with Alonso, right? Against Alonso. I think I would like this a lot. The other way is I could also build a hacienda right over here somewhere now and get the rubber out of the hacienda plantations. But I think I like the conquest more, so we're gonna send 4 ships of the line over, and we're gonna then conquer Alonso's juicy island for us. I might also, while I'm at it, send some more bricks over. There's my patrol anyway. Right, so those 2 things, they're gonna take some time, but these are the last things that we're checking off here, right? And then the path is available for magnets. In the meantime, we can continue with the upgrading. Of course, Sleepy Hollow needs to grow further and further. There is no end in sight just yet. Let's also have these guys. Also, we'll need to upgrade that district at some point. And we're gonna have more here and more here, so that we are really pushing. And look at that. This is where my money came from, right? Because they're purchasing it. So let's take it back. That's also 6,000 in share value, by the way. Someone purchases that, right? We lose a lot of income on the balance. So we need to be very sensible about this. She's trying to distract us with smaller skirmishes. Another thing, it's the farms over here. We can get rid of them now. We're importing grain with the docklands already. So this saves me lots of space that I don't really need anymore. Let's also get rid of the lumberjack hut here. And I'm just basically gonna have now a whole bunch of additional houses here. Let's also get rid of this one. There's the main road. Right, and then we can just take this whole thing here. There you go. And this whole area continues to grow now over here. We might also be thinking about something then here at some point, like, I don't know, a bigger park or a bigger museum. There is my palace, most likely. And here we're going to have some monuments lining up there along the river. I think this will look grandiose, especially since this is the highest point on the island. And so it begins the war for rubber. And for this island, for Alonso's island. 4 ships should be enough. Honestly, he doesn't have any other defenses, so we'll just see. Funnily enough, the name is the Nile of this island. He doesn't realize it yet, I guess.
Ship under attack.
And that's a revenge that's really juicy, right? Because he's been such a pain, especially in the early game. And we're now just taking what is ours rightfully. At least with my caoutchouc fertility, that's the important one. Shouldn't be a problem. It's an upgraded harbor area. And we're taking damage. Okay, it's down, so we're just destroying some depots now. Is he sending in reinforcements? No. Okay, the morale is really good of these people though. Okay, there is another harbor area? No.
Your enemy's resistance is crumbling.
There's still the oil harbor, but that's it. I just wonder why the morale is so high. But there you go. We conquered an island. Of course, we could also claim the shares, but that's not who we are. And let's just go ahead and also take the loot here. Might be something. And we can instantly or immediately start with that new island, especially now for my culture. Oh, tortillas. That's a lot of them. Is there more?
Under attack.
Nah. In the meantime, I continue with my production of cigars. So I'm gonna start here with these guys here. 1, 2, and those here. Right, so the first 6. Let's make it half. And then we also have these guys here. And also, oh, actually this might be close on my bricks. Let's start with that. I think we are not that problematic. So it's the 2 tons here, right? So this is already production of 4 tons. Let's actually go ahead and make it the 3 right away. The problem will be now here. We do need to have 1, 2, 3 as well. Right, so this one is 1 minute. Why is it? Oh, obreros. We need more. Let's get... might be missing 2 bricks. Let's get the remaining timber to the island denial. Let's actually keep the name. Gonna build me another one here. And definitely will need also another warehouse in Manola. I would like to continue with the upgrade. Nice. Right, a few farmers we miss.
Ship under attack.
Might actually add me a bunch more here as the city also develops. I just love with Anno that you're not building cities to build them, right? But you're building cities to supply companies to supply production, and it just feels so logical, right? So we build something like the tobacco industry and we need more workforce. That's the reason why we're expanding our city. And yeah, over time the city becomes richer, upgrades, transitions, and looks then better and better over time. I love this. It's always magical to see that. Now we do have the remaining bricks in, 29 tons. I'm just gonna take all of them in with me.
Island is under siege.
And get them over with my clipper. In the meantime, we can also now start with our denial city. So we have the timber now over. And this is really a very simple one. So we're gonna have... I mean, I got 100 workforce here. This might already be enough. Yes, this will already be enough because we only need Kauchuk here, right? For 2 production chains. So I don't even need to build a city because we have enough bonus workforce already. At least for now. I'm still gonna keep the harbor area available though. Of course, because we will definitely need a city. It's a big island with lots of materials for us.
Ship constructed.
So that's why I would like to keep it. But I'm still gonna go ahead, of course, with some production out here. Yeah, let's go ahead and have also a fire station. You always need it basically. And then you need quite a bit of that actually, right? So we're just gonna play this safe and it's just gonna be a lot of them.
They need a hero. Tell me, did they get to you?
There was a time when 11,000 credits was a lot. Thank you, Isabel. But that's the time of the past. We have evolved. Taichol, that is certainly Miss Hunt. That she lost. An island, yes, from Margaret Hunt. So the Admiral is a bit strong right now. I love the dynamics that we have on the world map. As long as it doesn't touch us. At least for now. And that's now 5. That would be 5 tons. That's not a lot, right? Okay, that looks more like it. If I want to build all of them, we probably will need some more timber. So I can build those with 116,000 credits, right? That is quite a lot. There you go. Got all of them now working with 1 click. We had enough timber and a bit of workforce we missed, but it's not a lot, so it shouldn't affect us that much. And this now leads to a total production of Kauchuk of 10. I think we can be fine with that. So for example, just the penny farthings and the steam carriages, that's 1 ton here, and the penny farthings, it's 6 tons. So we have a nice, comfortable surplus here. I might just go ahead. Nah, I'm not doing that. We will probably need a few more, but it's okay. Absolutely fine. No more timber, so that I will need to get again. By the way, I've switched my white flag to my cargo ship. Makes the most sense, of course. And then let's go ahead and build me 1 and 2 marketry workshops. And also that production is now in full swing. And it's gonna be, of course, my cargo ship with the white flag on it. Even though, no, we don't need to do this. I'm gonna go ahead and make the clipper on this route. And it's really just all about the cigars. There they are. And it's gonna be 1 dedicated clipper. It's a very fast trade route because it can leave right away here, right?
challenge.
And that's it. So there's already the first cigars now getting over there. I can already feel the sweet breath of magnets in my neck.
Just say the word.
With a small town in denial and more plantations than ever, I'm also gonna have now my next trade route. Once again, we could choose the cargo ship, but I'm probably gonna push my cargo ship with the white flag now back to the old world. It's just more important over there, right? There's just more going on. And in that case, let's create a new dedicated trade route. Sleepy Hollow it is to now the Nile. I'm gonna keep my warships available here because you can always just need them. And you never know when there's an attack coming, right? And let's just unload all of this again. And I'm gonna say, Lord Algon, you can do that job. Nice. That's huge steps, by the way, right? So it doesn't look like it, but these are really the last two products now that we need. So cigars are coming in at us as of this point. I'm gonna pause it just real quick, and then we have the steam carriages that I can already start as well. Oil should be really fine at this point. It is. Let's actually upgrade my oil harbor point. There you go. And I would like to continue now with my steam carriages. We have a lot of blueprints, right, that we really don't need that much. First of all, spectacles, pretty sure it's negative at this point. Yes. So let's go ahead and build me my next spectacle factory. I'm gonna get rid of this whole soap row here. The same with those here, right? So we have a bit more space available that I can use. And just so that we have a soap production going, let's build me those, right? But I'm certainly not gonna need those. Let's check it out again. Nice, comfortable surplus of 5 tons. This we could even use for some basic export. Now with that, we have this area available to us. And let's check it out. Pretty much one of the last products. By the way, gramophones might also be something worth... Yeah, we'll just see. There it is. Caoutchouc, steel, brass, it's all in. And we just need a coach maker. This produces then every minute, right? I would like to have this over here. And this leads then to a cab assembly line. Oh, I need 2 coach makers now that I see that. I'm probably going to squeeze in both of them here. There you go. And then I can have my steam carriage production probably somewhere over here. Electrified. It needs that to produce 2 of them per minute. Demand is non-existent. Shouldn't pause this really when I still need to calculate that. So we have twice as much, right? The production of what we need. So this will be fine for a while. And also the penny farthings, I can already start the production of these. These are going to be very important for my industry. So once again, we have steel and then caoutchouc, right? And I'm going to have this one probably some over here. By the way, we should build the strings here. Yeah, that's going to be problematic for my electricity. Canned food is also in demand, so let's build another cannery and activate the kitchen again. But what I don't need is those slaughterhouses here. So I should safely move this over, and we could even have 2 penny farthings productions here. Though I just need 1 because this is producing 4 per minute already. I'm gonna wait until the caoutchouc arrives and then we can start this. The only thing that we should check is, do we have enough steel? No, we don't. With all of that kicking in, I need more steel. Steel is already being pushed. I can go ahead with a 50% and I should be, yes, we have a perfectly happy population at this point. I don't need to boost oil anymore, so let's get rid of that. But steel is the most important one. Of course, yeah, as you might guess, it's of course iron that's going to be a culprit here. So let's start exporting more fish for the iron. That should really be fine already. Especially since we upgrade that fish as well all the time. And yeah, there's some iron over here still. And some iron over here, and that's 4 tons each, so that's another 8 tons of iron coming in. Very important. From this island up here, it's this trade route here. We still have a clipper on this. I'm gonna remove it, get Godspeed in, and just add now iron as well to speed the whole thing up. Since it's a short trade route, this will be fine. Oh no, that was the pirate attacking us. No.
Ship under attack.
And the Admiral is also not with us, so a bit of a strange thing.
Ship under attack.
Could have been someone else. We just upgraded and we're full again. Let's upgrade the harbor area once again, the oil harbor. Just so that we have enough storage for the bad time. So I can easily afford another 2 power plants now if I want, right? It just depends then how much of those we need. Alright, we have so many workers. I would like to continue now upgrading this district, but that we will need also a school over here somewhere. As central as possible. Yeah, probably exactly those guys here. Yeah, I know I just deleted it. That's fine. We have way too many workers anyway. And I would just like to have this here. If I can. Let's make it so. Alright, so that we have a little entrance. All of this. And this will lead those guys here to upgrade now. And the first one's already here. That was quick. Now, with that school... Just waiting now. Oh, cigars are in. Perfect. Can't really see that. On the balance. It's not a lot of money that comes in with the cigars, right? The penny farthings will have a way higher impact. Gramophones is also nice. I could work out some special items, so this is where I want to wait on my cargo ship. There it is, with the white flag. You know what? We still haven't discovered Eli yet. So, after all this time, he's probably... There he is, right? I mean, he's easily visible, but I never really bothered. And let's get my white flag over there to purchase some juicy items that we need for the industry. With the strings now coming to Kangwang. Oh, look at that. Once again, someone likes to take over my capitals. We do have the bamboo, we have the lumberjack, and now I can finally go ahead and start with my koto production. This is one of the big products, right? So this was quite a big one on that side. Let's have it right next to the police station so it's secure. By the way, I don't think I've shown you the police station yet. It also has its own custom skin.
I'd hate to punish you, but if that's what it takes.
And right next to it, we do have then our koto. Let's have a warehouse over here. And I think 2 of them should be fine because that's a production of 4. We have 1 demand right now. So this is all gonna be nice. Oh, it's 1.30. Oh, yes. Okay, then we need 2 at least. Let's also have another one here and another one here. Probably will need to build all of them to have a comfortable surplus right away. And these are super expensive. Holy moly. 50 clay plaster. That's a lot. For just one of these? At least I don't have to worry about bamboo. Because consumption is not that high. But yeah, with that we have the koto flowing. This is also then required for my next wonder over there. Speaking about wonders, we still of course want to get that gold in somehow. Yeah, that's the new world now too. After all these productions, doesn't hurt to add even more. And we're gonna do this in the next episode, and then hopefully also again with some development here, but most likely with our first magnets. Stay tuned. A new day is dawning, a glorious day for our capital cities, not only for Kangwang, but most importantly for Sleepy Hollow. Hello everyone and welcome back. Now, our city here is prospering and growing. We have quite a bit of a worker surplus right now, and that means that I don't really need to add more buildings. However, what we could do and will do is add a bunch more parks. So down here we have that. We have a bit of space available that I would like to use for this. Probably not along the main road though, so probably a bit at the edge of it, right? So here we do have a bit of space where I left something open, and we could just delete them here and continue with some with another park. Now, of course, the lazy way would be to copy this one and push it in here. But of course, we're gonna have a new one going. And very important also that we start then a street market on top of everything else. The entrance is really big though, right? So this is already taking away quite a bit of space. I don't know, you have to build the entrance. So that's a requirement, which doesn't leave that much room again. Also, it doesn't make sense to not have a wall, because why have a gate entrance when you don't have a wall then, right? So you definitely need to have one, in my opinion. We then go ahead with some decorations again, and then we have the whole inner area available once again. Mouse more, I'm gonna remember this, right? Probably will. Probably won't. What we can do now, for example, is a pagoda that we can build right here. I would like to place this one a bit central to have space available around it for, yeah, an entrance right here. I mean, it theoretically makes sense to just have that all around it, right? So this doesn't even have trees. We could add a bunch of trees though here to just have some shade right? It also accommodates nicely the entrance tree, so it's the same type. And then we basically built the whole thing already. So not every park needs to be for nature, of course, right? So this is a temple that we can have. It's also a nice, yeah, tall tower that we have right here. And once again, this adds then the satisfaction bonus of garden now to the surrounding area. And how big is the radius for this? Quite big, honestly. I think the pagoda is adding a lot of radius. And as we can see, this whole area is also now affected. This area is already satisfied. That leaves me now with this area. There is another service kind of like building that we have. Interestingly enough, it's in a lifestyle need, and that's the street food, right? So you can have a street food markets. For this, let's once again delete some buildings here and move those buildings over so that we get some space available here now for street food stands that we have. So let's have a look. There they are, street food stand, and we have a bunch of them. And oh yeah, it's consuming stuff, right? And this is where we now have recipes in, where I already was wondering what we need those for. We have none available right now. So this is a whole new production that we need to start. And then you can have these street foods. So let's just check this one out. They all have the same size, right? And you can have a little street food market then here. Like, this is the road that leads to the temple. So let's have this one on its way to the road. And as you can see, once again, also we increase the range of the surrounding area by the amount of street food stalls that we have then here. The really cool thing is that the game also provides additional ornaments or the mod, right, for additional stands that you can have here in between those two, because I don't need to have that many of these, right? The range doesn't kick up magically just because of that. So we could also have a bunch of them here to have this very first market finished. Once again, we can add the ornaments and then also the street foods. And this is where people can now enjoy, yeah, some lifestyle, I guess. We now need to choose a recipe. Congee with yutya. What is that? Let's just check it out if we have any available. Flour and soy sauce. This would be something we can do. Alright, this one needs black pepper, soy sauce, beef, rice. That's pretty big here. Does it provide different bonuses? At least I cannot see this here right now. I'm pretty sure it does though. Let's go ahead and take something cheaper right now. Something that we can provide. I mean, it's all 4 recipes. That's still quite a lot. Now, this one here looks good. Steamed bao buns. We have flour, we have ducks, we have rice, and we just need the soy sauce. Right, so let's get this one going. Soy sauce, wasn't this something we need to trade? No, not. By the way, there is a new banner. Election banner for the town hall. Income per house is increased. That wouldn't change much. These people are not paying the best taxes in the world. So we have the soy sauce production already on the island. Over there it is. And I'm just gonna increase that capacity now to have another one. Might also need to increase my flour delivery to my capital, just to make sure that all of this works out for us. It's 2 cargo ships already. This will be fine. And with that, we will for sure have enough soy production now, right? So that this recipe can work for us. Interestingly enough though, look at that. It's a lifestyle need that does not give me any effect, right? Like some of them give me additional population, but this one doesn't even give me that. So that's a bit of a strange thing. Perhaps it's a visual bug and we still get something out of it. There it is. Extra residences. Okay, +1 for the Nongmin and +2 for the Gongran. That's not really that much, right? For the stuff that you have to input here, it almost feels a bit worthless, honestly. The street grill is even worse because it primarily uses global resources, so resources from the New World. That's gonna take some time to get all of this over. We're gonna need a lot of trade routes just to get these street markets going, just so that we get 1 or +2 per house residences in addition. Yeah, we'll see. For now, let's upgrade a few more people right over here, close to my temple. Makes sense. So that this district here feels a bit more finished now. The real deal, of course, is that Couchrig is finally in Sleepy Hollow. So we can now finally build us our coach maker over here. And then also our steam carriage maker over here with 115,000 that it costs me, right? It's an insane amount of resources. Also, I would like to start with my bicycle factory now. This will consume more steel again, and then also the caoutchouc that we have. These two together will lead now to, let's just check this one out. Oh, this is, wait a second, even with electricity, oh yeah, it was 2 minutes, now it's 1 minute, and this one's consuming, okay, I need a second one anyway, a second coach maker right away. Consuming now my wood and my caoutchouc, and I think wood will be something that we need to push a bit further. Let's go ahead and have me 2 more of these over here connected. Ah, very good. A bit later, the penny file things are already coming in, pushing my balance. Brings me to another problem right away that we need for the additional productions, and that is brass. Now, brass is a tricky one because we require copper for brass, and we don't even have that much copper. I need to check if we have a good unlock condition. We need to import 1,404 cement to unlock us brass. That would be nice. Funnily enough, unlocking brass is easier than copper. Copper requires 12 trade contracts. So we need to triple our trade contracts. That means more export offices and stuff like that. So instead, I would like to no longer... Oh, wait a second. Here we have the coal. Here we have that. How much cement do we have in stock? We are basically empty. So what I could do here is I could neglect schnapps for a second. No, I'm also not doing that. Can we build another export office? That's possible though. I would like to add another one, giving me another trade contract. And I would like to use now whatever we have in huge quantities available. It's not that many products, unfortunately. I think I'm just gonna go ahead, yeah, with the sewing machines once again, or soap. We are pretty much full on soap, and get us cement in. Now the ratio is 1 to 2. 1,405, let's say. That is 595 soap, so we can afford this in one trade, and that way unlock us brass. Now the problem is really that there's no copper anywhere, right, except this one, and this one's already working above its limit, so it's not something I can really increase. I also don't have my Nate's windmill mod activated. This could give me a bit of an electricity here. That would actually be nice because it doubles my copper, but that's it. And all the islands have been taken, right? At this point, there's one more over there, but it doesn't have copper. And this is gonna be problematic for me, right? Because all those islands are now really fortified. Yeah, so it's probably the import of the docklands that's working. Also, we have found Eli. That's important. He usually has good, juicy items for the industry. Let's just hope that he has something for me. I don't think it happened this quickly ever to me that we get Chef Michel. That's crazy. It was the second reroll. I remember having a full episode working towards him. That was lucky, to say the least. And it's the only good item I got actually out of him for this time, but that's already 300,000 in expenses. So let's get Chef Michel over. And with that, we can get rid of our artisanal kitchens. We can also get rid of my beef and pepper farms. That's glorious. How is it looking with my investors? Oh, nice. Steam carriage is in. Light bulbs are out. What's the problem? Could have guessed it. We don't have enough light bulb factories. I have one activated, and I'm going to activate a second one now over here. The filaments, we're producing 2 per minute. Light bulbs is also 2 per minute. So I might also need to push my filaments production a bit further. Let's do the 50% right now, the dirty way. I also don't need to push my reinforced concrete anymore. So let's save the unhappiness there. Crazy stuff, really. The Admiral is attacking my buildings here, and he thinks I don't notice. He's also got a chunk with the pirate ship. He's probably just attacking as he's passing by. Attacking my industrial buildings this way.
Stations.
Let's try to get him though, right? So I've got my ships. They should be a bit faster, I think. They're catching up already. And there we have him. I wonder if we do get a reputation penalty. Do we? Nope. I don't think we got some. Very good. You can actually do this without reputation penalties. That's super sweet. Also, we got the Greek fire as a grenade that we can use for whatever, really. Alright, ladies and gents, I think it's time for the grand finale of my Sleepy Hollow, and that is the next tier of population, the magnets. We can unlock them. Should we do it? Of course we will. Oh, the cost is pretty high. There it is. I just hope that we click the right button. Alright, for a second I thought there were no buildings. Age of Imperialism, that's the new one. And there we have them, the new buildings coming in with their own assets. Beautiful.
Ship under attack.
And with their own needs. Let's quickly check out the buildings.
Ship under attack.
Lovely. Really, what kind of details are these? Amazing. They even have arcades down here. Just when I thought this mod couldn't surprise me anymore, these buildings look fantastic. Not that much variety, unfortunately. Color-wise, perhaps a bit. But perhaps it's not intended to have that much variety, right? So we have them here now, and we can then upgrade more. And with that, magnets have been unlocked. Also their own tab down here, right? With their own department stores, tea production, foreign trading company that we can now build. Holy cow, the fountain pens and the radios. Is this for real? And yeah, their own demands here then once again for happiness. Also they have now tea, they have the radios, they have blue cheese, they have silk vests, generates trade licenses. There's a whole new mechanic for us to explore. We also get a whole bunch of new happiness needs, and lifestyle wise it's also quite a bit. So we got the letters once again, tabulators, import goods, bourbon whiskey, cars. That's all new. Cars, where are they? I'm really afraid of their production chain, honestly.
Ship under attack.
Beautiful. Alright, finally, we also have our item. Chef Michel, there you go. And let's activate this one right over here. We got the trade union rocking. It doesn't cost me any influence for being the first one on this island. And yeah, activating him now gives me the effect that I so desire, and that is that we finally have the pigs and the iron now, as instead before we had the goulash. Now with that we can get rid of all the kitchens here. That saves me quite a bit of income, actually 400 in total, and also of course frees up workforce and frees up space. Loving this item. The other thing that we can do in addition is we can then get rid of this whole thing here. There is, I think, for a bit later, we do have something with pepper coming in, but for now we can delete them. They cost me, and you know, they're cheap to rebuild because they only cost me timber. The same goes with the beef here, of course. So let's get rid of that. And also that trade union for cleanup purposes is only now delivering then the hops. In fact, the trade route could now deliver 2 times the hops, because we need the beer. Alright, also we should probably work on a bunch of happiness things for my magnets especially. So the gramophones are one of those things. Now the gramophones as a production, by the way, in the magnet section, we get the bombings, we get the strings. The gramophones remain with the investors. Of course, they also need that. So we have our brass rolling over here. The brass is a bit problematic right now because we also consume now copper for our strings that I need in Asia, in Horai. So in this case here, we're gonna keep to that right now. I still need to wait to unlock the brass, and then we could push this. The other thing that we still need is the marquetry workshop. This produces 2 per minute if we boost it right. And then we got our brass. Let's get rid of these 2 because I'm not expecting to produce that much more brass. And we can just go ahead and have 2 of them here right away. That would be my goal. And with that, we can consume more wood than ever to produce these wood veneers. And with that, we have the gramophone factory. And yeah, let's place it right away because why not? And this one is now powered and produces 1 ton per minute. And that leads me to a total production surplus, yeah, half, right, of what we need. So it's really a low volume product. Now the one thing I still need to push in the new mode right now is gold, and for that we need a bit of more workforce as far as I can see, and someone just depleted me of all my bricks again. I'm gonna keep the bricks here for now. So this is actually something that we should have done a long time ago. Get me the bricks as a minimum stock, yeah, let's say 100 tons, and everything else goes to Sleepy Hollow. Unfortunately, as it is with the gold, it's a very slow production. Oh, wait a second, we're in the wrong area here. And we're gonna probably push the bridge here to the main road. And then we can start building us our very first one. This cost me 100 obreros. We don't even have that right now. So I will need to also expand my city again. Now this is producing every 2.5 minutes, which is ridiculously slow. But, well, that's gold. Also, there's the other one. Gonna build this right away. together with a warehouse. It's really a shame or a waste to just use a warehouse for each, but because there is nothing to do with that amount of volume. Now, for my population, it's getting a bit tricky here now with the space. I could go to the other side now, or we're still pushing this area here. Let's get rid of the lumber camps, right? So I can safely move them over here for now. Dirt, cheap to move them, doesn't cost me anything. And with that, we have this whole district here available for another city. And let's keep a bit of a space there to the railway. So at least one tile, right? And this one goes then down. Now, one thing becomes apparently clear to me, and that is that magnets pay no taxes, right? So right now, look at that. An investor pays 800 taxes per building and the magnet 220. However, there is a big difference here when we're looking at their happiness needs, and this is interesting. So if you don't care for your magnets, they're not gonna pay you anything. The investors, they still do. So this unhappy investor here pays a lot of money to us, right? And if I provide him jewelry, we do get 146 coin out of this building, okay? If I pay the magnet, the jewelry, we get 370, 3 times more out of that jewelry from the magnets. So if I provide the right amount of goods here, magnets I think will pay me more per building than investors. But just like with the skyscrapers, they're an investment early on, right? The skyscrapers also don't pay you anything in the beginning until you upgrade them. And it looks like the magnets are pretty similar to that. So, you know, we need to make them happy. We need to provide for them before they start to really push me money. Mail does not provide me any coin. The same goes with food and drink. There's nothing here, no rewards that we're getting out of that, right? So I need to make sure that we provide them the proper needs. So jewelry is one of them. Coincidentally, we're already working on the jewelry now with the gold mines, right? So we have them over there. 2 of them are now working in Manola. And I would like to provide even more gold. We have another 3 gold mines or possibilities, 3 gold deposits in my second island here, Pado Quieto, for my tobacco. And this one's burning down right now. So I need to get some building materials over. Some of you have been pointing out that my balance is a bit wonky. Well, don't forget that we started the city from scratch just 4 episodes ago, right? So the whole playthrough is completely new. So of course, things are not super optimized yet for my investors for the maximum income. I rather push the new content and then we just, you know, in parallel improve my economy more and more. Because of course my income could be way higher at this point. Where are my gold deposits? There they are. 3 of them we have. That is just lovely. By the way, I do have another 2 lumberjack huts here that I've not built. I have no idea why. They're just here. Let's for the marquetry workshop, right? Yeah. Let's build me 1 more. We can easily afford that. The other one I rather keep as a buffer for now. Let's get a bridge over with the 20 tons of timber so that we can access those gold mines here. Very nice. And I just need the workforce now. Now we already have a pretty big Brero city in Manola. I'm just gonna upgrade a few more so that we push for 500 obreros. There it is. We should probably work on making them a bit happier here. That is with the bombins. Sewing machines is possible. We have the boxing arena. Yeah, they're not particularly unhappy, but of course a boxing arena is one of the easiest ways of making them happy. So let's place this one in here with the bit of bricks that we still have left, right? And this pushes my obreros now to +11 right away. The bricks have arrived. Hooray, we got the resources, and let's go ahead and start building us a gold mine. This one consumes me 100 obreros then and produces now the gold. Gonna have this one over here, this one over here, and we're gonna have a warehouse in the center. Now, how much gold do we have in total now? Right, it's 2 tons. Yay. Of course, the Arctic would make a lot of sense because it gets the rich gold mines available for this. Also, pushing my docklands further will open up more gold that we can use them. The Conquered Island from Alonso has no gold, unfortunately. I can still do one more thing, and that is, of course, pushing this by 50%. has the chance of getting some riots in. So to counter that, I would like to have some police stations here. Outside of that, it gives me, it's probably pushing my whole gold production now to 3 tons. There it is. That's a bit better, of course. Now about the gold, the thing is, we have the gold now here. I'm already getting this to Sleepy Hollow now on my 2 ships, right? I'm not gonna do this on this route though, because I would like to have a dedicated gold collection route that takes Padoquaito, Manola, and then goes to Sleepy Hollow. And we just collect the gold on the way. We might even use items to further boost the gold then, right? And you know what? It's totally absurd, but let's take 2 slots. Because why not? That ship is for the gold here. We might just add something else then to this. And I'm gonna use cargo ships exclusively from now on. Because yeah, they're faster, more durable, and have more slots that we can use. Better in every way. Alright, so this is that, this is that. What we need in Sleepy Hollow to prepare for all of this, of course, is the goldsmith, right? That is another building that we have over here. So you cannot have the gold processed in the New World. You need to have a goldsmith for that. There's one more thing we need to add to Padoquaito. We have the space here for this. And that is the pearl divers, right? The pearl farms. They're gonna provide, and the thing with those is we need they're producing every 1.5 minutes. I think it'll be fine to just have them here. So I'm just gonna place me. Can we squeeze in some 4? 4 would be ideal. I'm gonna have them here so that we are close to any kind of defense, right? On the other side, it's probably getting wrecked over here, but that's just it. Lucky us, we have the pearl abundance though, right? And this leads now to a total production of 3, so this is just the same amount of gold that we're making. Should be fine, those 3 tons. And I'm just gonna add them once again then also to my trade route. There it is. And in Padoquaito, we're also picking up the pearls. Let's also say 2 times. And that cargo ship with its 8 slots still would have 2 slots available that we could use for anything else. New developments we have now for the docklands. We have unlocked the gold bar now and the brass. Both of them would be nice, but of course I can only have one of them, and it's the brass. So I'm gonna switch now my cement import to brass import. What I like is that, yeah, you can actually import quite a bit of brass with, for example, the soap that we have. And I would like to go ahead and do this right away. In that case, it's a question of how much we need. So we're also getting the coal with the soap, which of course is a huge waste. And that is something I don't need. We just had a huge trade. I think we should be, yeah, we are well on the way here for some of those materials. Let's just push a bit more. And 130 brass. What's my total demand of brass right now? It's 6, so that's 120 tons of brass we need per trading cycle. Let's make it 150, right? So that is the full demand. And the advantage of this is that I don't need those here anymore. For now, I'm just gonna pause them. And this opens up a lot of copper that we need for my other production, my strings production, right? Because you need to have this as well. Unfortunately, these are very rare resources with the copper. And the docklands are helping me out here quite a bit. But of course, well, I will need to build another sewing machines factory because we need to push more sewing machines. And on top of that, I need to check out my soap. So we have a surplus of 140 tons there right now, which is not enough, right? The pigs are coming in from another island. And what I would like to do is at least push this a bit further because, yeah, we're not getting that much back by just having more workers upgraded, right? So I'm just gonna make a bit of room here to squeeze me in another soap factory. And this one's electrified, produces 4 tons in addition. So that's another 80 tons of soap coming in. That should be fine now. We just need to make sure that we produce enough pigs. Of course, we're not. So we're only producing around 14 tons of pigs over here. I would not like to use the silo for these because it's a dirt cheap production and we have plenty of space on this tiny island, right? Because we also opened up more space with all our beef farms, for example. Let's get this one in like, let's make it like so. So I can have another warehouse here for all of them. In fact, I'm gonna have 2 warehouses in addition, and I'm gonna build me that warehouse as well. This leads to a total production of 26 now, which is enough.
Nice day for it.
It's not even boosted yet. I'm not gonna do this. They're so dirt cheap. You know what? Let's actually just have another one somewhere here. because I really don't care. Dirt cheap and a bunch of farmers it costs me. Farmer-wise, yeah, it's okay. Can actually make up for it with a bunch more buildings here. And that's about it. Problem solved. A bit of city development in the meantime for Sleepy Hollow. Let's continue with those roads here. We have way too many dirt roads. Also, that bridge has been upgraded. There it is. And probably also here. And then this will be expensive. 100 tons, that's fine. To get even more paved roads on the way. And we do have 2,900 workers. So I've been saying that I want to upgrade more workers away from the basic productions, right? So all of these consume schnapps, right? They consume fish, things that I really don't need to produce anymore, per se. We have this whole bunch here. Let's go ahead and get us another district of artisans out there. And then we can upgrade more artisans away from all the productions that I don't want to see anymore, like beer, bread, sausage, soap, right? Reducing demand, that's important to stabilize my economy for the higher end.
So, Snake Eyes, is that how it is?
Is there a school here? Probably running out of stuff now. There you go. But this is another nice push to my balance. And we're moving further towards, yeah, products that are giving me lots of coin, like coffee and rum. And that we can just easily scale up in the new world as well. Yeah, perhaps the light bulbs could be problematic because it consumes a lot of coal. Just gonna check this out. Also my sewing machines is problematic. That's 180 tons only. Gonna build me another one. So they're electrified. They're also producing 4 tons per minute, right? They just consume a lot of wood and then also steel, right? So this is the other problem here, and we're already boosting them. So this is where the free space here comes up, right? With the brass factories, let's move them because I really don't need them anymore. So I guess I could have... Oh, this is a bad spot. Let's get rid of this road there. I don't think we need it. Let's just see how we can... That's only 3. I don't see how we can squeeze in even more because this is also not possible. Alright, that looks more like it. That's 6 now. Just checking out. Electricity flows all the way down here. Perfect. Didn't lose any range there. To those down there. Very good. Let's build me 2 more. And that's once again another... yeah, actually 5 tons per minute in production. 10 in total. Now, regarding my next demands for the magnets, so we are working on the jewelry right now. We need to wait for the gold now to come in, right? But on the other hand, we have, oops, over here, the chocolate. 7 coin per building sounds like not that much, but fortunately the production for this is super tiny. So I already found the right item, and I think you might guess what I've got. The fine cake decorator that has the bakery, and that affects it by productivity 30% increase, but also producing chocolate in addition passively. And I would like to do this. My total demand right now for chocolate is 4 tons, right? So that's okay, I'd say. So we can work with that. I'm pretty sure of at least. We have the bakeries over there together with my flour mills. The cool thing is we could theoretically boost all of this. Grain we get in from my... Ooh, look at that. Grain we could get in from my docklands again. So he's just passing by, right? And we're getting that message all the time that things are getting destroyed. So these buildings are especially getting destroyed constantly. Is a bit on the annoying side of things. But yeah, it is what it is. By the way, we have a new festival, the Double Ninth Festival. Workforce increase. And we occasionally produce some incense. So, sounds nice. But onwards to the task at hand that we need to have, and that is another boosted industry zone. Plus, of course, an industry zone that uses also some trade unions for the items that we want to have here. So there is the main road, right? And this can be a permanent industry zone for us. So Sleepy Hollow needs several industry zones, of course, if we want to make sure that everything works. So I think we might just say, here's the border. That makes the most sense to me. And we'll just see. We have this whole upgradable district here. I think they need a school, right? Yes. A school will be needed for this whole zone. it's probably something that I'm gonna squeeze in somewhere here. So instead of these workers there, let's move them without any building permits, without asking them. I don't need to. And build me that school here. This affects all of them, of course, once we upgrade the roads even more so. Now, this is a pretty huge zone, so I think one power plant will not be enough, of course. So we got the power rolling over here at the moment and up to this point, right? So I need to make sure that we cover this whole area here as far up here to the north as possible. And look at that, coincidentally, it's right where the school is too. Yeah, so this would be the safest path. I could also go for this one. Yeah, so this is the next one, alright? And then we have this whole area that we can power with another one now. And it needs to be somewhere here. Oh, wow, that was quick, that airship. Somewhere here, so we can power this whole area plus the beach zone too. Because there will be a point where we're gonna need that, most likely. And we're gonna have then this road here, goes from this area then all the way over here. Right, we might actually make a wall there too, so I'm gonna push this one step further back. There should still be plenty of space for this. Yeah, we can affect all of them here, especially once we upgrade. That's perfect. We can also get those mines in. That's great. Now that I think about it, this should be achievable. Both of these coal mines here getting boosted, that is a massive step then for us. Let's actually try this out. We should be getting full coverage to that. Just see how far we can go with that. This one's for sure. And this one here, we might need to move like so to get to it. There you go. Right, now we have affected both of them. Lovely. So this is a good location for it. Now we just need our trains going over there. Passing the first power plant, and then also the second one over here. Going in, right? Let's make the streets connection full again. And this one here we're not connecting yet. There's no use for this, right? There are no people that would really profit from that. So I'm actually not gonna bother with that just now. What I'm bothering with is street coverage again. So we need to, yeah, repair our streets. There you go. So with that we should have affected it. Should we build it already? Let's build it. You know, we can already profit from it. We have our trade union here, so I need to clear this whole area up a bit. Because I probably want to have two trade unions here. So we can boost them with trade unions and with the power line. That would be ideal. And then, of course, we want to push as many bakeries into my trade union as possible. So I'm going to move these guys there away a bit. And we're pushing this whole district. Can I? Yes, very nice. Squeeze them in like so. Right, and that's it. I don't even theoretically need to do this, because those here boosted with electricity would already be fine. But of course we want to produce chocolate. So let's go ahead and build them. Thank you very much for this. It's never really easy in this game. A frigate was able to destroy a clipper single-handedly? That's a surprise to me. Alright. We'll need to get a new ship in. A cargo ship then, no props. Alright, so with that, let's activate the chocolates right away. There it is. Right, and with that, we should have it now immediately visible. It's 2 tons right now. So once we boost it with electricity, it'll be 4 tons. Right, so we already meet demand then. Let's upgrade. Don't forget, of course, that the investors also profit from chocolate, and with a lot of money. Right, so 23 coin per building then out of this. At this point, I will also need to build another bicycle factory. This will make sure that we consume whatever caoutchouc we have and steel. However, this puts my steel production now in jeopardy, so we're very close there. And for that reason, I would like to build my next trade union here. That's 20 influence points right in the middle of my heavy district, to also add Faras Al Sarami, to also push more steel now than ever. Of course, this will increase my consumption rates, but it should be fine. Very important to me is also how many sewing machines we produce. That's 260 tons that we can export right now. So let's also check this out again. We're not meeting that yet, right? So theoretically, I can push even more sewing machine than before. I might actually need to do this, because what I can see is fish is also not lasting us that much. We just had a trade though. Okay, we just had a trade, so this is the minimum that we see. That's acceptable, I think, right? So should be acceptable as far as I can see. Pigs are fine. Soap production is fine, but not completely boosted. Nope, not completely boosted. can I do something here to alleviate that? Probably this road that hasn't been upgraded yet. Yes, with that we have now at least this one here fixed. Alright, this one's still not boosted, but that's okay. I can live with that. Here. Ha, that was it. There you go. Last sub factory also finished. You know, I just love these industrial puzzles that the game provides. And you can just really maximize your yields then with that. Alright, so that's a lot of soap. That's a lot of bread also now from here. Is it boosted? It's boosted. Let's check my chocolate again. So we're producing a lot of bread now. Chocolate is where exactly with all of this? Still not up for it. Really? We have doubled production now with electricity. It should be doubled here too. So perhaps it changes still, right? It should be at around 5 to 6 chocolate actually that we make out of it. Are all of them affected? All of them are affected though. And all of them are electrified. Strange. Anyway, with the school also comes the upgrade. That's not a bad mission. And I would like to push more here. And can we could now also go for a few more magnets. So let's have this here also upgraded to magnets. And you just watch my balance. 39,000 to 36,000. These magnets, they don't give anything in the beginning, right? They just want to take. So the chocolate comes in now too. Jewelry should be in soon, and this will then drastically change how much we make out of that, right? How much we make out of the magnets here. 372 is massive. So that's gonna be fine. But so far so good. We have unlocked the magnets. They're a game changer once again. They're working similar like to the skyscrapers, right? As they cost you a lot in the beginning, but probably add then more money over time. We haven't even unlocked the needs yet. The real new needs yet. A subway station. We'll just see what that is. And yeah, we continue onwards in the next episode with New Horizons. I hope you enjoyed this one. Stay tuned.
Workforce shortage.
Greetings everyone. Hello and welcome back once again to Anno 1800 and to, yeah, New Horizons as we continue to play finally with the magnets, finally with the last tier, and well, finally with some new production chains that we have. And boy, there are quite a few of them, so we need to tackle them. Before I'm diving into them, I would like to point out that you can become a Nevarius channel member and gain additional perks like extra Discord privileges and also your own icons in the comment section. So I urge you to check it out. The link is in the description. Thanks for supporting me. We continue with, well, a fair metropolis that is. Yeah, it's a bit dirty, isn't it? It got lots of industry zones. And in this case here, we do have now all these new production chains, right? So a bunch of them are easy. A bunch of them are ridiculously hard. So we're gonna check that out. The major thing I'm doing right now is the jewelry, because we need the coin, right? We need the money coming out of the magnets. Otherwise, they're not paying me anything. Otherwise, every magnet building that I'm upgrading is a loss for me. And we don't have a mega city. I can't sustain that model for too long. Now for the jewelry production, every other production, it's safe to start now over here in my new industry zone that we have. It's going to be a combination of electricity providing my city, but also my industry zone. What I can still see, of course, is that we have quite an overlap here, right? Especially once we upgrade the roads, but there's not that much I can do about it because the space here is already pretty tight. Getting gas-fired power plant would be an option because it would use something else, but it wouldn't change the fundamental thing that we don't have enough space here simply to maximize them, well, to their full potential. In that case, that's still fine for me, right? Because yeah, a bit of overlap. We get more harbor area out of that. That is something to also consider. Let's just see how far we could get our electricity out up to this point here, and at least the whole beach area here we can electrify as well. So that's gonna be nifty. The other thing that we have here is a trade union that I would like to utilize. Now we don't have the most influence available, but we have some. This is 20 influence and it's gonna be useful for my latest industry zone here. Okay, now I made a mistake. I'm very sorry about this. We actually have a trade union, so it doesn't matter. Let's get rid of this again. We get the influence back again, right? So that's all that we really lost. And because I do have a new item, the illustrious gemologist, and this one here provides that the jewelers consume gold ore instead of gold. It's not the most powerful thing to have, but it's something that makes it a bit easier for us to produce jewelry and also save the goldsmith production for something later. Now, in this case here, the jewelry produces 2 tons per minute. With electrification, it produces 4 tons per minute. And in this case, we do need 2 tons. So one of them is already enough to have everything that we need. This industry zone looks a bit wonky though, so I might want to move a bunch of things around. We got the whole bakeries here. I don't think we're gonna need more than what we have here right now. So I'm just gonna delete the blueprint versions, right? And we're just gonna move them so that I have a bit of more space here for my jewelries. So I would like to have one jewelry then here. And the second one we're gonna blueprint into this area here. Just like that, right? And let's have this row here completed. We might still have, yeah, 2 more bakeries. 1 more bakery. I could have this one here also filled in. There you go. Plus the windmills. And now also the jewelers producing jewelry. This should lead to a very nice bump in money, and it already is visible, right? So already past 40,000 now. And it's certainly not fully satisfied yet. No, just halfway there. So with the jewelry, yes, those magnets, they're becoming really profitable. The 370 coin, you can really see this. Holy cow, 15,000 already and climbing still. Of course, what helps is that the investors also want jewelry. They're paying only half of it as the magnets, but it's fine. And that's it, right? So it's still a very nice bump. That was like over 20,000 in balance now with just one production here that we have finished. Nice one. All right, so this will last us for a while. And this makes it also a bit more profitable now to go for investors. We're still not there yet, right? So the magnets are still only paying a bit more than half of what the investor does. So more productions are needed. Fountain pen looks amazing. Also, we have a bunch more needs. Bombins and tea. Tea is something we should easily be getting here. Let's just check it out. 1 ton only. Demand is not very high. So let's finally go back to Horai. A glorious city over here. It still stands. That's great. It's still, by the way, also waiting for that gold ore. So I would like to do something else. We're using gold right now for my jewelry production. I would like to check out if we have enough gold right now. We don't, right? So even with the gold mines in the new world, we can't even meet the amount of 1 jewelry. So this is not gonna work out. What we can do instead is we just upgraded my items. And I would like to continue expanding my docklands here. You know what? We can actually go ahead with 2 of them right away. I might just add me this one here as well. And let's check it out again. Got a bunch more options. And we have an excessive bread production. That's because, of course, we do want to produce chocolate with the bread. So in that case, we need to get rid of bread in higher quantities. Let's just see how much that is. Whoosh. Holy cow, I did not expect that. 9 tons of bread for 1 gold ore, for 1 gold bar. That is just super crazy. I will need to fiddle around something here. How does it look with my sewing machines? Okay, that's 2 to 1. That's much better. So I could say that we export the bread for the grain. It needs to be more than that, of course. We're gonna push this to 300, probably out of grain there. And with that, we get rid of the bread. We could even push it further. We get another product that we can level up. Fish already has been leveled up with the iron ore. That's still not enough, though. So we will need to increase the volume here of the fish so that we get at least 500 ore in, right? All right, and then we can say 150 tons of sewing machines for 63 tons of gold bars. That sounds more like it. That sounds like something we can sustain. And then I just need to put the gold bar onto my trade route. It's a very long process getting this one automated. And it's probably the whole idea behind it. This massive trade route here that gets the flour over, the silk, the glass, has still 1 more slot available, right? And that's gonna be the gold bars. In Sleepy Hollow itself, we'll also need to push the next university. If I want to upgrade more residences, especially if I want to get rid of more arsons. We have too many, and that leads to too much of a consumption of artisan goods, and I don't want to produce more artisan goods than necessary. The only thing that we might still want to consider pushing is the soap. So that is the worker artisan. We have a surplus here of 13. That's 260 tons of soap. That should actually be enough already. No, it's not. We need a bit more, a tiny bit more. Like one factory would be enough. We could also... Yeah, one factory would be enough. And we could have it over here, right? So that's not a big deal. So we need 2 rendering works for that, right? And 1 soap factory. And let's have this soap factory. They're overlapping here. I can't say no to that. So let's build it right here. It's all getting electrified. It's really like to make this look cleaner. So I'm gonna move. We have too many roads here as well. Too many dead roads. That I certainly don't want to have. And what I can also see is that these warehouses are probably a bit overwhelmed. Also, since we're here, let's get us a sand mine going that has electricity flowing. And yes, sometimes I'm a poet myself. Now we need to get the tea rolling, to get the money flowing. Okay, now I'm gonna stop, really. If once you start, you can't stop with it. And where's my tea? Where's my tea? Seriously, we have no tea fertility. There it is. And should be over here. Right now they're not producing, right? But we should be, yeah, we're full of tea, of course. And we do have a tea production of 8 tons here, but we're consuming 7 already. That's not enough, right? So we need to push this further. So in this case, first of all, the Admiral is crazy if he thinks he can take over my island. And then I'm gonna push 1, 2, 3. Might even have a 4th one here. Yeah, let's go ahead with a 4th one, but I will need to move them just a tiny smidge over here. And then here. Let's just check it out if we have enough fields. We don't. This looks more like it. And let's... Oh yeah, production is completely suspended now. But I'm gonna have like another 3 workshops here, right? So we got the full row now. Let's just make it like so. And this will lead now to a potential production of... Oh, we can't even see potential production during monsoon season. Okay, they're just flat out disabled, right? But we should be fine with that now. I only just need now a trade route. We are completely overwhelmed with what we have. So as a matter of fact, I will need probably... There is... Oh, okay. But that's my Lorca. That's too small of a ship. I'm just going to create a new trade route between Kangwang and Sleepy Hollow. It's one of those risky trade routes again, right? So it's here through the corridor. We got now 5 ships of the line protecting this corridor for me. It's still a risky area. And we're going to say here tea. Fortunately, tea is not very valuable, right? So it's actually a high volume product. We could go with a white flag ship of the cargo ship. Not doing this, of course. Okay, where is that ship though? Because if it's in the old world, we have a problem. It's in the new world, really? Okay, then it goes to my island directly. And also, seriously, we're out of ships. Again? Like, I had massive amounts of cargo ships available. Let's build another 4. No props. I'm also looking for a bunch more items at Eli's, right? The problem is, since there's so many items now, with the DLCs, with the mods, that it's hard to get the right ones. There's Dario. I want him, of course. He provides extra pocket watches and gramophones out of bicycle and sewing machine factories. And on top of that, instead of steel, he processes flat iron, which makes some things a bit easier for me. There would be another for us. We have a nice balance, so money is flowing right now. Could be doing that. I like Elliot for the flat happiness boost and reduction of any kind of incident for my residences. And I was hoping for her, Susanna, the steam engineer. She provides extra light bulbs out of my cab assembly line. But more important is that we consume no steam motors anymore with the cab assembly line, because that processes now filaments. Crazy change in material input. There is board declaration. No, we're not doing that. He doesn't want that. He wants just a symbolic amount. Alright. That's, I think, as much as I am willing to spend. We spent over 1 million on these items here. And they're on their way now. With moving a few things around, we can actually open up some space here in the industry zone. With that, we have now my bicycle factories and my sewing machines factories clustered together here. We could, of course, also make it so that we move another one in here, having another bicycle factory or even some additional production, so we haven't even touched yet. With that, we have the trade union. This is now 20 influence, so we're really, really low on that. I'm trying to upgrade now a bunch of investors. Lucky us, we have lots of engineers still to upgrade. So I would like to go ahead and have these guys here all upgraded. And this leads to 34 influence. And probably also here a bunch, right? So with that, we have 40 influence now once again. And that I can use for my next trade union here. And this one now leads to our influence bonus, right? That we finally have unlocked. And with that, I would like to get now in my looking nice Starium with the mechanical engineer, pushing them now. Doesn't push production though, right? It's just a change in input and also in additional productions coming out, like the pocket watches now, right? So with this single item, we have now twice as much pocket watches as we need. And then we also have the gramophone production that is now at 5 tons. As I think it previously was 2 tons, right? So this is a really nice bump that we can further bump now if we just get some new items in. So I'm gonna push my one here back again because we can still increase productivity, of course, of these. With Ferrous, for example. Speaking about Ferrous, we do have the steel production here. I don't need that anymore. So we can save the unhappiness because we don't consume that much steel any longer, right? We're having a huge surplus, in fact, because my bicycle factory and my sewing machine factory don't consume steel anymore. And don't forget, these are huge volume factories, right? So they're really pushing. And this leads to a drop in steel demand. It, however, of course, leads to an increase in iron demand. So we have a huge iron demand right now. But iron is something that we can tackle, right? Iron is something that you can get in huge quantities. What I could do to further even the odds is turn off a few furnaces, because honestly we don't need that much, and this looks more like it, right? This also reduces my consumption here now of goods, and with that it should be a bit more even. Very good. So this is a very powerful item, and I'm very happy that we have it implemented. The other one is now over here. We're having now a few more industrial buildings, right? And I would like to continue with that because we have a trade union. I cannot afford that many more trade unions, right? They're super expensive. We have this one, and we need the cab assembly line. So let's also push the cab assembly line. We can't just conveniently squeeze it in here. And now also get our Susanna the engineer to produce us extra light bulbs and also filaments instead of steam motors for this one here. Another nice push in efficiency. Now all of this is necessary to free up resources and also space for my new magnet tier productions. And look at them. The radio that we have. And then also we have the fountain pen that is even more complex. Now, in that case, we should start with the radio and the bomb bins. Both of them are still manageable for me, because for the radio, what we here still need as the only new factory, or the only new input, is the galena. So mining galena for lead. This is something that we need to find. And galena, I haven't seen anywhere yet. I think it's just a mountain site that you need to have. What we definitely need is the iridium mine in Kangwon. So we have one over here. This is producing, oh yeah, okay, 3 tons per minute. That's fine. Do we have more iridium somewhere? Oh, nice. In Shengjing, we got 3 iridium deposits. So it is safe for me to actually get these going first. They just need okay, they need workers. We could have 2 of them in Shengjing. And yeah, we can build, of course, easily one here. Let's do this right away. Wanna get this production going. And it's not a lot, right? So I'm gonna push a bunch of materials over then as well. Do we have an available ship? Yeah, there it is. Akikatsu. It is. By the way, we can upgrade the harbor area of Kangwang again. I would like to do this. Just to see what beautiful new assets this mod provides. While we're here, let's also start with the next wonder construction, since money is also no problem now. Now, this is my royal hall that we have, right? Now we can go for the pleasure pavilion. I would also like to start with that. Let's just see what it costs, because we cannot really see it if I hover over it. We get Eastern literature out of this, and it affects the street distances of my cookhouses, my soy farms, duck farms, beekeepers, and it also gives me a residence buff to that. And does it account? I think it accounts island-wide from what I can see right now. Yeah. Let's just see what it needs. Oh, okay. It needs gold again. So both of them need the same input here. That we already bring over now, right? So it's just a matter of time now before we can start with that. The rest is in already, and quotas are also coming in to Kangwon already. Down here we have 2 iridiums right away, plus the warehouse, right? This should be enough. The question is, do we need iridium also in Horai? Or is it really just for my... Oh, what is that? That's the chemical plant. Alright. But I don't think we're gonna need iridium for my population in Horai. So in this case, we can really just get all of this over. And I think one of my smaller ships is fine for this. So we're gonna go with 2 stops here. So that is Kangwang. And then also Shengshin. And then we're going to Sleepy Hollow. We don't need to worry about the waypoint here. I mean, I'm just gonna do it. But I'm gonna use the smaller ship, right? That has a white flag provided already. And I'm gonna pick up everything that we get and bring all of this down to Sleepy Hollow. And off it goes. Now, surprisingly enough, we don't have any bombings production yet, and this would be my next target, of course. For this, we have our cotton fabrics. Now, with the cotton fabrics, it's that we need them, of course, also for Sleepy Hollow. So I need to be careful by how many I'm actually consuming with that. Let's push the remaining cotton farms that we have blueprinted here. And then I'm also gonna push a bunch more of my cotton mills. So let's have 2 more here. Now, I'm not entirely sure how many bombings we're gonna need for the magnets. Let's check this out. Please don't be too much. It's not even a ton yet, right? But we don't have a lot of magnets. So, yeah. We're producing 2 per minute. So, I think 2 bombing weavers. Oh, yeah, wait a second. We also need them here, right? So, we have a demand of 5 tons. I want to meet the demand in Manola too, because eventually we want to go for artistas. So, that's something to keep in mind. We're gonna need more. It's just how things are in this game. I might try and squeeze one in here still. That should work. Oh, yeah, you can have 2 in here. But I think that would be not very efficient. So let's just go ahead with 1. Push this warehouse there too. Get the... It wouldn't add too much unhappiness, by the way. What's going on with my fried plantains? Okay. It's also very tight. It's all very tight right now. It's almost like my propaganda ran out. But that can't be. Yeah, we're consuming more. Alright, and with everything reinforced, we can now start with the bombing weavers themselves. So in this case here, yeah, 3 of them should do a nice job. We could also go with 4, honestly. I might actually... Yeah, let's use 4 in this area here. Gonna push another one, and then... this one. That really... Wait a second. That is now equal. That is fine. And then we have the bombings now with a surplus of 3. But we are consuming a lot of them in Manola. So this is the tricky one here. Okay, I did not expect to meet so much resistance with the bombings. But since we have a pretty huge city, of course, yeah, it kicks in, right? And with my next trade route for the bombings secured, we can now focus on the next production for my magnets. This one has an interesting building in it, the Galena module. So I was looking for Galena, but you just need to read the text, honestly. Build next to an iron mine, copper mine, zinc mine, or open pit iron mine, mining Galena for lead. And yeah, with this one, we just need to have it. And we have 3 iron mines on this island, luckily. So I can just build it here. And let's just try it out, right? This one. It needs now as an input timber, So that's the, yeah, okay, it shows this here anyway. To produce me digging deeper for galena. And this one here provides an extra galena for every, I think, ton that we produce in the iron mine, right? Can we see this here? How much that would be in total now? I don't see galena yet, so might still wait. Let's build another one though right away. Because honestly, why not? Alright, so this basically solves it, right? So we have now galena or lead. And then we have the milling shop detector. This one provides, however, this one requires engineers, and we don't have that many. So I need to once again continue with the upgrading of my population. Artisans that we need to consume primarily, which I like. So we continue with a bunch more, since we have also now built here the university, right? So we can push more into this direction. And then also further down here. Also, let's get rid of all the farmers here in the harbor area. You don't want to have that. Those low tiers. And then also a bunch more artisans here along this road. So the city continues with developing, and with that we have plenty of workforce for this. There is another thing that we still need, and that's the polymer factory. This one requires electricity. It is ridiculously expensive, and it produces 4 tons per minute. It needs electricity on top of that. So it looks like a good ideal building. It needs a railway connection because it consumes oil. Interesting. So let's get this one to my oil harbor, in fact. All the way down here. We got the tracks, right? We got the electricity flowing. I might push my steam motor production down here now. Or did we actually disrupt something with that? No, we did not. Alright, so the steam motors continue. We should have a lot of steam motors, by the way. Yeah, because we're not consuming them anymore, right? We're just producing them right now. That's totally fine. We need them for the ships anyway. And this looks like a very good location for this production, for the polymer factory, because it's right next to the tracks. And yeah, let's have one here in the middle of everything. And it just pushes in, right? And with that, we got this factory going. And this one produces now celluloid. And it consumes oil with that. We don't even have that much oil, I just realized. Oh yeah, oil is running out. Did we lose... Wait a second. Did we lose the trade route? Oil? We did not. We still get oil over, but it's not... Yeah, we're at the capacity. Let's build another oil tanker right away. And get us more oil over. Holy cow. I did not expect to run out of oil so quickly. So that's something we need to really tackle. Now, anyway, we got this one. We got this one, this one. We got the celluloid, potentially. And then we can have another milling shop detector. This one produces then the detectors that we need to get the radio going. Now, this one also requires electricity. I mean, the costs of these are insane. 200,000 for one factory. Alright, I think we're gonna push them in the new industry zone though, over here. Alright, so we have plenty of space. They're not... Oh yeah, they're polluted. So I might want to move a bunch of other things around again. Let's have it here. Alright, so we have this block here. This warehouse needs to stay. How big is the radio factory? Really? It's that size? Okay, I will push it here. No, let's have it in the heavy industry zone. Let's actually get the warehouse up. Right, and with that we have a bit of space. I mean, holy cow, it's huge. And then also my other factory here. And we even have room for another one if I need that. Let's check out the ratios. Okay, very good. It's 1 to 1, or it's 2 to 2, really. And producing 2 tons of that. With that, we get 2 tons of radios in. How many do we need? Not even 1 ton so far. Very good. I think we can actually push it, right? Let's check out my lead. Galena? There it is. 12 tons. Whoa, that is a lot. Okay, 12 tons of galena. Can I export this in the docklands? At the docklands? That would be nice, right? There's also diamonds coming in now. Okay, let's check it out. Galena. What's the ratio for this? Okay, you need 12 for 1 ton of gold. Not the holy grail, I can see, but we can get more iron in with that. Oh yeah, for sure. Let's do this. Get another source of iron with that, with Galena. That looks lovely. And let's build it. Both of them. As expensive as they are, at some point you need to have them. Let's have a road here. Looks cleaner with a road, right? And these are new factory buildings. Beautiful. Just along the main road here. Let's also upgrade this road, right? And this road. And I wanted to have my wall here, right? So it makes sense that we get rid of this road there. And then build us a nice industrial wall. Very good. And with that, we can also now build the wall, also the gates with the entrances. And to separate the industry zone a bit from my normal city. And we might even then make some trees or a green belt. And let's also upgrade those roads. Yeah, we have a bit of bricks left, so I can do that. Just fine. 70,000 is my income right now. Is something happened? Yes, the radios are in now. This leads to more magnets. And the tea is in. This leads to even more magnets. So that's all that. Fountain pen is another source of income. And 600 we produce now per magnet building. That's still far away from the 1,000 that an investor produces. Thank you very much for destroying one of my ships, you brave souls. One of my clippers. It was my hops trader, in fact. I wonder how that was even possible. It was a ship of the line. Alright. Also, we got riots for the investors. Like, really? We're providing so many goods for them now, and they're actually going to riot against us. Alright, regarding the fountain pen, which is the next one, and that is a very important one because once again it provides lots of income. We already have most things going here. So celluloid, look at that, produces photons. This has been nicely thought through, right, by the developers of this mod, because you only need to build one of these to provide enough production for the radius and at the same time also for the pen. So I don't need to build two celluloids there. The other one is the fountain pen. All of these require electricity, unfortunately. So it's really something we cannot push that easily. Yeah, once again, it's a production that you don't need in high quantities. So one of them is already fine. Once again, let's check it out. Let's make it a blueprint here. I will still need the wood veneer we have. The milling we still need. And this one needs the gold that comes in with the docklands. And it needs the iridium that comes in from Horai. And that's actually it. We just need to build the milling now for the pens. And yeah. Let's have it instead of the jewelry, because that is still absolutely fine. With that, we have both of these productions here going strong. To also finish this. Yeah, let's make it a bit cleaner looking, I think. Upgrading the roads. We don't want to have those dirt roads everywhere. Might also just make it like so. Right, and with that, we have 2 massive productions finished. And I'm still waiting now on the pens to come in, right? So already being loaded. We just need the fountain pens now. So that's just a matter of a short time until my ship arrives with them. And then we have... Oh, we have it. There you go. Easy. Fountain pen production up and running. Yeah, it's consuming a lot of gold. So we will need to get more gold in somehow. And with that, this production has been met, and this will lead to another bump in income for my magnets, right? Can't wait on that. And so far so good. We continue with, yeah, burning magnet buildings in the next episode. And then also a bunch more upgrades that we need. And also the new trading company that we haven't even explored yet with the trading licenses. Boy, this mod doesn't cease, or it doesn't end, really, with all the features that it has. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back once again to, yeah, a burning city, as always, a city in riots. I'm not very used to tier 5 buildings going to riots and, well, even being set on fire. Less so for the tier 6 that we have, and I wonder why, really. As I can see, we have now all the needs in, right? So as of last episode, the radios are being produced, the bombings are being produced, and for the happiness, we also have now the fountain pens coming in. So these magnets, they should be happy, yet they're not. Pollution is a problem, and also my newspaper. But outside of that, we have happy magnets, so it should be fine. We're just gonna push it with a bit of violence, right? So my police officers, they have new weapons, and they're gonna quickly dispose any rioters trying to set my city on fire. Now we continue with a bunch of new mechanics that the mod still offers. Yes, we're still exploring new things. That's the great thing. And one of them is now the new trade companies. Let's have a look at them. Foreign trading company, a trade hub connecting traders from all over the world, expandable with modules. Alright, so it is like the Docklands, I should say, right? It's a different asset though. Now we have the Docklands already in this harbor area. We have this one as my tourism harbor area. And we have a new industry zone here. So it makes sense to me to add this trading company to that zone. There's a lot of fish. So I'm gonna move my fish into other realms of fishing, and they don't need electricity, right? So it's fine to move them away. We still have a bit of space that I can exploit, right? So that's that. And I think another thing that we have here is also my sand mine. This is something I would actually like to keep. This could be tricky. Let's push it further outside because I really want to have this one electrified as well. There you go, right? Because we need the sand. We're still not having enough sand, unfortunately, because of all the production. So there's a discrepancy of 2 tons. Having this one out here, that could actually work out for me. So like that. This one is not electrified though anymore. And let's get the trading company going. As you can see, it will need a lot of space, right? So it might be safe to have it here somewhere. And at this point, I have no idea how big it gets. So I'm just going to push it in here now. And it's a military building as well. So it has... No, I don't see any defenses though. So we'll just see. And here we have now all the new modules that are coming with that. It's also a new trade hub, of course, that we can use for our city, right? And yeah, it's really squeezed in tight here. Let's have this road upgraded. And in fact, since this is a major building, I'm considering upgrading the road that leads to this. Right, so we have this road here. That's my triple road that we have that comes from the city center. And we can just continue here with a double road that leads then to this new trade company. So that we do get its meaning over, right? Let's actually make this one a triple road. Looks a bit more representative then. And here we have the main road going into the 3 road then again. I think this makes sense. And this warehouse we don't need. All right, let's get rid of that. As we continue cleaning things up a bit, leading then to this one. Now, what does it do exactly? Because right now, there's nothing. It's just a hub, right? But we have now these modules that make it interesting. The first one is the foreign trading company warehouse. It increases the capacity of the maximum imported products on this island. Alright, let's add a spawn for now. And is this... Oh, this is a pass-through. Very nice. Okay. We can have this one here. It's a lovely building, right? And it kind of like reminds me of the Research Institute. With the theme that it brings over. Now we got the interesting things though, and that's the import piers. We got the tabulators, the bourbon whiskey, and the noble mushrooms. I think tabulators are actually the first thing I need for my magnets. So my magnets now generate trade licenses, and they're pretty productive at that. Per ton of consumed radius, blue cheese, silk vest, and fountain pens, a trade license is added. Use them in your foreign trading company to, well, get new things and new products. So let's check this out. What I can see right now is they don't... there's the blue cheese, okay. There's the radius. Generates trade licenses. Where do we have them? Can I see them? Trade licenses. They're none. So we're not producing them yet. All right. They're also not here. And there are the tabulators, right? They add another 70 coin. There's the bourbon whiskey. And there are cars. I don't even know what cars are yet. So there's even a new product that we still haven't explored yet. Interesting. Now, we need more magnets, obviously, right? And this leads me to having more upgrades, which probably will, yeah, make it worse for my balance again. But let's go ahead. More magnets here. And let's also push them here in the city center. There you go. And then probably, oh, that's an engineer still. Here. And here. And here. Alright, so that's... And a few additional magnets that we have now. And this unlocks me the blue cheese. And also the porcelain that we have here now. Alright, porcelain looks like an easy production, but it needs two things that we haven't used yet. So that's that, and it adds more money then again. Blue cheese we have over here. Ah, there's the mushrooms. Alright. So that's the noble mushrooms that we import together with cattle farm and sugar. And now we can also see the subway station, but it still needs a whole bunch of additional magnets that we need to upgrade. And I have a feeling that we're gonna need that subway station in a central spot. Let's push a few more here. And these guys. There you go. It's not like I'm super happy upgrading magnets because it doesn't really push me forward. It also doesn't give me additional influence. So it would have been nice if they would bring something new to the table, right? Because the investors are still more valuable. So this is just really, yeah, a bonus you can have. It's not really something that pushes your city though. There it is, subway station. And as expected, it's a service building. It's a big one and lovely. We can use it instead of these two here, right? That's what I wanted to do. So we can have this here. It doesn't require anything else outside of just being there. I just need to get rid of one of the roads here that we have. Let's make this road here go away. Also adds that feeling of density, right? And then we can have a subway station right here in the city center of Sleepy Hollow. All of these. Nice radius it has. And the subway station, yeah, it gives me 2 happiness. Yay! Okay, trade licenses we can see in the company's warehouse though, right? So there we have them now. We got 9. And now what I can do is I can... Ooh, we have unlocked cars. There they are. Let's go with the tabulators first. And this one is now a pier. All right. It doesn't need to be connected directly. But of course it makes sense to do so. So I could start with that. Yeah, we have no space. So I cannot push it like this. Probably need to get rid of those sand mines again. Right. Getting this one done. Very good. So now we produce tabulators every 2 minutes out of the trade license. Okay. So there is no ship that needs to go here directly. As far as I can see. It doesn't even need to be here. So... It's just a product, right? It's just a product that gets shipped over trade license to produce tabulators every 2 minutes with that. So this is that. And then we also have the mushrooms for the noble mushrooms. There's 2 available here. We can either trade it with Archibald Blake or we get it with the pier, right? To produce us the blue cheese. So I'm going ahead and also build me the next one right away. That's the bourbon whiskey that we're also gonna need. It's the same building. And it's also just consuming now. But what I can see... No. This one is the main building, right? These are not additional piers. They just cost me a ton of money. That's it. And this one brings in the bourbon whiskey every 2 minutes. We're gonna need more magnets, of course, because this all will cost me. And bourbon whiskey... There it is, right? Together with the tabulators. And yeah, let's enable both of them. That's an additional 70 coin. So I'm pretty sure once we enable most of these things here, that magnets will be more profitable than investors. But I still don't really see this at the moment. Oh. No, no one is attacking Kang Wang. No one. We got the bricks. It's really bricks that, yeah, we lack the most. Let's build the subway station. Okay, this is pretty cool. This is really cool. They're looking a bit wonky. outside of that, we got a subway station in the heart of Sleepy Hollow. How amazing is that? And this one, yeah, is a public service now, providing that to my city. And with that, we got the public service provided. We still have unhappy magnets. They're not the happiest bunch. But it's a very cool service building. Gotta say that. Fantastic. To get a nice urban feeling. Yeah, we're going back to Kangwang because here we now have that temple finished. That very first one, the Royal Hall. Everything's been in. I don't know why he looks drunk. Probably worked way too much. Let's finish it. And with that, oh yep, nice. The Royal Wonder. The weapons we have, so we're bringing them already in. This provides also 500 attraction to the island. And what's the bonus now out of this one here? Okay, the island cannot be taken over anymore. That's pretty great. Take over lockdown. The Will of Steel. Also, we do get a production bonus of 50%. Affects the whole island with all of its mines and stuff like that. And also all the defense turrets on this island do 10% more damage and have 1000 more hit points. Lovely, right? And as we can see, oh, it's not island-wide. So this one here is island-wide, the Pleasure Pavilion, yep. Because it affects the farms, right? But this one's not. Let's get... Oh no, we need the warehouse close by because it needs to constantly consume weapons. Let's have them... Let's have the warehouse over here. This looks better. Right, also let's upgrade it to look proper. There you go. And with that we have this space here available. So there's also another road that we can have go away from here and here. Or, you know what, we're just gonna make one road around that. Would make more sense. Since there are so many entrances to this building. I mean, we could still make a nice plaza here, for example, right? Something in front of it, like a rock. Of course not. But I love the dragons, right, that we have. Guess some lanterns could also be needed. Then we got the large Buddha statue. This is probably something that I would like to have over here at the grand entrance as well. You can also have a gazebo somewhere here, but I don't think that it would fit. But the cool thing is, that's also new, we have an enclosed greenery, right? For eye, and look at that. It looks okayish, I'd say. I wouldn't spam it everywhere now, though. This one definitely needs still some work. We might do some fountains here. We even have arcade entrances to have another temple over there. Because otherwise this would look very naked. But don't forget we have the city there too. So I might also just continue with some more normal buildings, right? So this block here can be increased in size. And then we have these guys here. I think this makes more sense overall with some special entrances. There you go, right? And here we keep a bit of a distance still, that area, to have a little plaza. And then we have a bunch more buildings here. Otherwise, you have this temple and it goes right into the jungle. Which also is okay, of course. I still don't like the look of it too much. So with that, we have something around here, and then we have this road leading somewhere else again, right? And this enclosure here makes a bit more sense in this area. Because it separates it nicely, right? And then we can have another pagoda over here, looking towards the Buddhas. Okay, now we can continue with the construction of the pleasure pavilion over here. We don't have all the gold in yet, but already, yeah, almost half of it, right? And let's start with that. Another 500 workers. By the way, wait a second. Does this still consume the workers? No, it does not. That would have been a bit problematic, to say the least. And while we're here, we can work now on one of the most important products in the universe, sake. Now, sake is pretty complex, in fact, because it needs the koji. That is something that we produce. And it needs a glass maker that must be in range of a foreign trading company. I wonder what the deal with that is. So we need to have a foreign company being built here now too. In Horai, right? So there we have it. And we have different imports. Diamonds, silver bars, tungsten. And we got the regional office, provides surrounding magnet businesses with trade licenses. So we have the whole bunch new magnet businesses now that provide this. And let's just have a look at that. So we can have our hub here, right? And this goes then right into my trading company that it has the same size as this one, right? So we can kind of like make it a bit symmetrical over here. There we have it. So this whole harbor area now continues into this area, right? This one now, once again, first of all, it has a policy. Wait a second. Do we have a policy of the trade offices? No, we don't have that in the old world, right? This is really just for Horai. Nice touch. Let's have a look at that. 1 item slot for all harbors. 50% import speed for import piers. 25 tons of storage for crop storages. Or 30% productivity for gold, brass and steel furnaces. Okay, nothing here is exciting except the crop stockpiling, perhaps. We get more crop stockpiling. At least, yeah, that's something, right? And with that, we can now push the tungsten, silver bars, and diamonds, whatever I'm gonna need. And we can also build a regional office now. So this is basically, yeah, a booster building, right? So we can place it here in my industry zone to boost the surrounding effectiveness then of magnet industries, but I don't have that yet. Okay, the range when it comes to the sake production again must be in range of a foreign trading company. As we can see, the range is pretty big, but it's an industrial range. So I'm actually going to push the office over here. I think this was my goal all along anyway, wasn't it? Now that I think about it, yeah, we have this main road that leads to the trading company. So this was the goal all along, right? And we have now that range in the industrial zone. So I can add my glass maker here now, producing me glass. Yeah, that's over here. And I wonder how many I need. We're gonna need a whole bunch of sake, right? If I take the whole world now in, and I'm saying, okay, the whole world just needs 2 tons of sake right now. So that's my people here already, my gongren, but also my magnets. Yeah, I'm still gonna push, of course, 2 at least. Let's make it 3, right? Let's play it safe, as always. It's not a beautiful building, so I'm gonna push it a bit further outside. There you go. And then we have our sake brewery now. We have everything for it, really, that I can have here. And let's also push 3. To get a good amount of production out of that. The koji, as far as I know, we are getting this one in already, right? We're not. We have the money though now to start the trade route because I think he had it. Yes, Admiral Wu, there's the koji. Let's get me a trader going for this trade route here. Come on, give me my ship. These messages. Now she has something to say. Now he's got something to say. Now we can purchase the ship. Thank you very much for this. And let's get the koji going now finally from my trader. Admiral Wu. To, yeah, Hangwang. It's a very short trade, right? And we purchased the koji exclusively with this one. By the way, we could also purchase porcelain here. Alright, let's do this. Might be expensive. Let's just see how much we trade this for. Porcelain is worth 1,400. So this is going to be an expensive trade, but it shouldn't really affect us that much. I didn't even see my balance move there. I think it is 90,000 we paid. It's okay. It's okay. So with that, we got the porcelain rolling and we got the koji rolling for the sake production. Oof. Alonso, I don't even know what you're doing here. The only other thing that we need now for this... Okay, porcelain. I probably don't even need a porcelain production then, honestly, because the consumption is so low. It's 1 ton in Sleepy Hollow and 2 tons here. What does it bring me? Porcelain. Yeah, it gives me a lots of happiness, so let's activate it for the Gongren as well. And more importantly now is that we need sand. I don't think we have a sand production. Quartz sand. So once again, a new trade route. I hope we don't need a full new trade route just for this one now. We got the rice. There it is. We got the caviar, the olives, the peppercorn. And in Sleepy Hollow, we're now picking up sand. Quartz sand. Just once. Let's make it 2 times. Get it over. But I still will need more sand, as expected, right? We're running out of space. This is actually, this shouldn't be an industry zone, so I'm not gonna try and push sand mines here. There's no more space here. There is a bunch of space here, but this is an area I probably cannot build it here. No. Okay. Yeah, let's push these by 50%. I still need to do the other ones though too. So it's not a lot of pushing here for the workers. They will survive this. Right, I just need a lot more sand. Okay, with that we have a surplus of 11 tons safely. Should be fine. Right now we make a surplus of trade licenses despite getting tabulators in. And we're producing 1 ton. Consuming half of that with my magnets. Let's push a few more magnets, so just around the subway station. Another block here, and another bunch here, right? Just to get... I think with that we have everything unlocked now. Yep, silk vests. There it is. The cars have been unlocked, so we can now import cars as well. I think this is the last item that we have now here. Import cars. Right, so that is something. Let's get... Can we have this? Oh, nice. We can have it here. I like that. I like that a bit more. And with that, cars are coming in now. So it's really that simple, right? Trade lessons being produced, cars are being imported. And with that, we can also now unlock the cars down here. And with that, we have all 3 input goods now fulfilled. What's the demand for cars? Yeah, way too much, right? We import now 3/4 in surplus. So this is really fine. This is all working. All right, back to Kangwang immediately, because first of all, we have to repel this hostile takeover. The sand is coming in now. And with that, we have then everything fulfilled for the sake. The rice is already coming in from another island entirely, right? We have our major rice farms in Dangjeng, right? There are 12 here, so that's quite a bit. And we're not consuming rice at the moment. Do we need rice for someone else? No, they don't need rice. And the Gongren also don't need rice. By the way, providing sake for them will give me, yeah, a bit of happiness again. There's the porcelain, right? And that. Let's build them, because I don't want to worry about them anymore. And with that, we have a potential sake production surplus now of 3 tons. We just need 1 ton in Sleepy Hollow though, so this has been solved. So all I really need to do now is make another trade route finally from Kangwang to Sleepy Hollow. And this one has now sake. Yeah, you know, let's make it full. And porcelain. There it is. And get all of this over. And that's 2 additional products now coming to Sleepy Hollow. These are high priced, not high volume, a high quality product. So we need to be absolutely sure that this arrives safely right in my convoy zone. Alright, I need bricks to make this one. And by the way, also what we need to make here is for the sake to have a minimum, because I don't want to deplete it completely, right, for these guys. Let's say 15 tons. Consumption is really low, right, so this should be fine. And the same applies for the porcelain. Oh, we already have 94 in. Let's say another 15 here for the porcelain, right? Yeah. I just gotta monitor my money a bit because I don't want to have the porcelain depleting me of any money. Could be a nasty surprise at the end of the road if I'm not being careful here. Upgrades. Let's go ahead and also upgrade a bunch more people here, especially closer to my temples for Kangwang, and also over here. Kind of a bunch more upgrades just to get this going. And there we have the cars now in as well. Very nice. I could even unlock the local mail for these guys. I don't think so. Yes, I probably can. Let's unlock the local mail for magnets too. This gives me more magnets. Oh, that was actually 4 tons in addition. That is a lot. So we need to build more offices, more post offices. Like, yes, we have lots of aluminum at this point to build me another post office just here to push all of them, and probably another one here somewhere. There's my one. Oh, this district doesn't have one yet. So, yeah, let's just, I don't know, let's just get rid of these workers there. Definitely like so that it looks towards the main road to also produce me local mail. That is way too much anyway of what we need, and that's fine. Another thing, I would still like to use my item Elliot. The problem with that will most likely be my influence, but we haven't built a town hall yet. It's still costing me 20, okay. I'm not building this though. I like to squeeze in my queen's clock tower somewhere here, right? That would be a massive boost to my city. Look at that, it does not affect the magnets. Alright. That's a disappointment. Do the magnets have their own building for that? They don't. There's no way I can push magnets with items, it seems. Alright. Small disappointment there. I hope I'm mistaken. Makes them even a worse steal to me. So with all the products fulfilled now, we're still 300 short of the investors when it comes to income. There's also no bonus influence coming. So yeah, magnets, they're a hardy bunch. Okay, there's one interesting thing. This trade union here, we can move this a bit further down. I would like to do this. We're still affecting all of the industry zones here, right? All of the industrial buildings that we need for it. That's the bakeries and the jewelry. There it is. So if I move it a bit further down, what we can do here is getting a very interesting building or item on the way that I never used before. That's Grigor the Geologist. And this one affects the sand mine as well and the clay pit. And it produces extra pearls for this building. Also, it would provide electricity. So if I had the influence, I could push it here and we would have no more pearl and electricity or sand problem. And since I do have a bunch of influence, I could afford it. By the way, we reached 100,000 on income. Super nice. With such a small city, right? I mean, it's really a small city so far in Anno terms, and over 100,000 income. Crazy stuff. So for now, I'm just gonna use it here with my sand mine. Can I push 2 sand mines? It's not looking pretty, but I don't care about pretty right now. I need material. Alright, so they're producing now pearls in addition. How many pearls Yeah, not bad. 3 pearls, right? And we're already getting in 4 pearls from the New World. So this leads to a nice pearl surplus that we need for the jewelry. Nice. So far so good. That was a nice progress, right? We have now almost all the products fulfilled for the magnets. Have the trade companies working. Now I would really like to wrap things up in the next episode of Anno 1800 New Horizons. Stay tuned. Thanks for watching. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back once again to Anno 1800 New Horizons. I'm very good of you to join and stick around to our growing, well, Asian city that is Kangwang. And we have finished in the last episode, yeah, just this a tiny wonder over here. And of course, in this episode, well, we continue with the next temple right away that we have over here. That is my pleasure pavilion. Right now, the clock is ticking, so I think the remaining gold is in. The problem here primarily is that we're lacking the workforce to get this one done in a reasonable amount of time. So in this case here, we need to push more people again. Just in general, we need to push more people, by the way, because yeah, we're lacking workforce, we're lacking also production. So I continue with, let's just say, another city district, probably over here now. So we are kind of growing towards the industry zone in Kangwang that we have. Somewhere over here, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and we probably, yeah, we can probably, yeah, actually, yes, we can have paved streets everywhere since they require stone. I love this feature, by the way, so that there is its own material just for the pavement. So I don't need to waste my clay plaster, which is way harder to produce, for other things, right? And I can use my stone that is just super easy to produce for my paved roads. Loving that. Let's have my paved road going all the way up here. So in this case here, we are getting into the industry zone now. For that sector, right? So there we already have a wall. That wall probably extends then all the way here, because you might just have a few more buildings. And here we can then once again continue with a bunch of buildings, but not like this. Let's have a road here still, right? And then I'm gonna go ahead with, we're probably just gonna take this one. Yeah, that's fine. And have a block here and probably a block here. And then perhaps a few more houses here. And this warehouse, of course, will disappear at some point. No, it won't, because you know why? Because we still need to have a constant supply of goods coming in for this monument to work, right? So the warehouse will stick behind a bit further. Some over here. It doesn't need to have a direct road connection, but for the construction, let's have it. Let's also upgrade it so it looks proper, and ornaments will follow then suit. And with that, let's have, yeah, I mean, no, let's have a park here, right? Definitely want to have something. And then we just finish those again with the respective ornaments on top of that. Continuing the expansion here, I really wanna, you know, wrap up the city development of Kangwang. It's already a pretty big town. You might even call it a city at this point. And gonna go ahead. Where's my marketplace? Super hard to see for me. I'm gonna go ahead and have these guys here still, and then these guys here. There it is, right? I didn't see it. Holy cow. There's my city plaza, right? And once again, we can also upgrade this one to the next level then. So it has a bit of a taller tower. They just look fantastic, really. Beautiful. And while we're here, you know, I'm really getting distracted by dirt roads at this point. So I'm just going to upgrade all of them. Let's just see. Upgrading the whole streets is just 137 stone. So that's actually quite manageable. And with that, I can then push more people here. And also here especially. And yeah, with all the materials we have, that's just 76 tons of timber that this whole thing cost me. That's fine. To continue the expansion over here. By the way, this warehouse can also be upgraded once again to tier 3. Haven't done this yet, so let's have a look at them. Alright, that's the tier 3 warehouse, the maximum that you can go for. Biggest problem for my consumption is that in Kangwang we are now consuming 10 tons of sushi. That's a lot. And on my island where we produce it, we are producing a whopping 8. Yeah, that's also not very great that we have. So we got the rice here, we got the algae, we got the herring here. Wait a second. Do we have the herring here? We do, right over here. And they're sometimes getting destroyed. And yeah, I do have my protection over here already. And we continue with, yeah, a bit more protection, a bit more of production. The algae, they're not affected by monsoon, right? And they're also not affected by the dry season. So they're basically working all year long and doing the same thing. Let's get the warehouse down there a bit further. Can I upgrade? I could, but it's costing me a lot of bricks. So I'm gonna just go ahead and build me a second one. And then this certainly will not be enough for my production. So we have 12 right now. 18 on the rice, but this is affected by the season. So this is really interesting, right? With the seasons, I love this because it adds a lot of complexity to your planning and how you go ahead with having production chains set up and stuff like that. So I'm just gonna go ahead and build me those herrings over here. They're the most important ones, and then a bunch more of my algae here. Perhaps here? Great. Also gonna have them here. So with that we should have enough, but what we don't have now is, of course, workforce. First of all, we got some burning, and then we just continue with a city expansion here for primarily my farmers. And with all of this, I'm now able to also continue my sushi production. I'm gonna have me another warehouse than just here. Alright, and with that we have now the total of 16. That is still not quite where I would like to have it, because obviously we also have our own consumption in Danjeng that I would like to keep. So let's just add 2 more to this area as well. So this whole area gets up. We will need another warehouse, because this is actually 2 per minute, which is a lot when you add it up with all of them. Herring is in, lots of rice is in, and also the algae. And with that, we have hopefully fixed the sushi. Well, it might be raining, but the people are celebrating nonetheless. There's elephants roaming the streets of Kangwang. And also, this is the Imperial Durbar City Festival. Increases the productivity of all company productions by 80%. Oh, that's not so bad. There's also a quest, a resident quest. Is some Imperial's little officer under Wu's flag had to hold for the night while on his way to deliver reports or some nonsense. But by morning, I discovered that he and his band of no-good troops had emptied every jar and shelf in my kitchen. Can you help me replace what they took? We do get an Imperial sketch collection. Holy cow, that's legendary. Trade union. And affects my telephone production, pen assembly, gramophone factory, with 50% additional production, and they produce industrial lubricants. Alright, it's a delivery quest, we'll just see. Oh, he wants 24 eyes. Alright, let's go ahead and do this. And with that, we have finished that and got ourselves there a very nice legendary item. Selling is not worth it, right? 275,000. There was a time when this was a lot of money. That's not the case anymore. Now, if you're looking at my harbor area, you will notice that there are some ships here with quests on them. Up to yesterday, this didn't work for me, but there has been a patch, and now finally we do get a quest out of this. And yeah, these are specific quests for the region that give me items for the region, like bamboo forestry production boost. The wandering workers seek a better future for themselves in your city. They will also give me some incense. Funnily enough, Jean Lafetune has an opinion about this, right? And let's just check it out. And they're joining now, right? So this is workforce coming in. It's not a quest per se, but it's, well, some bonus. Oh, this one is a cook and affects Mahore's kitchens. Also with what that is. Where can I see what we get out of that though? Because if I'm just accepting we're getting those items, that's nice, right? But outside of that, I think nothing really happens, right? Despite it's just free items. And special items, of course, especially this is probably something that is important, right? So we're getting these strange things that I have no use outside of some productions, like the Koji, for example. Now we had the town hall item already, or building, and now we also have the trade union, like here. And here we can now equip those items that we just got, like for example for the kitchens, for the foundries, for the cookhouses with the sushi. I think I'm gonna do this. Where are we producing the sushi again, by the way? Oh, no, what? Wait a second, we're not doing this here. There are the kitchens, right? So this should actually work out for the kitchens. If I move it over. Do we get the boost here? Yes, we get. There is no... Oh, now there's the overlay. Alright, so if I click on it, now it's working. And this gives me now the 100% productivity boost on the roast duck that we're producing. Which is a very expensive building, by the way, because it costs 125 gongren. Alright, another wandering worker. So this is basically free money too. Look at that. That's 500,000 we're getting out of this. And Admiral Wu Guwei despises your draining of the Tianming's empire workforce. So that's this guy here, isn't it? No, that's Bavarians. Where is this guy? Because I have a feeling that if we take too many of them, some of them will retaliate. Right? This guy here, for example. Some of these ornaments are fantastic, by the way. So here we just make a canal, right? And then we add these temples to it. I think this looks lovely. And then some additional paving here again in front of it. You get over it with those bridges there. We probably just need a proper one. So I'm just gonna go ahead and have this one here completed. Yeah, that's much better. I like this one a lot. Alright, upgrade time. We have lots of non-mim, and I'm gonna go ahead and have these guys here upgrade again. That's just the timber, right? And let's check it out. There we have our bathhouse. Yeah, the range of this is so huge that I probably don't need to worry about bathhouse coverage anytime soon. Why can I not upgrade now? Oh, yeah, we lack the clay plaster. Clay plaster production is in full swing though, with the clay and with the bamboo, but it's not enough because production is really not that fast. Do we have perhaps an item I can use for clay? No, unfortunately not. So yeah, I'm probably just gonna build me a couple more. Huh? Sean Lefetun declares war on us. How dare he? Didn't we just pay him protection money of some sorts? There you go. Alrighty, next monument completed as well. Let's ready for finalization. Let's finalize it. Pleasure Pavilion. Ah, there you go. And in this case here, it consumes now Kodos to give me a production, an island-wide production boost. Also get 1,000 attractiveness. Let's check the attractiveness out. So we're a peeling colony right now.
Have they run out of ideas already?
I don't really see though why we would need attraction since there is no tourism on this island. Of course, it makes people happier to be on an attractive island, right? That's just overall leading to more happiness. So we should see this here. Pollution is low, news, luxury, we got the working conditions, and island peace is also there. So all of this contributes to a happy population that we have right now. And well, with that one here, there's the Kodos, and we get now the production boost. We get the Eastern literature out of this one here, and also a resident buff that all residences with the Kodos or Umesho need fulfilled are provided with violins and durian fruit. Oh, that sounds interesting. What is that anyway? So... by the way, we have now also everything fulfilled for the Gongren. There's the violin, but we need 15,000 investors for this one to be unlocked. And then we also have... there's the Eastern literature. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, we consume this right on the island. I have no idea where the other thing, though, is, because I don't see this. Umesho. No, there's no other product, though, that I would miss right now. So what I can go here with is the literature. Let's unlock this one. And it's already being fulfilled. This just adds more Gongren now, basically. Speaking about Gongren, let's continue also with a bunch more upgrades, especially here closer to my temple. Alright, so that we don't have the peasants living right near my monuments. And then a bunch more here. Further growing this city. And I also like that we have this one here now right on the main street that goes through the whole city all the way over here to my pavilion. Adding some more decorations around it. Also here we have our... I mean, we have houses rather close to it, right? I think that is too close. Let's move these buildings away a bit. So that we also have a nice area here where this temple goes in. A bit of a space you definitely want to have around it, right? And then we can have some decorations here too. Let's just see what we haven't used yet. We got the paved stone, we got the Killin statue. This is something we haven't used yet. It's very similar to the dragon. The dragon we've used. This one we haven't yet. It's looking lovely. There's our warehouse. This one needs to be there constantly to provide it with the materials. Or do we have a warehouse closer? This one here would still be within range, right? So we would need to have another entrance here. That is something we can provide, of course. Yeah, let's make a smaller one. Haven't used this one yet. This goes to my industry zone. And then we don't need that one, right? So this should work out. No, it doesn't. This is purely ornamental. We need to have the big gate here where the street goes through. This one, right? Because otherwise it's not gonna work out. Now we have the connection. Perfect. And we can get rid of this area again. Would also like to add once again one of these water areas. So I'm gonna go ahead with... Let's use the pagoda again. We do also, by the way, have the pagoda with bell. We do have the arcade entrance. Just accept and see what happens if I endlessly accept them. We'll just see. Right, and then we got the canal all around it. And I'm probably gonna make it bigger. Like so. And then around that we have some nice trees. Do we have any new trees? We got the cherry trees. Got the normal groves. Got the willows. I like them especially. Let's add a few of them. Especially here in the back of it. I think this could look lovely. There you go. The cool thing is that we can actually use our national park ornaments for this one here too. Right, so... You can really go crazy with all the different ornaments. This is new. What in the name? A gravel sculpture? A large... Are these coming with the DLC? With the mod? This looks amazing. Okay, wait a second. Let's have one of them over here. Holy cow, yes. Beautiful. I didn't even notice them. Dragon Basin. Fantastic job, really. I'm surprised. I'm continuously surprised by this mod. I didn't even notice that we have another type of decoration here. A lotus pond. Okay, let's have the lotus pond somewhere else entirely. Would like to make another area here, right? So a little park area where we can use one of these new decorations then. Like you have the lotus pond. We have the dragon basin. This is tiny in comparison. And the gravel sculpture, but let's go ahead with the pond that we have then right here. And okay, you need to have these. Okay, this one doesn't fit with that. We need this pathway there, right? Yeah, but you can't make this together. Okay, the duck pond really doesn't work out, but in that case here the gravel bushes still do. Even though I think we'll need different paving for this. Do we have something? There it is. It's the red ones here with the city paving, right? That give it another nice look. A bit of an orderly park. And we do have these really cool looking Torii gates that we can have here. And they just fit into these entrances, right? Into the smaller area behind that. Where you then basically just go for one of these houses. So this is a very famous person living here. Just gonna have this one here upgraded. So that it looks like this is really an entrance to something. Gotta say, overall that city is growing nicely. Lots of decorations, ornaments. This DLC really provides. I always say DLC because this really feels like a paid expansion. But it's really just a community-made fan mod. And that just makes it so much more incredible. back in Sleepy Hollow, we do have now enough oil again, right? Since the second oil tanker is fully working, so we have a surplus again. That allows me to have another power plant again that I need because I want to push more investors, and this district here has no electricity yet. So there's my power plant that would provide this area here with power. So let's go ahead and get this one done and also connect it with my rail network. For this, however, before we can fully advance, we need to still get something going. And what I notice is we're out of bread. Something fishy is going on here. First of all, yeah, as expected, if you don't visit your city constantly, ruins might disrupt you. But what is going on? Get the gray in. Okay, we got a loop here, a feedback loop, a negative one. Running out of bread, and thus I cannot import grain. But without grain, I cannot make bread, right? So this whole thing was totally disrupted by that. Let's have a look what we can do instead. I could use my Galena. Yeah, I would like to do this. It's a lovely new material. Also, we get tungsten in and the silver bars. And diamonds? Where did I get this one? Export high volumes of these goods to automatically improve your export level. Goods with high... What? Where did I get these amounts here? Like, this is huge. Silver bars? I'm not producing silver bars, and as far as I know, I'm also not importing them. And look at that, with the patch, my modules disappeared. But even then, doesn't make sense to me, right? Because I have no idea where I'm getting those resources from. There's my whiskey bourbon, and then we have my car production as well. Also gonna push in here again, so we import that. We should be full with trade licenses. Yeah, we are. And I mean, there's no production per se for these goods. Diamonds, nothing, right? So no idea where I'm getting them from. Perhaps it's the magnets producing them for me passively. I'm overlooking something here. No idea. Anyway, let's use the Galena for now, because this is a reliable production for me to get the grain in. This is a 1-to-1, which is fine. You know, we're producing this in really high quantity. And here I'm going to use then the bread again. Once we produce bread, we need to get rid of that, right? So bread is important as an export good. Let's also check it out. Oh, look at that. It was a visual bug. There is no silver bar. There are no diamonds in my storage. Oh, I'm going crazy here right now. Someone is playing with me. Okay, of course, obviously we're out of chocolate with that, because chocolate is tied to my bakeries. But we have the porcelain in. We have the sake in now. And also the fountain pens. With this, one magnet house produces 1,000 or generates 1,000 cash for me. So this is now the same amount as investors. Finally, right? Finally, we're at the same level. It's still no difference with the influence. Also, lifestyle-wise, we... Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, lifestyle-wise, of course, we also have 3 goods. So this is a bit of a bummer. You know, you should produce at least twice as much as an investor, because the effort is just huge to get these going. Right now, it feels a bit symbolic, honestly, that I'm doing this. It's optional, right? Because you basically have to put a lot of effort into just to get these going. So that's, yeah, that's that. Now, blue cheese would be another production that I was interested in. This is one of the new ones here. And with that, we need the noble mushrooms. We need the cattle farm that produces the milk. And we need the sugar, right, out of the new wall. So this is a bit of a harsh one. Now, sugar is fine. We have a huge surplus of that, right? 48 tons we produce. So that's 28 tons difference. I can easily now make my sugar production based on that. We produce, or we consume the sugar cane. Wait a second. We consume it for the rum distillery, and we also consume it for Horai. So we do have a trade route that works for Horai. Let's just find this one quickly. There it is, right? Yeah, Manola. It's 3 ships getting the sugar over 50 tons each. That's a lot. So we probably don't even have that much sugar cane in. Yeah, it's 128. That's actually okay. Let's make it a minimum stock so that I am not dropping below that, because we need that for our own production always, right? And then I just need my sugar refineries here. And I'm calculating, let's say, I think 2 would be already perfectly fine. Let's just see. Yeah, I could make 3. That's 6 tons of additional consumption for sugar. That's not gonna change that much, right? And it's definitely leading to a nice surplus of sugar then in Sleepy Hollow, where I would like to have this whole thing going to. With that, the sugar is rolling. And I can use my cargo ship that transports the bomb bins over already to get also the sugar going. Right, I'm just gonna say, yeah, 3 times. We still have room left. It's too much anyway, right? He's not gonna transport that many bomb bins over. But I'm gonna use this trader for that product, so we don't need to create a new one. Okay, with the sugar rolling, all we really need now is the import pear noble mushroom. This is though consuming trade licenses. So, gotta be careful that we're not... I mean, I'm just gonna upgrade more people to magnets. This should be fine then already. Right. Can I see now trade licenses? Ah, yeah, okay. Consumption is 3. I don't see the production. Let's have the mushrooms. And then we just need the milk. Now, if you've been here since the beginning, you know that we had cattle farms here. I knew at some point we're gonna need them again. There they are. And pastures provide milk. So this is now the beef, and pastures provide milk. What does it mean? So this is new, right? They're producing beef, but they also have a secondary good production up now, and that is 1 ton of milk per cycle. This, however, leads to a problem, and that is that we're producing beef without needing it, without having to consume it. So I will need to make sure that we get rid of the beef somehow. Automatically, that's the biggest issue. I think we're just gonna go ahead with those here. At the moment, I have no real feeling of how much blue cheese we're gonna need. Right, it's 1 ton right now, so it might grow to 4 tons. So this one here produces now the milk. So we have 3 tons. Yeah, let's have another one. That's 4 tons of milk production, right? And then I just need to get the straight road going again between Mousemoor and Sleepy Hollow. We have the hops trader going for this. Very good. And now we can also put milk on this. Holy cow, 75 tons of milk. It was already produced before, right? With my beef farms that we had. Very nice. So this is coming out now. About the beef, I think we do have Madame Kahina. Yeah. Or Eli. I think Eli would also purchase that. Yeah. We'll purchase anything that we have to offer. So what we need to do here is I'm going to make a charter out, in fact. And we're going to say, take the beef. I've never done this before now that I think about it. Because we always needed the products for something. But now we actually have something as a secondary product, right? That you need, but the primary product you don't need. And now I have to say, take the beef from Mousemoor to Eli. Oh, charter routes cannot do this. Of course not. I mean, you can't have it simple, right? So we need to make a normal trade route out of this. And the cool thing is we get the Loka Yashiro available here. So it's perfect to do the job without any problems. Look at that valuable cargo that we have here on board. It's crazy. Okay, next in line. We have over here again my trading. So, right, the grain is in. We also upgraded Galena with that. That's important. So we can import now more in the future. Probably pushing this to 800 right away. Galena. And we still have one more Galena production possible, I think, because we're also now using it, of course, for... Oh no, wait a second. I think we've used all of them. Nope, there's one more. Perfect. To have this going too. We lack the workers. That's those guys here. That's because of the bread and also the sickness. So this area will also need a hospital. We have the beautiful sanatorium that I haven't built so far. I'm considering it. I mean, why not? It's lovely. And the range is fantastic too. But I don't have the space really, right? We could potentially place it in here. Nah, I'm gonna go ahead with the normal hospital because honestly, we really don't have the space for that massive sanatorium. Okay, and with all of this, we can now build the industrial dairy. This one can be improved by electricity to produce it then every quarter minute. That is okay-ish, I guess. Looking again at my blue cheese. That's not enough though. We need 2 of them at least if I want to secure this permanently. And yeah, as you can see also, this industry zone is getting cramped already. So let's just optimize things a bit here so I can use the space more efficiency. So this bread here goes, right? And with that we can squeeze in one of these. And I have a feeling that we could get this going too. We don't really need that road here. Alright, so we have the main road here anyway. And with that I can squeeze in another one here. And just have the street here. This just works as well. And with that, we got the dairy production and the blue cheese production up and running, leaving me with the suits as my last one. And this was actually also not as difficult as it looks. We already get the cotton in. We produce huge amount of silk and safflower in, or pigments, in Horai. So we just need a new trade route for this. And yeah, we're gonna do this in the next episode. And then also with the bread coming in, once again, some city development here as well. And probably a monument of some sorts that we need. Hope you enjoyed this one still. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, how very good of you to join and welcome back to Anno 800. Once again, we continue right away with our glorious city with upgrading. That's right, we want to upgrade more artisans or more investors to magnets, more artisans and more engineers in total. So right now we can do all of this. We have the materials, so we can basically go crazy. The first thing is that we have way too many people over here that are still farmers. Now, I'm getting a bit negative on the farmers. That's okay for a short time, right? We're gonna move them somewhere else. And in that case here, we don't really need a lot of farmers anymore, since most agricultural products are being imported with the docklands at this point. By the way, what I've noticed is, right, we don't have a shared workforce yet in the old world. We have it in the new world, we don't have it in the old world yet. That's a new one, I think. Now, regarding the population, I could, for example, make it a bit easier to push more people in. Or my goal would be to get us a commute peer out. I think that's the safest way to push my population. Let's just go ahead with a bunch of more upgrades over here regarding workers. Once again, we have too many. And I really want to tone it down. Now that's a whole bunch. Very good. We still have here towards my harbor area here. That's actually here fine for workers, right? Because this is close to the industry zone. So it makes sense to me to have lots of workers here. I don't need to push all of them to artisans. Down to 100 workers anyway. So gotta be careful here. Probably just here, right? That's fine. Regarding my workers, let's enable the local mail. This will just push me a bit over the edge. We could also enable the rum. But for that, I would like to wait until we have finalized the upgrading. Now, let's go ahead and push more people to magnets. I think these guys here. Oh, wait a second. We still even haven't unlocked the 4,000 requirement for investors. Oh, we have actually with the latest upgrades. Nice. So I don't need to worry about that anymore. So I can just go crazy with a bunch more upgrades to investors. Here especially. These guys don't have electricity. Nothing I can do about that really. Just gonna push here, here. And then we have a bunch. We still have 1,700 artisans. So these guys. This block. These blocks here. They don't have electricity. Oh, wait a second. What do they don't have? School, right? Actually, they have everything. We just upgraded them too recently. So that's my mistake. And there's more. I don't know why she's so persistent. I mean, we went with peace treaties quite often at this point. She still wants to threaten me. Yeah, that looks fine, right? And then we can have a bunch more upgrades here to artisans. And here, to artisans, I say to magnets. Let's have this whole block here upgraded to magnets. And this whole block here. Alright, so that's a lot more. And then once again, more to investors here. These guys. These guys. With that, we have 46 influence again. Very nice. So this would be a commute pier now. And I think we might be running out of materials now. There you go. That was a lot of upgrades. We'll just see if we can supply all of this with the juicy materials that we need for them. Now with that, have we unlocked something else? I don't think we have anything unlockable anymore. Regarding city development, we should really be using now that river here. So I'm going to continue with another road over here, right? And then probably another one here to get us to the other side. This charcoal kiln we most likely don't need anymore. So what I would like to do here, expand my road network all the way up to this point. And then I would like to implement my Queen's Clock Tower here. So just at the edge of the highest point, you have this massive tower once again overlooking everything. And there's probably then going to be here a little place for this, right? Where we might also add a fountain of some sorts. Really nothing too big, and this road here leads then further to the palace area that we have then over here. So this is a bit of a greener area. I was thinking about adding some residents here, but I think it wouldn't make that much sense, right? You have then wood artisans. Every higher tier doesn't make sense in this area, so I'm not gonna push this. Instead, we're just gonna have more housing than here. There's another thing that I would like to add, and that's down here in this spot. That's the bourse. This is actually something that you need to have for a massive empire like this. The cool thing about this, the bourse, is that it also acts kind of like as a town hall. Actually make it so that it looks towards that main center. So you have now the bourse over here, plus on the other side you have the post office. Now if that isn't fitting together, I don't know what is. Let's have a smaller, like this looks also cute here, right? You have the exit here from the buildings. So to me it makes sense to continue here with the road. And then we just go ahead and have a nice enclosed greenery here to fill this void that we have, right? And speaking about the greenery, you can also have then one here, just around the variety theater. And behind the bourse, there's the exit. So this makes also sense to have something here of value. Let's just see, perhaps a bigger fountain area like this one fits, at least I think. And then another enclosed greenery, just to have this one. It looks a bit of a strange shape there here in the back of it, but that's how it goes. Now I just realized this was a mistake, might have been a mistake, because this building does not have access now. How can we solve this? Oh, whoa, can I not get rid of this anymore? It almost feels like, this feels like a bug. What is this? I cannot get rid of it now. Okay, let's get rid of that enclosed greenery. Perhaps I can touch it. Nah. Alright, strange. Let's move the bourse. I mean, the bourse, it will also make sense here, right? Would look pretty lovely, but then we cannot attach so many buildings to the items here. Let's have this one now connected. And let's move the bourse in again. And please let me add some monuments now, or ornaments here. Okay, now the street is part of the building. That's a really cool building, by the way. It's a modded version, of course, right? And kind of like engulfs every item that we attach here. Yeah, something like that would fit, right? Having this one here, and then perhaps some smaller tree or some smaller, yeah, these flower beds. No, yeah, let's add those little tiny bushes there. That looks a bit more like it, and with that we have it attached. Looks nice shape there. All right, the bourse cities, it has this shape around it, but we cannot add items, so I think it's just boosting something. I have no idea what this building is doing actually, because it has a radius. It is affecting the investors in some kind of way. Oh, I see. It's boosting their output. It's doubling their output. We have 150,000. Is that right? Yes, that's the bourse doing it. Holy cow, that's cheaty, right? This building is just plain cheating. It doubles the output of the investor building. Okay, I mean, I'm not complaining. We're end game here, so it doesn't really make a difference. Of course, this is way too cheaty. So this building really shouldn't exist. But there you go. We have it, and this one is generating some nice income now. All the way out here, let's build the Queen's Clock Tower. Now, this one has an effect. It once again affects the investors and the residences with the bong o'clock effect, giving me 10% more workforce per building and reduces the pocket watch consumption. So once again, this would make a lot of sense in the city center, but I like the location here, so I'm just gonna go ahead with it, right? And not bother with anything else. And here, I don't know, let's have some garden, park area. A nice shape for it to add something. And with that, we have a nice new skyscraper, more or less right over there, overlooking the whole town. Now, I don't have a lot of monuments. I'm just gonna plop me in another bank right here. In the middle of well, the city more or less that we have, right? And it's supposed to get me some more enclosed greeneries. There you go. And with that, we have a little area over here that also looks developed with not that much effort. As always, it's best to just watch this from below. I love this feature, and I love that we're gonna see it again pretty soon. And then right out here, once we have more timber again, we can also finish this district here as the farmers are then transitioning to the sheep farms, right? So out here, this makes sense to me, so that we don't have such a stark contrast between population and production. But this area really would just like make a temperate growth as a barrier towards the rail tracks and the industrial wall, right? The same applies for the other side. And I think we're also gonna need to upgrade all these roads. Yeah, it's not that many anymore. Okay, I'll continue with adding more districts, or well, finishing them over here. Just those people here closer to my sheepies. And yeah, that's the perfect fragrance in the air for farmers. Now in this case here, oh wait a second, I've totally missed the mark on that and on that, otherwise they're not producing. They've never produced before, but we're full on framework knitters on work cloth, right? So it's absolutely fine. And we can also continue upgrading our workers in this area, not too far though down there, right? So this is the worker industry then, and I would like to keep some workers there again as a nice natural transition. Just have them here by the main road, and then that last building is going to be a worker again. Nice. Can do the same thing with the engineers that we have, so there's a bunch of them more, and once again we're out of timber. One thing I'm pretty sure is new with the mod is the bulk freighter right over here, and this one I would like to build now, even though, yeah, what I can see is it's not really better than a cargo ship. The only real thing here is the open sea travel speed is higher with the bulk freighter, but only by 20%, right? And that's about it. So we'll just see how that turns out. Let's build one and get it on the trade routes. And there it is, one of those freighters that we have now in all its glory. It's actually a new skin. It is still, of course, a very similar skin to, for example, that we have right over here with Captain Tobias. And yeah, it's pretty similar to that, right? But still different enough to make it distinct. I like it. Now, I'm not going to use this one for what it actually is meant to be, for overworld travel, right? Overseas, open seas travel. That is on the world map. Nope, we're using it as a trade route for, you name it, timber, right? In this case here, we do have a nice juicy timber production up here in Oslev, right? And I would like to utilize this because we are running out of timber constantly. So this is where my new ship comes in. Yeah, and also it makes sense because, you know, it's such a small ship, really. 3 cargo slots is just not enough to use it for anything else, really, other than, yeah, timber deliveries to my capital. With more timber rolling in, I can finally fulfill a promise that I've made a long time ago, and that is building a palace over here. We got the timber production of Sleepy Hollow right here at the moment, which is not ideal. We do have our lumberjacks over there, but we need the wood for the sewing machine production, right? I'm actually low on that. Now that I just realized that, theoretically, we cannot afford getting rid of the lumberjacks, honestly. But of course, we have this very special building here, my docklands. I'm not getting any logs in at the moment, so I would like to use one of my surplus productions, if we have any. Let's have a look at that. Well, cars is, for example, something that we have in a pretty big volume, and I'm expecting logs to be worth nothing. I mean, look at that. It's 1 to 103 tons. I think this is the highest ratio I've ever seen before. So if I want to get some logs in, I could say, yeah, get 5 tons of cars out to get the timber in. That is 500 tons of logs we would be getting in. We have a demand of 1,000 tons though per trade cycle. So even that is quite a bit. How many cars do we produce? Can we check this one out? That's the problem. It's not a lot, right? It's just 1 car per minute. And the surplus is 0.5 cars per minute. So you can still make this work. The maximum here would be 10 tons of cars that I can afford, right? To break even on my production consumption rate. But I'm not allowed to upgrade any more magnets for now. And this would bring me in 1,000 logs. Tobias is coming in 1 minute. So this is gonna work out. We also have the storage capacity and we're getting the trade route in. So I would like to finally get rid of this one here. It's been here for quite some time. I'm also gonna at least keep me 2 more sawmills in the region, right? So that we have some timber production of our own. But outside of that, also the charcoal kiln, that's a lot of pollution that we disrupt with that. And then we still have that clay pit here, and I'm also not going to use this here any longer. Now with that out of the way, let's get me my road over here, right? So this is then the general square that we have. There's really nothing else planned here than a palace, so yeah. If I would go far enough to get the scholars, we could research it and move it, but I'm not doing this yet. Or yeah, ever in this playthrough. Let's have a look at my palace that we have then over here. And of course we're gonna make it a blueprint version. Now there you go, a new palace in all its glory. I would like to use this palace here to also add some Asian decorations to this. And once again, we have, for example, the Great Dragon here. It doesn't really fit to the palace, let's be honest. But I would still like to have it together with the lion statue here. Oh, wait a second. You will need to be moved around. Where does it look? Now there you go. Just because, of course, we're playing the New Horizons mod, why not? Let's also build this at the Grand Palace there. This is gonna take some time, I think, because we have so many levels here, so many areas. Oh, wait a second. I mean, it's expensive, but price is not the issue. Building materials will be for sure. But now we can build it. Oh, nice. At least the inner courtyard has been finished, and I think... yeah, we're done. Very good. It was actually possible. Pleasant Metropolis we've reached with that because, of course, the palace gives us a huge attraction bonus that we can have in the area, right? And then we also have some trees there in front of it. What else do we have? We got the fried... we got this one here. Something has been fried. A friend indeed. And 3 million gears. A pagoda with a bronze bell on it. That is probably the best we can do here. And in the center of it, we do have then the Garden of Serenity. I would like to get this in, honestly. And yeah, then we can build the whole mess. And let's just see how it goes when it's finished. Also get these lovely trees that actually have the same paving as the palace paving. So that's as it should be, right? That's how it goes. And with that, we have a little Asian-inspired palace in Sleepy Hollow with that. Of course, with every palace also comes some nice bonuses that we can have, like the bonus here that the reduced need for food. And let's just see how far it goes. Yeah, it's not the whole city, but at least it's something for every town hall that we have, or every town hall in its vicinity, of course. These are department facts, though. So every industrial building around a trade union gets a flat 10% productivity bonus right away. So this is pretty nifty. And this one here was the town hall, right? And yeah, I don't think we can see it. No, it doesn't look like it. This one here probably does not affect it, right? We should be able to see it then here, but it's not there, unfortunately. So the board does not work for this. Nor does the Queen's Clock Tower. Capital news, also there it is. Palace has been unlocked. Also in Horizon, we do have once again the Street Lamp Festival in all its glory. I love how it looks. The whole atmosphere of the city. The music is questionable though. I think this is a nice conclusion to this smaller series exploring the New Horizons mod, as we've now explored almost all the features. Unfortunately, I was not able to trigger deeper foreign attacks. If I do, perhaps in a future update, I will definitely also, of course, cover this one here. That is my magnet town that we have. And then, of course, we also have our Guangzhou, our capital in Horai. And I hope you enjoyed this smaller series. It's also a bit of an abrupt ending. That's because there's a long distance now between the episodes and I want to really wrap it up to focus on other games. And we will definitely come back with this mod though, as I think it is now a base mod that I would always like to have for my playthroughs. So if we have another Mega City Edition playthrough, for example, we will definitely explore this mod again with all the updates that are coming then and also all the experience we have with it now to create even bigger cities. I hope you enjoyed this one. Have a fantastic day onwards to the next Let's Play. Stay tuned.
I wish I could play the trombone like that.